Peace. The Eastern world, it is exploding, violence flaring and bullets loading. We're all out to kill, but not for voting. You don't believe in war, but what's that gun you're toting? Ain't even a Jordan River has bodies floating, but you tell me over and over again, my friend. You don't believe we're on the eve of destruction. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Can't you feel the fear that I feel in the day? If the button is pushed, there's no running away. There'll be no one to save with the world in a grave. Take a look around you, boy. It's time to skate, boy. But you tell me over and over and over again, my friend, I don't believe we're on the eve of destruction. My blood's so mad it feels like coagulating. I'm sitting here just contemplating. You can't twist the truth, then no the regulated. A handful of senators don't pass legislation. Marches alone can't bring integration. When human respect is disintegrating, this whole crazy world is just too frustrating. Yeah, tell me over and over again, my friend. Oh, you don't believe we're on the eve of destruction. Think of all the hate there is in Red China. Then take a look around to Selma, Alabama. You may live here for 4 days in space, but when you return, it's the same old place. The pounding of the drums, the pride and disgrace. You can bury your dead, but don't leave a trace. You hate your neighbor, don't forget to say grace. But you tell me over and over again, my friend. Oh, you don't believe we're on the eve of destruction. Tell me over and over again, my friend. Oh, you don't believe we're on the eve of destruction. You don't believe we're on the eve of destruction.
Hey everybody, welcome to Indy After Dark. I am here with Bran and Lady Campion, and that was a song, a cover by Mike Sheener Music. I put his link in the chat. Please make sure you go and sub him up. Check out his covers and his original songs as well. Very talented. And
Was that a polka beat?
fitting song. Does that count as polka? All right, we'll check off the box for polka maybe with that one. I don't know.
I like the organ.
Yeah, he does such a great job on all of his songs. Really, really talented musician. Good to see everybody coming in. Thank you for being here. We are doing music first tonight and then conversation around 11 p.m. Eastern-ish. And the link is pinned at the top of the chat for any musicians who want to come up to either perform live or to share out your music videos. Please come if you're lurking. Come say hi in the chat if you would like to. And thank you to all of my mods who are here slinging links for content creators in the chat as well. Make sure you're subbing people up and connecting. How are you guys doing tonight, Bran and Lady C?
Oh, I'm okay. I'm nervous, but I'm good.
Yeah. Putting your music out there is always nerve-wracking, that's for sure. For any art or anything you create. I'm glad you're here.
Thanks.
Let us know, you guys, in the chat how the volume is out in YouTube land, because it's usually a little different in StreamYard than it is on the YouTube end. So if one of us is really loud or one of us is really quiet, please let us know.
One of us tends to talk quietly.
That's true too.
Good
to see everybody.
One of us is known for being quiet.
Yeah. That's a tough call on that one, actually. You could have stumped me with that one, Brad. Derail, it's good to see you. Anti, Avoid, Snooks, Lisa, thank you for all being here. JM, much love. Watt, good to see you. Yeah, I thought that was a great song. Chris, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Okay. Nice seeing everybody coming in. If you want to share this out, hey, Blue, please do so. It's good to get some new faces in here. Appreciate when you share, those who share this out on your posts tab. All right. Okay. Let's go ahead and pull up a song here. We've got a lot of great music tonight, and hopefully we'll get some more musicians up here as well. Okay. Hey, JR, good to see you, or Junior, I guess. But you'll have to let us know which way you prefer to be called. Good to see you here again. Ozark, much love to you. Melania, nice to see you here. Okay, Tate. Just a little bit later than me, Tate. I'm always scrambling on Fridays.
It's fashionable.
Yeah, that's what we've decided. It's fashionable. We're just rolling with it. Yeah. Thank you for everybody's patience. Much love to you, Jerry. Good to see you, always. Okay, that's what I thought. I'm going to see. Lady C, you know how to do it. If you want to crank up your volume a little bit in StreamYards, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I didn't even look at the StreamYard volume.
Yeah, I think you're only at about 50% right now.
Oh, yeah, that's never enough.
All right. Okay, Watson, we're sounding good.
There. Oops, I just made it full screen. That's not what I meant to do.
We didn't see a difference. It's okay.
But it should be better, right?
It sounds a little bit better on my end. Thanks, JM. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and pull up this next song. All right. This is by JDL, John David Lee's The Multinationals, featuring Colorful Energy. And all of the links for the collaborators in this are in the video description. So I'm not going to put them all in the chat, but if you go over and look at the video description, it's a hyperlink. You should just be able to click on the name and go and check them out. But really, really talented. And I love that they did a collaboration together. And this is their song, Life is Tough. Very relatable. Here we go.
Now I believe life's a journey. In life, love comes in many ways. This road we're on, where you find out that love will make you scream and shout. Now everyone He knows this pain will never feel the same again. Our hopes and dreams, our beating hearts get snatched away and torn apart. This life is tough, we struggle on, we persevere, got to stay strong. So listen up, 'cause you don't know what's going on, what route to go. I loved you from the very start. It felt good like a work of art. You made me feel like I could fly, then fucked me up, left me to die. Some memories, they make me cry. They fester, torment, mystify. These are the ones to throw aside, erase, to cleanse, to purify. This life is tough, we struggle on, we persevere, got to stay strong. So listen up, 'cause you don't know what's going on, what route to go. Now live your life, laugh and play. Tomorrow is a better day. The sun will shine and warm your soul. Give me strength, give back control. Keep moving on, forget the pain, 'cause nothing comes in many ways. Somewhere out there, someone's for you, to give you love and help you through. 'Cause life is tough, we struggle on, we persevere, got to stay strong. So listen up, 'cause you don't know what's going on, what route to go.
All right, amazing cover. I think they did such a great job with that. Really
I haven't heard the
talented.
original, but it sounded good.
Yeah, they made it their own, which I loved. Oh, thank you, Snooks, for the reminder. I did put a goal out. As you guys know, we are getting ready to move here soon. And so any donations will be going toward helping us with our move. So thank you for those who are able to give. I really appreciate your support. And the goal is for someone to spin the wheel. I'll do the wheel of names to see who gets to pick a song for me to sing next week. And then also, if we reach the goal, then I will do a Go Ask Indy stream, which I haven't done in a while. So I've got a bunch of stuff saved up for those, but haven't done one. And I will make time to do one if we reach that goal. So thank you. And thank you to Lisa for being a member for 2 months. And she says, thank you, Indy. And thank you for being here, Lisa. I appreciate all of your help. 101, good to see you. Much love to you. Good to see everybody here tonight, always. Got some more great music coming up. Hey, Spike, good to see you. But first, Lady C, are you up for singing for us?
Well, I'm willing to find out.
Awesome. Glad you're here.
Thank you. Me too.
Always glad when you are. Again, the link is pinned if any musicians want to come up to join us to either perform live or have your music shared. Brenda, good to see you. I agree, Jerry. It was a cool song for sure. Hi, Roque. Much love to you. Good to see you here.
Okay. All right.
Hey, Paul. Okay, let us know when you're ready,
Okay,
Lady C.
I'm ready.
Okay, I'll mute. Go for it.
Okay. What a day this has been. What a rare mood I'm in. Why, it's almost like being in love. There's a smile on my face for the whole human race. Why, it's almost like being in love. All the music of life seems to be like a bell that is ringing for me. And from the way that I feel when that bell starts to peal, I could tell I was falling. I would swear I was falling. It's almost like being in love. Almost, it's almost, but this can't be love because I feel so well. No sobs, no sorrows, no sighs. This can't be love. I get no dizzy spell. My head is not in the sky. My heart does not stand still, just hear it beat. This is too sweet to be love. This can't be love because I feel so well. And yet I love to love, glad I'm alive. Love to live, think I'll survive. There's a smile on my face for the whole human race. Oh, the music of life seems to be like a bell that is ringing for me. And from the way that I feel when that bell starts to peal, I could tell I was falling. I would swear I was falling. It's almost like being in love. Almost like being in love.
Stunning as always, Lady Campion. Beautiful song choice, and you sang it very well. Always.
Thank you. I always think I know that medley better than I do.
It sounded great.
Thank you.
Lady Campion does her live streams on Tuesdays, an hour of dinner music, or maybe sometimes we talk her into some encores and do more like an hour and a half. But it's one of the best and fastest hours of the entire week, I think. It always flies by.
Thank
Lady C, you do such a great job of choosing songs. And, of course, you always nail all of them. They sound amazing. And it's a great stream. So if you
It's
guys
all in the
aren't set,
choosing what's going to work in that moment. That's the key.
yeah, well, it always works out. You do a great job with it.
Thank you.
So make sure you're subbed up to Lady Campion. If you're not, which you should be, or just I don't know what you're waiting for if you're not. But yeah, fun and fantastic, right, Ozark? All right. Yeah, everybody loved that one. Of course. Okay. Agreed, Chris. Lady C is the best. Really
Thank
well
you.
done. Okay. All right. We're going to go ahead and pull up another song here. It looks like we'll just be going through videos for a little bit till we get some more musicians up here. Nudge, nudge. If anybody wants to come up to sing. Okay, this next one is Applesauce, Blue Unicorn. If you know, you know. Stephen, it's good to see you here. Thanks for being here. I saw you come in earlier. Oh, and also I want to make sure I say thank you so much to Tate for the $10 super chat and the woohoo. Appreciate you, Tate. Thank you for all of your support. And I will add your name to the wheel of names so we can spin. I did figure out who it was that won last week, but I haven't been able to get a hold of them. So I don't have a song I'm singing this week. And also my voice is kind of, I don't know if you guys can tell, but it's still a little in the recovery zone from being sick and kind of raspy. So it's probably for the best. But I will try to get the person who won last week, I'll give them a chance to pick a song. Okay. All right, so this next song is oh, yep, I did Snooks. It was already in the chat, but I can put it in again. So the next song is from a live stream of Tyler Shep Shreds. He has amazing live streams all the time, you guys, and he's so talented. He's only just turned 14. He was up on the stream last week, but had some issues. He hasn't done a lot with StreamYards yet. He usually uses OBS. And as many of you know, it just gets really complicated trying to adjust all the settings. So even though he sounded amazing and you could tell how talented he is, the sound didn't come through really, really nicely and you didn't really get to hear it. So I wanted to make sure I played something of his this week. And right, Jam. And this is from one of his past live streams. It's his cover of Creep. So I'll put the link in the chat, but you'll have to go to the timestamp. Maybe I'll put that too to hear it. But also just make sure you're subbing up his channel. Check out his standalone videos and his covers as well. Raspy voice just means a smoky blues cover. Okay, well, I didn't know, Matt. I'll work on that for next week if my voice still is not quite clear. Thanks, Matt. All right, here we go.
fun. If you enjoyed that, really appreciate if you could double tap the screen like this.
All right. Amazing, right? He's so
Nice.
talented, you guys. And like I think Ozark said, I think I don't remember what I was doing at 14, right? He's so talented, and especially for his age, I'm just so proud of him and all that he's doing with growing his channel. Good to see you, Peanut. Thanks for coming up.
Hey, thanks for having me up. Man, that kid's amazing.
Right? I know. Yeah, he's really talented. And there you go. The sound came through much clearer on his live than on mine, but hopefully we'll get that figured out so he can come up and join the panel again and you guys can hear him well. But yes, absolutely amazing. Right? Good to see you, David. I'm glad you're here. Yeah. Really nice. Very well done. And he is very good. Yes. Agreed. Okay. Oh, awesome, Melania. Thanks for being here.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. Appreciate Algo sharing this out. Right, Snooks? Okay. Peanut, we'll jump right into your song next if you want. You want to tell us about this one?
Yeah.
You feel it?
Basically, this is like a fictional character I made up, right? And so I was trying something new. So like I didn't have time to come up with like, hey, Freedom, what's up? But I didn't have time to come up with like a whole, hey, take two drum covers, a whole song for it. So I borrowed like from Steve Harloha's ideas. He like this program. So I don't want to bite off of what Steve's doing, but I didn't have a choice because I wanted to come up with like a banjo accompaniment. And so it starts off with like this fictional character I made, and then it leads into a banjo solo.
All right. Well, I think it's cool. A lot of times people collaborate or kind of learn from each other too. So I'm sure Steve won't mind. That's awesome. Twisted, good to see you. Thanks for being here. All right, here we go.
It looks like it's not working.
I was going to say, it looks like it's not auto playing. So maybe just have to hit play on it. Remember that happened once before.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't, there's no.
Good to see you, Joe. Yep. Since you're sharing it, if you hit play on your end, see if that works. Nice. See how long that lasts, Joe.
Okay, never mind. I don't think it's working.
Okay, so if you go here, I'm going to turn on your echo cancellation real quick. Oh, there we go. It's on now. All right, go ahead and if you take that down and share it again,
okay.
When you go to present, there's going to be a little box at the bottom that says also share tab audio. Make sure that that's toggled on. Toggled on. And then
I like taggled.
Right?
Tangled.
I'm just making up new words like leprechaun.
Leprechaun. That sounds delicious. I want some leprechaun. Like your fingers drop off as you're eating it. This is so convenient. Leprechaun.
Wow, you took that name to a whole nother place.
Like I don't trust leprechauns. It's like
it's
candy
a combination of leprechaun and unicorn. Right. But for some reason, when I was talking about it, I just merged it to leprechaun.
I like
Good
that.
To see you, Pause and guitars.
It does. I'm pushing on the thing, like the three dots.
Okay.
It was.
Let's see if it works.
All right.
All right. So now, if you press play, it should work.
I don't think it's going to work. Don't know why.
Okay. The other thing you can do is if you want to put the link in the private chat, Bran can pull it up and play it on his end.
Okay. I'll be back.
Okay. No worries. Oop. Okay. Yeah. Oh.
Or that.
To the back cave.
Yeah.
Right. The peanut cave.
The peanut cave. All right. Well, in the meantime, Bran, you want to pull up another song? And then we'll see if he's jumping back in. Maybe he wanted to see if it would reset. Thank you. Okay. All right. This next one is by Dennis Lowery. It's a Dennis Lowery original. Dennis has been doing more live streams too, kind of pop-ups at different times. So go and check out his channel. Make sure you're subbed. And I just love his voice. I think he's so talented, and he just has a voice that really stands out. And I like the lyrics of his songs as well. He's a great songwriter. This is What I'm Supposed to Know. Here we go.
Well, it ain't easy living easy. Sure is hard here getting old. You know the changing sometimes takes the pain away. For how long, I don't know. No, I don't. But I got a woman by my side. Sometimes I sure wonder why. Because the drifting part of me is still there deep down inside. Well, it ain't too late, and I can change into something that I don't know. Yeah, but I heard somewhere there's a book out there that tells me what I'm supposed to know. My mama raised me with good music, and daddy taught me how to be a man. But I just don't know how to keep away from trouble. It's just part of who I am. Yes, it is. Yeah, that trouble keeps me playing, and she's still there holding on to me. Like an anchor in a sandbar until she sets me free. But it ain't too late, I can change into something that I don't know. Yeah, but I heard somewhere there's a book out there that tells me what I'm supposed to know. Yeah, but I heard somewhere there's a book out there that tells me what I'm supposed to know. Yeah, it tells me what I'm supposed to know. Oh, it tells me what I'm supposed to know.
All right. Love that song. Well done, Dennis. And really
Makes
love
me
his
wish I
voice.
could hit low notes.
Right? Growl, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a good weekend too, Goober. Charlie, much love to you. Good to see you here. Charlie does great live streams. Go and check out his channel. Thanks, JM, for dropping his link. And thank you, Snooks, for dropping links for the people in the chat as well. Appreciate you guys. Okay. All right. Lady C, do you want to tell us about what's coming up?
Yeah. So I started writing music almost 2 years ago. Partly in response to being on YouTube and meeting people who helped me think, oh, that's actually possible. I
Yeah.
thought that was just something other people did.
Right.
Right.
It's been so great to hear your original songs, Lady C. Like I've loved every single one of them. No pressure or anything.
Well,
But they've
thank
been
you.
great. And I think everybody's really been enjoying kind of following you along on the journey, you know?
It is something I always wanted to do. Yeah, that was just something other people did.
Right. Well, I'm glad that you've, kind of jumped in and given it a try and are doing so well with it.
Yeah. So the first song I wrote, I didn't know anything about how to get anything done and could barely
Good to
get
see you,
sound
Joe.
from my piano into the computer.
Mm-hmm.
So I needed lots of help to get it where I wanted it to be.
Mm-hmm.
So finally, after almost 2 years, and with the help of Roque and Lizaday and Digital Drew, I finally have a finished version of that song.
Awesome.
So I'm going to
Love
premiere
it.
that on Tuesday, but I have like a 30-second snippet to show you now.
All right. Looking forward to hearing this.
Okay. Warm rays of sunlight danced around me. I didn't notice something wrong until far too late. Intrigued at first, I wandered closer, and the darkness closed around me like a locking gate. That was it. It's going to keep doing that, though.
We can just keep listening to it on loop for another 3 minutes. That'd be great. No, it sounds beautiful, Lady Campion. I love it already. And what a tease. I'm so excited to hear the rest of it. So that you said you're going to premiere that on Tuesday?
Yes. I set
Okay.
it for 7:45 on Tuesday.
Okay.
So
Do you already have it up on your channel?
I do.
Okay, Anti, would you please grab the link directly to that? I put the link to her channel, but if you would grab the link to that and put it in the chat, thank you very much. That way people can go and hit the like. You know you're going to love it. Go ahead and just do it. And then hit the notification as well so more people can be at the premiere. Very nice, Lady C.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming up and sharing that with us. Did you want to sing another song live for us? Are you up for one?
Probably, but I'm not prepared for it.
All right. Well, if you want, I can pull up a video and then, or more clearly, have Brand pull up a video and then you can pick a song.
Sure. Yeah.
Great. Okay. I think Blue Unicorn says it best. Yay! Short and sweet and to the point. All right. Doing pretty good, Growl. Yeah, the family's fully recovered. We still have like kind of lingering coughs or scratchy throats, but nothing compared to how we were. So we're finally shaking all of that off and we're getting ready for an upcoming move. So we're kind of figuring out where we're landing next and starting to go through things and try to purge and get rid of stuff so we can have less to move. Much love and good to see you, John. Thanks for being here. And Joe, I saw you come in a little bit earlier. Thank you for being here. Okay. All right. This next song is by Rose Akerman Music. She's someone we've gotten to know in the different indie music communities online. And she just has such a great sound. I really love her guitar and her voice. And this is one of her latest, Justice Ain't Blind After All. Here we go.
Always scars no one can see. Wounds that whisper in your mind. Voices lying to your soul. Not the winner. Go on, go on, go on, go on. Oh, you're just a sinner. Never heard by the light of day. Faded echo, silent cry. In those words you do not say. Battered by the winds of time. But you're still standing. You're still standing. You're still standing. Weren't that fate? Yeah. When you look into the faces, see it reflected there. Yeah, acceptance says you are not equal. Oh no, you're not. Whispers from the shadows, yeah, evermore. Evermore. Fences rise where freedom falls. Justice ain't blind after all. The fences rise where freedom falls. Justice ain't blind after all. And bleeding hands, they tear down walls. The shadows, the time will take. And yet, you rise above. Yeah, yeah, and yet you rise above them all. Yet you rise above them all. Oh, yeah. And just the same blind. After all. Oh, yeah.
Beautiful. I just really love her distinct sound in her voice and in her music. Really well done, Rose.
Yeah, and I don't know, the way that she took on learning music.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool.
Yeah, I agree. Yep. And she's been putting more out and doing more originals, which I think is great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go sub her up. You guys show some support. Thank you, Anti, for dropping the link to Lady C's upcoming song. Make sure you guys click on that. Go hit the like and the notification so you can be at the premiere. Also, I know there's some people who really follow it closely, and I so appreciate seeing you all throughout each day, kind of as I post out the different live streams. Usually there are live streams that I'm at. Sometimes there's too many to go to, but if you guys check the community tab, I'm always posting different lives that are out there. I'm not even going to bring up what I was going to bring up. Never mind. Can't share everybody's right now, but even if I don't share it on YouTube, I do share it in my Discord. Or Snooks is really good about sharing things in my Discord as well. So appreciate that, Snooks, and to others who also share things out in the Discord. But it's a great way to be in touch. So if Discord is something you're interested in, or you're already on Discord but not in mine, then please come and email me or get a hold of me if you have another way, and I'll send you the link to my Discord. I don't like to put it in the chat because I don't want it to really just be open to everybody, if I don't know people. But we do have a great group over there that are really active, and it's a great place to share links and information, and also a really good way to be able to stay in direct communication with people.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, go check out the Discord, but just email me for the invite link. Okay. Joe's always got the dad jokes going. I love it.
There's an endless supply.
I know.
It
It's amazing.
baffles me.
It's funny because my 8.5-year-old is the same way. And he has been for a really long time. Right, that sounds like a more appropriate serving anti. I'm actually not a big fan of bacon. It's funny. There's so many people who love bacon, but I like the smell.
I like it if it's not fatty.
Right. See, I think it has to be like the mix of fat and meat, because the fat's like the part that's the most flavorful.
I usually skip that part.
But usually I'm doing keto. I haven't been lately, but I need to get back on it. But when I'm doing keto, the fat's not a bad thing to have, so I can have it both ways. But yeah, I'll eat it. And there's certain kinds of bacon I like. But for the most part, I'm just not a big fan. Or I like it kind of like in things, like on a burger or in a salad or,
Right.
But I know it's like something that my son loves bacon. Yeah, I know a lot of people do.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay. All right. Let's see here. I am missing some things going on in the chat. Sorry, guys. You guys just carry on. Glad you're having a great time. I'm missing some of this conversation here. I think it's mostly revolving around jokes and things, but
Right.
Yeah, we call that blue wisdom, Joe.
Blue wisdom.
Yeah, when Blue Unicorn shares snippets of truth and wisdom
right.
in the chat.
Yes, gotcha.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I agree. I know. Great song. Okay. All right, let's continue sharing out music. Hey, Cynthia, thanks for being here. Much love to you. Good to see you. Okay. Let's see, where are we at here? All right, this next one is by the Flaherty Brotherhood, and I really like the lyrics of this song. It's Cast Your Burden Upon Me. I have liked every song of theirs that I've heard. You guys go check it out. They put out tons of originals, and they're just really talented. So here we go.
Cast your burden upon me, lay it all down, let it be. I'll hold what you can't bear, I'll keep it safe here anywhere. Drink from the light if it helps you see. Forget all you wear, you don't have to keep. And I'll carry you home. Time that you fall, take all your pain, make it mine. Through every rise and all take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls, for my yoke is easy and my burden is light. Tell me what haunts you, all that you can push through. I'll be here, no need to hide. If each tear you're safe inside, let down the guard that you hold so tight. Whisper it slow, I'll be here tonight, and I'll carry you home. Every time I let you fall, take all your pain, make it mine. Through every rise and all of your trials.
Cast your burden upon me, says the Lord. Lay it all down, let it be. I'll hold what you can't bear, I'll keep it safe here anyway. Drink from the light if it helps you see. Forget all the weight you don't have to keep. And I'll carry you home every time that you fall. So cast it all on me. You don't have to be alone, you see. All the weight that you hold, I'll be the warmth that breaks the cold.
All right. Glad so many of you enjoyed that as much as I did. Sue, it's good to see you. Thank you for
So
being here.
pretty.
Carrie, much love to you. All right. Yeah, so pretty. I really love it. I think they use some kind of AI assistance in that. I'm not sure exactly, or if that's more of like an auto, how they tune it. It's hard for me to tell sometimes. But their songs are original, and I think they're really beautiful. So please go check them out. Thank you so much to Lily for the super sticker. Appreciate that. Snooks, thank you for the super chat. She says, loves and hugs to you, Indy, and the chat. Woot woot. Thank you so much, Snooks. Appreciate all of your support. And Growl, thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. And we are getting closer to that goal. I think we're at 4 out of 10. If you want to send me a Cash App, the link is in the video description, and I'll also count that towards the goal and towards the Wheel of Names as well. All right. Thank you, everybody, for your support. I do really appreciate it. You guys know I put a lot of time into YouTube and building community and doing the stream and everything. And I really, I definitely don't do it for money. But it is really nice to get the support from you guys. And I hope you know how much it's appreciated. Okay. Yeah, I'd never seen the bacon emoji that way, Fran, but now I will. You guys crack me up. All right. Thanks to everybody sharing links for all the artists that are or content creators who are coming into the chat. Make sure you guys are subbing each other up and supporting one another. Lots of great content creators out here. Yeah, I agree, Sue. What a beautiful song. Thank you. There's Carrie. Carrie and Falcro do a stream together. They've been doing kind of like a book study or book reviews. And basing conversations off of them. Oh, perfect timing. Carrie, thanks for joining. I was just talking about you. Well, now, Carrie, you can tell us a little bit about what you and Falcro are doing, what you have coming up.
Hold on.
Yep. Yeah, agreed.
All right.
No.
Can you hear me? I didn't have my mic on. I wasn't expecting to have hot mic right away.
Yeah, you sound great.
Oh, thank you. All right. So what was the question?
I wanted you to talk a little bit about lollydabbing, and I posted the link to lollydabbing books with Carrie and Richard, aka Falcro. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Well, actually, I can. It's a lot of fun. I just moved it over into our podcast tab as well, so you can go to the podcast and find it there. Of course, our lives I have scheduled. Hey, that's my dinner, dog. Get out of there. So if you don't make the live, you can head over to the podcast, and I move it over to the podcast link. We've been through one book completely, which is 7.5 Lessons About Your Brain. Brain science just fascinates me, and then peak human performance fascinates me. And so that's what we've moved into, because everybody, anybody who doesn't, I'm not good with settling. Mm-hmm. What I really love about peak performance is that it's all about getting into the flow. So if you're an artist, if you are a writer, if you are a musician, if you play sports, we all kind of go after this flow state where we're able to
kind of achieve at our peak performance.
Well, get the most done in the shortest amount of time. And it's right at that skill, like you're pushing yourself kind of to the edge of your skill level and applying what it is that you've already learned. And it's one of the few states where you engage all these neurochemicals that aren't usually engaged all at the same time. So that's the book we're going through. I'm going to say this month, but it's probably going to be a 2-month venture.
Okay, great.
So,
well, I just think it's really neat the way you guys are doing it, and you two seem to work really well together. You're both very calm and have a really soothing way, I think, of going through the information and presenting it. So I know I've really been enjoying, the streams I've been able to catch.
I have never been accused of being calm, so thank you.
You have a calming presence about you when you're sharing the information, I think.
Oh, well, thank you. I really enjoy sharing the information. I really want to get people curious, if you're like, everything's okay, maybe you should look at that. Maybe you should look at that. Fine, everything's great. Let's make it greater. Everything's good. Let's make it gooder.
I love that. I think another thing I really appreciate about both you and Falcro is your openness and honesty. You're both very genuine, authentic people, and I really have a lot of respect for that. And you guys share a lot of yourselves when you're talking about things like that. So doing a great job.
Well, I appreciate it, and I wanted to come up here and support you. So,
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for being here. So, Carrie, I don't know. Do you sing at all live? I don't.
I do. I do.
Okay,
I've been
great.
accused of karaokeing. Don't give me a chance. I got to switch my mic around so I can turn on my rock star effects. But
Yeah.
you can put me in the
Yeah.
rotation if you want.
All right, great. I would love to. Peanut, thanks for coming back up. I didn't know
I got
you
the
were going to
link
drop
too.
down.
I got the link
Okay,
too.
great. All right, did you already put it in the private chat?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sure Bran is on top of that then. All right, Bran, let's go ahead and pull up Peanut's link then right away, and then Carrie will maybe go to you right after that. All right. Thanks to everybody coming in and for being here. Appreciate you all, and love all the conversation happening in the chat.
Do I need to change my settings if it's sent the link and all that?
I don't think so. You should be able to just hit play. Lady C, though, did you have something to say before we do that?
I was just going to say I'm going to get down.
Okay. All right. We can't entice you to stay for one more song, Lady C?
I was going to, but you've got other people, and that's okay.
Okay. Well, if you want to come back up, we're going to be doing music for another 2 hours-ish.
Okay.
So if you feel like you want to, you're more than you know you're always welcome. But thank you so much for coming up, and I'm really looking forward to your upcoming premiere on Tuesday.
Thank you.
I can't hit play because it's on the video thing.
You should be able to hit play. Oh, no, never mind. I'm sorry. I forgot. It's Bran that's doing it. So here we go.
Hell yeah, I like to eat me some possum and grits. Roadkill's too is a dead darn family recipe and a Texas tradition. But y'all act like you is too good for some down-home country victuals. Sure, I might be a retarded, stupid, toothless, but suck ugly old toothless hillbilly had. But I got me some needs people. You know what I'm saying, y'all? So I needs to get me some attention at someone else's expense. So yee-haw, it's time to use and manipulate some gullible people. So y'all like fishing? Because I'm fishing for some compliments. I know the men folk don't want me no more, so I needs to guilt them into a courting me. And Lord have mercy on any woman who does get attention from the men folk without even having to guilt them into it. So I give them hell, y'all. How dare these women not be an ugly old hag like me? These damn women don't even have to get the men folk all liquored up on hillbilly moonshine or nothing. And that really chaps my hide. Hell, they don't even need to use guilt on the men folk. So I try to put them down and act like I've done better than them, and then I turn around and try to do the same thing, but fail miserably, y'all. It's just not fair being old and ugly. Sometimes I like to play the victim when it suits me, so I act like I'm a weak little lady. Then I turn around and act like I am a strong, patriotic bitch when it works to my advantage. So I may be stupid, old, ugly, talentless, and boring. But I make up for that with being needy, backstabbing, and manipulative. Now, if y'all will excuse me, I have some raccoon and possum roadkill meat marinating in Pabst Blue Ribbon beer that I'm a-fixin' to cook right up for my supper. And don't y'all ever forget, I am the conniving hillbilly hypocrite, moonshine, possum, manipulation, and guilt bitch. Y'all come back now, you hear, or else I will attack y'all with my hillbilly passive-aggressive comments and stir up the men folk with guilt and manipulation who simp for me because they think I'm their hillbilly grandma. This message was brought to you by hillbilly menopause and hypocrisy. Now where the hell did I leave my Texas banjo?
To eat me some possum, I'm missing teeth, but at least I got some. I got me some crabs that make me itch, so I go on YouTube and act like a bitch. Nobody wants a toothless old hag, menopause hillbilly forever on the rag. I may be stupid, boring, and mean, bitch at you till you watch my stream. I may not be smart, creative, or funny, I am a bitter old hag who is on the rag.
Okay, I'm not sure what quite to say about that one, Peanut.
All right, I gotta go. Break's over. My work here is done.
If you're able to come back up later, back up for a conversation.
I promise, I'll be back.
All right. Have a Peanut is very creative, you guys. He is a nut, and go check out his channel when you can. Dom, thanks for coming up. How are you doing tonight?
Hello there. I'm all right. How about yourself?
Was that a Hillary Clinton? Glad you're here, Twisted.
How's everybody doing?
Doing pretty well.
Excellent.
Yeah, you guys, I know there's a whole difference between hillbilly and redneck and everything else. I still don't know all the differences, to be honest. I'm over here on the West Coast confused.
Fair.
Just saying.
I agree. I resemble that remark. I'm not on the West Coast, but I'm far enough west that I'm like, I don't know.
Right, Camellia? What was that? That was Peanut. That was the Wimps and Peanut's mind. Rabbit says, where do I find a gal like that? Damn. Right, Rabbit? Thanks for being here, Rabbit. Good to see you. All right. Okay, Carrie, are you up for singing us a song?
I can do it. I'm all set up now, and I think I got that fixed, and so we're good. Yeah. I think I've only sang once. I'm on your channel. I'm assuming I have to present in order to.
Yes, that's the best way if you have a backing track.
I don't have a back. I just YouTube to YouTube.
Okay. Well, yeah, no, I just meant if you. Yeah, there we go. Yep, you got it.
Okay. Hold on. Let me require my dogs to be quiet for a sec.
No problem. It's Murphy's Law. Hard at work. Okay, Blue says I prefer the word yokel. That's a good one.
Yokel. That's not terrible. All right.
All right, go for it.
Don't you be wasting all your money on syrup and honey, because I'm sweet enough. Don't you be using every minute on making a living, because we got our love. Listen to me. 1, 2, 3. Baby, 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 spend your time on me. Don't you be out all night long, leaving me alone, because I need your love. Don't you be spending every day working away, because I'm waiting for you. Listen to me. 1, 2, 3. Baby, 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 spend your time on me. Spend it, your time on me, please, baby.
That was beautiful, Carrie. Really well done.
Really
Yeah,
like
I'm
that.
Thank you.
I'm glad that I really don't think that I've heard you sing much, so I'm glad to hear you sing more, and I hope you'll keep coming up and joining us because that was beautiful. You have a great voice.
Well, this is about the right time and about the right place for, it's not too late. I'm getting off work. I ran any errands I need to do, and it's, after 5 on a Friday. So,
Yep.
oh, I'm trying to keep my dogs under control. They're trying to steal my dinner.
Change the lock song, Growl says. What does that mean, Growl?
No, it's a
know that
love
thing.
song. It's
Beautiful.
spend your time with me.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Growl says, play that again. All right. Anti has also dropped the link to Lollydabbing Through Books with Carrie and Richard. Make sure you go and check that out.
I know. Thank you,
Make sure
Anti.
you're
I'm
subbed
terrible
up.
at that.
Yeah, we're all about that here. We want to make sure people get connected. That's for sure. Nice ballad. Agreed. Thanks for coming up, Forrest. How are you doing tonight?
Oh, hold on. Oh, there we go. What's up?
And hey, Sippin'.
Hey.
She's sick.
Oh, no. There's
Sippin's
something
got
going
cold.
around. It seems like so many people have been getting sick.
It's like a face cold, it's just all in your face.
Yeah. Mine was like all congestion in my chest. It was awful. But I don't know. I guess it's that time of year, maybe, like seasonally. It just kind of happens when the weather changes, I guess. But, ugh. I'm sorry some people are feeling it. Hope you recover quickly, Sippin'.
Oh,
Robbie,
but the kids brought it home from school.
yeah.
Blame the kids.
Dang those
Right?
kids.
Petri dishes in schools.
Darn kids.
Robin said that was some pretty singing right there. Carrie just needed a banjo.
More cowbell and a banjo.
I gotta say, I think we're gonna need more cowbell.
Yeah. Thank you, Snooks. Okay. Oh, and thank you so much, John. Appreciate the support. Much love to you. Much love and blessings sent. Awesome, John. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you and all the ways you support, and I'm glad that you're here. Okay, Dom, you are up next.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
I hope you're doing some originals for us tonight.
Yeah, I'll play one. I can only stay for a song. Usually Friday's the night I give my wife. Because
that's great.
I spend all
She
the rest
says,
of the weekend doing stuff.
Spend your time on me. Right? Yeah, a little bit. Good to see you, Dom. It's been a while.
Oh, did you cut your... Yeah, something went wrong with sound. Okay. All right. No problem. We'll go. Yeah, I thought it got really quiet. All right. We'll go ahead and pull up a video, Dom, and then come back to you right after. Yeah, change the lock song. Yeah, I don't know what that means. I've never heard that before. I'll have to figure out what that means if you don't tell me. It's gonna bug me. Oh, Tate, thank you so much. I've got a fever and the only cure is more cowbell. That's right, Tate. Thanks for your support, Tate. All right, I'll make sure I'm adding you guys all to the Wheel of Names so somebody can pick a song for me for next week. And we're just a couple away from me doing a Go Ask Indy. Got a couple different people I'm looking forward to sharing information out and featuring on the Go Ask Indies. So it'll be fun to do. All right. Oh, it sounds like you might be back, Dom. Did you get it all up and running? Maybe just the guitar. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and mute you, Dom. All right, let's go ahead and pull up this video and we'll come back to Dom in a second. All right, this is 15th Bend, Daydream, an original tribute to Pink Floyd. Here we go. Beautiful as always.
That was awesome.
Right? Yeah, I know. 15th takes us to this other place, right? Love it. Right, Rocky Bobby, welcome. And he says, well, this is relaxing and just what I needed. Awesome, Rocky. Go sub up to 15th Bend. 15th does his indie music live streams on Thursday nights. Always a great time. I always end up snagging a couple songs that people have either requested or that he has chosen to share, and share some of them here. Because and some of them, we're connected to a lot of the same people, so sometimes there's overlap that just happens. But always great music over there, and 15th is a great guy. All right, awesome, beautiful. I agree. All right, love the conversation in the chat about favorite guitar players. Different bands too. Not that Roger Blue. That makes sense to me, Growl. All right. Okay, Dom, how's your sound doing? You ready to go?
It is good right now. But how
Okay.
long, who knows?
Awesome.
All right. All right, thank you. All right, so here's one of my songs called Crossroads.
All right. Want to tell us anything about it?
It's a song.
All right.
I don't know what to say.
Enough said. Let it speak for itself.
All right, here we go. Lay me down on the bank of a river. Let it wash all over me. When I wake, it'll be a new beginning. Oh, yes, it will. No pain, no fear. No one ever deals with shame or insecurity. Parents don't cry, 'cause no child ever dies by another person's hands. Ain't never been to the crossroads. I will wait for you there. I think the time's coming for all humanity. No one fights, 'cause no one's got that right. Make love instead of war. Each mouth gets fed, and when we go to bed, we won't dream about or talk about yesterday. I hope it's not too late for you and I've seen the writing on the wall. I've been waiting at the crossroads. If anybody cares, let me sleep under a sky that's filled with stars. just let me sleep. You and me, we can be free. We can be free. Ain't never been to the crossroads. I will wait for you there. I think the time is coming for all humanity. I think the time is coming for all humanity. Oh, there you go.
Love that, Dom. Great message in that song. I hope the time is coming.
Yeah.
I like
What time is an illusion.
That would be,
Right.
that would be sweet.
It would be.
That'd be swell. I'm not
Yeah.
holding my breath, but if you're
Yeah.
gonna hope for something big.
That's
I
right.
have plants planted. I just watch my plants grow. It's fine.
There you go. That's the way to do it. I love it. Control the things you can. That's right.
Oh,
There you go.
Yeah. Thanks for coming up, Dom.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
good to see you, Dom.
You too, Carrie. I'm gonna drop down now and go hang out with Mrs. Dom Father, and I'll see
All
you
right.
guys all another time. Thanks a lot.
Have
Bye.
a great
See
date
you
night
later.
with your woman.
All right, bye.
Bye. All right. Thanks, John. Oh, I love it, Bran. Well said. All right, Growl. Wouldn't it be
Right.
nice if we could wake up? Yeah. Right.
Oh, man.
Well, maybe we can here for a few hours every Friday. All right. Okay. I think that we're to you, Forrest.
All right. Hitting all the buttons. All right. When the day is gone and the night is yours alone. When you're sure you've had enough of this life, well, hang on. Don't let yourself go, 'cause everybody cries and everybody hurts sometimes everything is wrong. Now it's time to sing along when the day is not alone. Hold on if you feel like letting go. If you think you've had too much of this life, well, hang on. 'Cause everybody hurts. Take comfort in your friends, and everybody hurts. Don't throw your hand. Oh, no. Don't throw your hand. If you feel like you're alone. No, 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 you're not alone. If you're on your own in this life, the days and nights are long. When you think you've had too much of this life to hang on. Oh, everybody hurts. Sometimes everybody cries. And everybody hurts sometimes. And everybody hurts sometimes. Oh, hold on, 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 hold on. Everybody hurts. No, 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 no. You're not alone. I don't know that part. It says no, 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 no. No, no. All right. Yeah, ding, 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 ding.
That was great, Forrest.
I don't know that last line. No,
I always
no,
love your
no, no, no.
improv. Sometimes it's ladies' voices. Sometimes it's just admitting you don't know it. I love it. No, Forrest, that was great. Really well done. And like so many said, I love that song. It's a great song.
It is.
It is.
Good to see you, Garrett. Thanks for being here. Yeah, awesome, Forrest. Are you able to stay up for a little bit?
Oh, yeah.
All right,
I'm here.
fantastic. Glad to hear it. All right. Before I forget, and I don't want to, let me get over here. I think I already did this one, but in case I didn't, Mo, thank you so much for your support. Thank you for all of the ways that you support and sharing things out and being here and supporting so many other live streamers too. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. And Carrie, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Appreciate that. And Rabbit, thank you so much for the super sticker. Appreciate you. All right. Mostly, I appreciate you guys being here and being a part of this community and, just being here to hang out with everybody. It's the most important thing. So thank you to everybody. All right. Yeah, ad-libbing matters. That's right, Snooks. All right. Oh, love it. Okay, Avoid says, Snooks, my birthday is next week. I'll scream you Sultans of Swing for my birthday present. Awesome. All right, we're holding you to that. We got receipts now, Avoid. That would be awesome. I would love to hear that. And, he made a comment that he doesn't sing, he screams, but your collaboration with Lady Campion proves otherwise. I'm just saying.
Just
some beautiful singing and playing in that. Awesome. All right. I love it. Wingnut just like poked his head and is like, oh, nope, coming back later. See you for the conversation, Wingnut. All right. Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and pull up a song and then we'll get back to live music with you, Carrie. Okay, this next one is by Mike Molino. It's an original of his, Breaking Me In. Mike has been doing more live streams too, you guys, so make sure you're subbed and have your notification set. He does, one of the things I really like about his live streams is that he doesn't do, kind of like Lady Campion, there's not a lot of talking in between, so they're very restreamable, replayable, I mean. So go check out the live streams that are already there. He has one that he did his entire album he played through, and I just love Mike and his music. So make sure you're subbed up and the notification is set so you can catch those live. But if you do miss them live, go back and take a listen anyway. All right, here we go. Breaking Me In.
I'll never understand your reason. Let's take some time and fall apart. They say experience I'm needing, it's just a tiny spark. They told me after I shouted fire. Mocking notion penetrates deeper. With each word another blow to confidence. A view made of irises blooming in sunshine and see beyond the fence. They built to keep me from running wild. And through it all I just stood there dreaming. She gave me every reason why this bird can't fly. But I took her higher than a spaceship leaving. I swear we touched the sky. It crashed and I just fell back to the earth again. Yeah. Another victim, so I hold a gun to protect my freedom. I'd hate to see the innocent lose this war like before. I guess I gotta be the one to take this lead back over and settle the score. Just hope to God I don't fall, crash and burn again. Yeah. a reason. Let's take some time and fall apart.
All right. Love, love, love Mike singing, his lyrics, and
Yeah.
of course his piano. Amazing.
So good. So good.
Yeah. Yep. And like Brand said, usually we hear him live and he sounds amazing, but the sound on that is so crisp. And yeah, I know, Snooks, there was no video for that one, but I really love the lyrics of that song. I heard him do that live on his live stream and wanted to share that one in particular. So I was glad he had a standalone video of that, even without the video. Really well done, Mike. Okay, a 15th. Glad you'll be coming up. Thank you so much. I'm glad to have you up here always, of course. All right, Carrie, you are up next. Looks like you already are all set to go. Put this up.
New life decide. Come through the front door and make the wish. We've shown respect before. Though I don't have much of a choice, I resolve to regain my voice. And oh, if I only just begin to understand it, that's because every time I start to change my mind again, it gets me back to where I was. It gets me back to where I was. New life decide. We never had a clue. The two of us deciding what to do. Though my hands are all but tied, I rebound so I can say at least I tried. No, if I only just begin to understand it, that's because every time I start to change my mind again, it gets me back to where I was. As long as I'm allowed, I change my mind, that's what it's for. I'm getting older, but I'm still the same. I'm just not baking anymore. And oh, if I only just begin to understand it, that's because every time I start to change my mind again, it gets me back to where I was. It gets me back to where I was. It gets me back to where I was.
Beautiful, Carrie. I love that one. I don't think I know that song, but it's a great one.
Eric Hutchinson has a lot of really good songs and very few karaoke tracks. That's one of the few that I've been able to find.
I love that. Well, I'll have to listen to the original, but I sure loved your version of it. That was fantastic. Thanks,
Well,
Carrie.
thank you.
Yeah. Monty, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. Okay. Whoa, Lisa, I didn't know that you had 15 dogs. That's amazing. Lisa, do you do rescue? Is that how you've gotten so many, or are you just a dog fan? Amazing. Yeah, I didn't know. Right, wowzer. Yeah, you've got your hands full. That's like Neil with his cats. All right. Okay. Forrest, you are up next.
That was fast.
I know, we've got a short rotation here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
What was that? We're going to dig it
that
up,
was
wash it
something.
clean.
Carrie's was still shared in the background.
Dig it up, dust it.
Auto played
wash it
something fun.
I am so sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Yeah, Brandon.
What are you watching over there?
I can. I'll share it in the bag if I was just checking something to make sure that it uploaded correctly, and I'll put it in the private chat.
Yeah, I think it came from that radio station PORN online.
No, it's not. It's not.
Hey, 15th. How are you doing? Thanks for coming up. Oh, we can't hear you, 15th. I hear an echo. Oh, that's probably from Carrie. Yeah, that's fine. No worries. That's okay, 15th. We'll come back to you right after Carrie sings. And Carrie, I love this song.
It's Forrest singing.
Oh no, Forrest. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Forrest.
I was
now I got confused.
I'm not singing this.
Yeah, my bad. Well, Forrest, I love this song, and that makes more sense with your voice too. So perfect.
All right, here we go.
She's so discombobulated.
You dig it up and dust it.
I know,
and wash
always
it
the thing,
clean.
always.
Me too. It's okay. I understand it.
All right, let's sing some. Here we go. I can still remember me and Miss November rain, beautiful and strange, always so inclined, coloring outside the lines. You were never on time. You've always been slightly awkward, kind of weird, upside down and not all here. What's wrong with me and you? It's crystal clear. Sometimes I'm in a room where I don't belong, and the house is on fire and there's no alarm, and the walls are melting too. How about you? I've never been the favorite, thought I'd seen it all, till I got my invitation to the lunatic ball, and my friends are coming too. How about you? Don't worry, it's all just a symptom of being human. Unpack all your baggage, hide it in the attic where you hope it disappears. This all seems so familiar, but it doesn't feel like home. It's just another unknown. You've always been slightly awkward, kind of weird, upside down and not all here. What's wrong, right? Oop, it's so crystal clear. Ooh. Sometimes I'm in a room where I don't belong, and the house is on fire and there's no alarm, and the walls are melting too. How about you? I've never been the favorite, thought I'd seen it all, till I got my invitation to the lunatic ball, and my friends are coming too. How about you? Don't worry, it's all just a symptom of being human. We're all just passing through, passengers on a ship of fools. We're all all just passing through. Passengers on a ship of fools. Sometimes I'm in a room where I don't belong, and the house is on fire and there's no alarm, and the walls are melting too. How about you? I've never been the favorite, thought I'd seen it all, till I got my invitation to the lunatic ball, and my friends are coming too, on a ship of fools. Don't worry, it's all just a symptom of being human.
Love that, Forrest. That's another one that I am not familiar with, and I really enjoyed that song a lot.
You've never heard that song?
I don't think so. But I really like it. I love it when I get to hear songs for the first time on here too. It's great.
Well, you know me, I sing all the weird ones, so it's okay.
And that was great. And that one fit your voice really well. I like Shine Down a lot. Good to see you, KP. Thanks for being here. Right? Who you calling weird? I know. Kind of fitting. If you know, you know. Thank you, Snooks. Sounds a bit like Meatloaf.
Oh.
All right. Oh, sorry, 15th. I didn't mean to leave you down in the basement. How you doing?
Good.
Can we hear you now?
I hope you can hear me now.
Yep. Now we can.
Okay, perfect.
Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, I figured next week I'm just gonna be kind of MIA, so I was like, you know what?
Yeah.
I'll drop by, say hi to Indy and everyone else.
Well, if you missed it, we played a song of yours earlier, Daydream.
Oh shit, that one?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's like the oldest one on my channel, I think. That's the first one, right?
I love it, and I haven't played it in a really long. I don't actually know if I've ever played that on here, so wanted to get it
thank
played.
you.
Yeah, we loved it, and I shouted out your stream. Really enjoy your Thursday roller coasters, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was pretty lit last night.
Yeah, it was great. It was a great night. It always is. Ricky, good to see you. Thanks for being here. All right, well, 15th, if you want to choose a song of yours that's not your oldest to put in the private chat or to share, then we'll get to you in the rotation while you're up here. You can tell us about it.
I don't know if Michael Fairbank is still in the chat. If he is, then the song that I choose is gonna be it's gonna depend on that, because I see his profile picture. It has that Pink Floyd.
Yes.
You know, so I'll choose based on that.
Okay, Michael, if you're still here, thanks for hanging out, and also just say something in the chat so we can influence 15th's decision here.
He was, and I don't know. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Okay.
All right,
I'll drop
great.
something. I'll drop something accordingly now.
Perfect.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I'll have to check that out. A moth video that Mo has up. Yeah, you guys, I know Mo's links have been dropped several times. If somebody wants to grab it one more time, Wildlife Watch with Mo is a great supporter of this channel, but also of many. And she has an amazing channel. She shares a lot of nature videos, and it's just a really calm stream to go to. She streams often, and there's always, not always, but usually there's a chat open, and you'll see some familiar names over there. So make sure you're subbed up to Mo and go check out her streams.
Yeah, most streams
your
are
videos as well.
really cool. Really cool. It's like, your private, visit to the zoo or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Not even the zoo. Exactly. Zoo would be the wrong word, because they're like actually free in her streams. It's just...
Yeah, she works at a nature reserve, and so she just streams different things there. And there's Fatso the squirrel, and there's usually deer and birds chirping, and it's really calming. It's very nice. If you can't get out in nature, in reality, then it's the next best thing, I think. So
absolutely.
Yeah, very, very cool. Very cool. Thank you, Anti, for sharing her link. There's Wildlife Watch with Mo. Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and pull up a video, and then we'll get to one of your songs, 15th. All right. Okay. This is, let me grab the link here. Pause and Guitars. Hopefully Pause is still here in the chat. But Pause, I really appreciate you coming by. Pause is someone I've just gotten to know recently. And this is Time Traveler 1960. Here we go.
Time Traveler 1960.
just don't last. Peace and love was not meant to be like it was in the 60s.
All right, love that. Really well done. Pause. Okay. Your squirrel is named Melvin. He's also a total dick.
Some squirrels are. Some
my
squirrels
kids have
are.
right. My kids have names for a couple of. There's Walnut is our squirrel. It might be several squirrels that are all named Walnut. I'm not really sure, but my kids insist that it's Walnut.
That's the one. That's the one.
Yeah, we have birds that are named. There's a frog that has a name. Yeah. But I love that there's so much wildlife around us. We're not in the woods, but we're near the beach, and there's a woods behind our house. So yeah, it's great. Tate, thank you so much. Finally, I'm number 8. All right. Thank you, Tate, for your support. Appreciate you. Okay. All right, 15th. Did you pick out a song? Did I miss it?
Yeah, I dropped the link just above where.
Okay.
you
Oh, I
said
think
things.
I think Bran's on it. Yep, he is. Thanks, Bran. I missed it. Okay. Do you want to tell us anything about this before we play Reminisce? I love this song.
So this one is one of my most Pink Floyd-ish songs, in my opinion. And the funny thing with this one is I had this one ready and I was gonna set the premiere and everything, but then I was like, so this one is an instrumental, but I was thinking that, you know what, like if I were to put words to it, what would that be, and then I started writing lyrics and I actually came up with the song I'll Be There, which was the last one. So
Yes.
I ended up making a whole new song, which started with this one as an inspiration. And then I released this like early this year. So the premiere was set like 120 days in advance. So I got a lot of slippers thrown my way because of that. And
Right. As happens often. The
as
Slipper
often,
Patrol is always looking out.
I'm like Neo from the Matrix, always going like this. But yeah. So I hope if Michael is still here, like he enjoys it.
All right. Awesome. Here we go. Reminisce. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. As always, 15th, amazing.
Thank you.
Right, Billy? Yeah. Thanks for coming up for sure and sharing that with us. Yeah. 15th, you just have such a gift and you've come so far in not a lot of time. It's really amazing.
Thank you, Indy. Yeah, it's just it's been crazy. Last 4 years have just been absolutely insane. So I'm just happy that I can make something which people can relate to. Someone like Rabbit can say good things about, because Rabbit is like he knows his guitars.
He says your
so
playing is of another realm, my friend. Keep it up.
Yeah, Rabbit he's too kind. But yeah, I'm just
It's cracking
honored
me
to
up,
be here.
Ozark. Brozark.
Brozark. Yeah, I'm just happy that I can make something where Brozark can recognize that it's me playing.
Right. All right.
Thank you, Billy. Thank you, Michael.
So,
Glad you
would
know.
those be deciduous trees, Bran?
Oh fuck!
If you know, you know. I'm waiting on the song from Abe the Band.
Later on, because I was so tired and sleepy, I was grumpy, right? So in the morning when I woke up after my coffee and everything, once I got to the office, I was like, bro, like what the fuck, like I was just ranting about a tree, but it was actually it was about the emojis and shit. It was
Right.
I love
The
the
funny thing too,
deciduous.
though, 15th is that on mine it does show up. If you put tree, they do. Like all the trees show up. You don't have to put
Really?
deciduous or anything. No.
So they just made it tougher for Canadians, eh?
I guess so. Yeah. Because you're so polite.
Yeah, you have more trees up in Canada, so they had to make it a little bit more of a broader spectrum.
Right?
I don't know.
Something like that. That cracked
Growl
me
is
up,
laughing.
though.
Growl is laughing at my A.
Right, Billy? Billy says he has my heart.
Thank
I know
you,
that's
thank you,
true for
Billy.
many. We all love you, 15th.
Too kind, thank you.
15th and a half bend.
Well, if we become the 51st state, I'm going to be the 51st bend. So stay tuned. You never know.
There you go, the 51st bend. I love it. Right, Kral? I know he snuck the A in there. He tried to sneak it in. We caught it. Good to see you, Anne. Thanks for being here. Sorry.
Sorry.
Right. Jerry says time to move to Alberta.
Oh man.
Right, I love that.
I feel
51st
ambushed.
bend.
I feel ambushed over here. The fuck?
Of course.
I tell everybody I live so far north in Idaho that I'm practically South Canada. So
actually, yeah,
South
that's
Canada,
true.
right?
That's true.
Yeah, I'm not that far from BC. I'm kind of South Canada.
BC doesn't get that shitty weather that we get. So
No,
curiously,
yeah, you had the longest winter.
Oh, it was terrible this time. It's just my basement is still like freaking cold. So
Yeah.
This was our first 70-degree day. I'm very excited about it.
Oh, really?
See, and I'm not used to it, but it was hot here today. It's got the hottest it's been in a long time, and I was like, "What is going on? What is this heat? What is this?" Yep,
it's amazing.
Well, I'll just piss y'all off because we had 90-degree weather here today. So.
Oh, there you go.
People are already swimming in the swimming pool and on the beach. So
Yep. No, I think we were in like maybe we got to the low 80s, but that's pretty high for here. And it's definitely the highest it's been. It's been in like the mid 60s, so felt like a little heat wave or a hot flash, whichever way you want that to go.
Depends on the day. Depends on the day.
Right. Brand says it is important to note the conifers and think of them a little different. Now to see if you can search that in the Canadian emojis.
Oh man.
Love you, Maple Brothers. Nice. Yeah, Spawn's not too far. Spawn's in BC. That's right. Yeah, not yet. I don't know where Gma Nana is. Maybe she's lurking. Although I think she'd come out of lurking for 15th and get some slippers in.
Yeah, I think Nana can't contain herself once she sees me like
Right.
the slipper. She's like, I gotta throw this.
Yep. All right, Carrie, I think you're up next.
Oh, can I Can I just share something that I made?
Sure, of course.
I mean, it's not nearly as cool as being a real musician, but I can write a mean prompt. So
awesome.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah,
no,
sure.
it's fine. It's not nearly as cool. But I did do the opening song for Lollygaggin', Lollydabbin'.
Oh,
So
great. Like an intro?
yeah, that's
Awesome.
what we're gonna listen to all month. And it has kind of a nice beat, so
Thanks,
I'm
Ann.
gonna play it because it's fun. Let me get to it and then share
Yep,
and unmute
no
it
problem.
and do all those things here.
Yeah, I know. Nana's a vampire like I am. I see her at all hours, so I get it. Sleep when you can, Gima Nana.
Yeah.
And to all you vampire night owl insomniacs out there. Yeah, I've just had a lot on my mind, and then with sleep got thrown off even more than normal by being sick, and yeah, I'm like napping these days more than sleeping, but I'm trying to get back on a better schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Indy,
feel
it's
that.
very important. I'm telling you.
I know.
It
It's that
affects
healing
everything.
sleep. People tell me all the time.
Well,
Yeah.
when you have a intelligent brain, it's hard to turn it off. I found
Yeah.
crocheting helps. I picked up crocheting again, and it helps me fall asleep. I know it sounds.
I've been wanting to learn, but also to learn crocheting or knitting. But I also there's other art that I do that I just haven't done in a long time, and I've thought about that. But it's never when you're trying to sleep. That's never the time you're going to like get up and actually be productive. It's like the tossing and turning and worrying
right.
about the fact that you're not sleeping.
That's the beauty of crocheting is I just do one big granny square, and so like I just lay it over me while I'm doing it, and so it's like my blanket too.
Oh, there you go.
I do it in bed.
Building
I do it
your
in
blanket
bed.
as you're falling
Just
asleep.
building
That's
your
like
blanket.
very efficient, Carrie.
Thank you.
That's the best way to
I
do
just
it,
make sure I use a really big
it.
hook so that if I roll over on it, it doesn't jab me. It's like
right.
I just do, like with a really fluffy yarn and a really big hook. So because I'm going to fall asleep on it. Just crochet some of the dog's hair into it. It's fine.
That's funny. I had some funny
Adds
images that came to my mind about that. Right. Sleep regenerates our bodies. Yep. I know all the things.
Don't forget to drink your water. And, okay, yeah. Enough with health tips. We all know what we're supposed to do. We all know.
Yeah.
Hey,
all right,
okay.
Carrie, let me go ahead and pull this up.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Wake up the system, light up the mind. We're chasing the edges they say not to find. Flow like a river, fierce and precise. Lollydabbing through limits, no need to think twice. No cheat code, no shortcut plan, just grit and grace and a mic in our hand. Carrie and Richard pushing past norms, dancing with dopamine, writing brainstorms. This is the art of impossible. Fueling the spark, making the improbable unstoppable. Drop into flow, where the wild things grow. Welcome to the edge of control. Lollydabbing the impossible. Curiosity's compass, purpose is fuel. Hard goals and habits, breaking old rules. Risk it, own it, bend what you know. This is the lab where peak minds grow. No easy win, no magic cue, just science and soul and something true. We're not just talking, we're breaking the mold. Lollydabbing with stories bold. This is the art of impossible. Fueling the spark, making the improbable unstoppable. Drop into flow, where the wild things grow. Welcome to the edge of control, with Carrie and Richard in tow. It starts with passion, moves with grit. Stack those triggers, then commit. You're not broken, you're built to fly. So Lolly dab loud, reach for the sky. This is the art of impossible. Fueling the spark, making the improbable unstoppable. Drop into flow, let your mission grow. Carrie and Richard know we're lily dabbing the impossible.
All right, love that. Really well done, Carrie. That was great. What did you use for the to generate that song? Like, did you use Suno? I think is one that a lot
I
of people
did.
use. Okay.
I did use Suno.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
That
I
was really well
also
done. Love it.
And what was Falcrow's involvement in that?
Oh, Falco and I do a show on Mondays. And we talk about books and we talk about, I don't know, just the human condition
I
and
see. Okay, so this
how it
song
relates
was
to books. So
talking
yeah.
about that. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
That's our intro. I'm really excited because it's got a catchy beat and I get to listen to it the whole time we're going through this book, and it's probably going to be like a 2-month deep
Right?
dive into this book. So I'm like, I'm
Yeah,
constantly
agreed,
dancing
B.
to that.
That was
That's good.
awesome. Yeah.
Yeah,
I love it. You know,
love-
I'm really torn on the whole AI thing. You know, I'm not a big fan, but but I'm hearing it more and more being used to create great music, and I like when it's used as a tool. And I also, like you were saying, or JM said too, it's really nice to be able to create things like that you can use on your channels, and you won't get have any issues with, with
Yeah,
sharing.
and it was, personalized, it talks about what we're going to be talking about.
Yeah.
It's nice, So
Yeah.
yes, books and the
Yep.
human condition, our show will go on forever.
I'm glad. I'm glad for it. You guys, like I said, you're doing a great job with it, and I've really appreciated it. I know I'm not always able to be there, but when I am, I really enjoy it, and I think you're doing an awesome thing.
Well,
Something a little different.
the replays there too, and I'm trying to hit this year. My goal is to hit the watch hours to be able to do super chats and stuff, and have members, so we
Yeah.
could do some special streaming for members.
Good.
And then I have that other short. I promise I wasn't watching porn in the background. I promise. It's a video of my mom. What? Okay.
Dust it off, clean it, wash it down.
I'm digging myself deeper. Maybe,
Yes, you are. You want to pull
mind
that
if
up too?
I was gonna
Yep.
say, can I
No.
share that? Just now I just have to show
Now
it.
that it's not porn, we know for sure.
We know
Or
for
porn involving
sure.
your mother.
Yeah.
We're-
Yeah. Jeez.
Girl said- I'm just
Okay,
digging
well,
it.
it depends on how much you like rocks. It depends on how much you like rocks. If you really like rocks,
Oh, I
anyways,
do
okay.
actually really like rocks. It's kind of funny. So, yeah, I paint on rocks. It's kind of how I started, was through this community. Like you hide rocks around the community, and that's how I kind of started painting more. And so I got really really good at painting on rocks.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
So mom retired last year, and so she got herself a polisher and a grinder and a rock cutter.
Oh,
And
awesome.
I have been resisting the urge to put rocks in my pockets because, like, what do you do with them after that, right?
Right. We collect
So-
heart-shaped rocks. My kids, I should say,
Yeah.
collect heart-shaped rocks. So we have a
Yeah.
little basket of those.
Well, so we started, me and my mom and my
No,
daughter.
no.
Me and my mom and my daughter all joined together, and we're going to be launching our online business probably Mother's Day, if I can figure out how to
Oh,
do
very cool. I love that
I don't
you're
wanna-
doing it with your kids.
Well, it's just the one kid. So 3 generations of
Okay,
women.
All right, got it. Yes.
My son's got his own thing going on, but
Mm-hmm.
it's it's more than anything. It's just art from the earth, and we don't really like we don't mine per se. We get it off of like mom's property, or if I'm walking the dogs, I'll get one or two from here or there. Sometimes like even
Yeah.
parking lot rocks, like you can be
Rock
like, wow,
hounding.
look at that. That's a jasper, I think. Or it doesn't really matter. We just like the minerals and the
I just
things
see
and
a
how they
gem.
come together. And so it's fun for us.
Yeah, I love it.
So even though we're not going to label them as like precious or semi-precious. We're not going to be like, this is a carnelian, this is an agate. It's like, this is pretty. So this is my mom on her property, momming it up.
Dig it, dust it, wash it clean. We find the sparkle in the in-between. Magic and minerals shaped just right. Handmade treasures that catch the light. Dig it, dust it, wash it clean. We find the sparkle in the in-between. Magic and minerals shaped just right. Handmade treasures that catch the light.
Beautiful. Those look wonderful. I love
Thanks for
it.
that promotional
Yeah,
hour.
of course. Yeah, no, that's great. No, we're all about that here, making, connecting people and supporting each other. So I think that's great. So are you going to be sharing those things on your channel, or do you have another channel you'll be doing separately that, where you're going to be selling those things or people have access to them?
Well, I just put like links to I just did a Canva website, y'all. I'm trying to do it on the real cheap. But I put those links up on my channel. That is going to be a separate like playlist. I'm going to do more content just around
Yeah,
our
kind of listing
process
what's
and
available and letting people know how they can purchase. Awesome. That's
all those
great. Well,
things,
thanks for coming up and
So
letting us know.
hopefully that'll all be live on Monday, Mother's Day.
Oh,
And
perfect. Yeah.
so if kids don't get you what you want, come find my channel and see what we got going on, because there's some really fun things.
Right, Al. Yeah. Al says, don't pick up rocks in the streets of the city, kiddies. Yeah.
Oh,
Just because there's different kinds of rocks that might be drug related that
those
tainted.
kind of rocks. I'm like,
Yeah.
I like what they put around trees and stuff. I pick those up all the time. I'm sorry.
You're like, wait.
Totally not where my mind went.
I know. Well, we hide rocks in the city in like parks and things, and so it is kind of a catch-22, because especially when my kids were younger, it's like they're looking. We treasure hunt is what they'd say. We're always going on a treasure hunt, and they'd be looking for. And in the city we used to live in, it had a huge art community, and it's just I've talked about it before. It doesn't really matter, but it's this huge scavenger hunt thing that is done annually. But a lot of artists have gotten behind it, and now it's year long. We find stuff almost every time we go to a park in that city. And so my kids were always treasure hunting, but then they'd always find other stuff. And so it was really teaching them, like, you can't pick up the other stuff, but you can pick up the rocks.
Yeah, the rocks. Sometimes sticks. Sticks are okay too.
Sticks are treasures of their own.
My daughter's been living with me. She's had some health issues, and she's like, Mom, can we put these sticks in storage or something? And I'm like, no, those are my special sticks.
Yeah, right. I love that you've got your own stick collection. My son has his home, that's for sure. Carrie, thank you. She says, thanks for letting me play my stuff. Yep.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. You always got to pay for. I'm sponsoring this 15 minutes, so
you don't have to do that. But thank you so much.
I don't have to, but I felt it moved me.
It was an entertaining 15 minutes. We talked about questionable videos being played in the background. Talked about rocks being confused for the other kind of rocks.
I know, we're all over the place.
Crocheting our own blanket while we sleep. Safety hazard.
I feel like there's some definite shorts that need to be made from this.
This was like a Schoolhouse Rock episode. I'm just a Bill on Capitol Hill. I collect rocks and I put them in socks.
I do that too.
Oh, you guys crack me up always. Okay. All right, I think that we are back to you, Forrest, and then we'll get into another video here.
Right.
We have a song from Matt, Echoes of the Guitar, coming up next after Forrest.
Okay, only one thing. Only 5 minutes left in Indy's super chat goal. So if anyone wants
Okay,
to,
5 minutes. No, I'll actually
and one
I'll
more to
continue
go.
throughout the night too. Yeah.
Just need one more.
Sorry. Thanks for that push though, 15th. Appreciate it. All right. And Tim, good to see you. I don't think I said hi out loud yet. Oh, and thank you, 15. Appreciate that. Okay, go for it. Forrest, when you're ready.
The dawn is breaking, a light shines through. You're barely waking, and I'm tangled up in you. Yeah. No, that's not where I start. That might. I'm open, you're closed. Where I follow, you'll go. I worry I won't see your face light up again. Even the best fall down sometimes. Even the wrong words seem to rhyme. Out of the doubt that fills my mind, I somehow find you and I collide. I'm quiet, you know. You make a first impression. I found I'm scared to know I'm always on your mind. Even the best fall down sometimes. Even the stars refuse to shine. Out of the back you fall in time. I somehow find you and I collide. Don't stop here. I lost my place. I'm close behind. Even the best fall down sometimes. Even the wrong words seem to rhyme. Out of the doubt that fills your mind, you finally find you and I collide. Finally find you and I collide. You finally find you and I collide. I hope you've got insurance, 'cause we just collided. Got Geico?
Like the promotions in there too. That was awesome, Forrest. Well done and great song.
Thank you.
Dayline, good to see you. All right. That was great, Forrest.
That was
Well done,
fun.
Thanks.
That was a good song. I forgot how much I loved that song.
Right? I know.
What do you
Somebody said,
think?
I didn't even know I needed to hear this song.
Yeah, right?
Good night, Tim. Have a good sleep.
What are you chatting about tonight? Should I circle back after I'm done walking the dogs?
Oh, a little of this, a little of that. We're kind of just talking about seeing where the conversation goes, but kind of politics and current events.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd love it if you want to come back. Sure.
I have been watching the Karen Reed trial. That's my current event.
Okay. If you can come up and give us an update about that, that'd be great.
Well, I mean, would y'all want an update about that? I mean, it's one of those car wrecks. I just can't.
Right.
I don't know how I feel about the fact that I can't
Right,
stop.
bro. Bro says the same thing we do every night, Pinky.
I have a feeling.
Trying to
Carrie,
take over the
that-
world.
Right.
Yeah, but I have a feeling, Carrie, when you're gonna narrate the events, I think you're just gonna make it enjoyable. So
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's what I was saying. See,
Well, thank you.
do. You just have this way about you of presenting information that's very calming.
Okay, well, I'll be back after I walk the dogs and enjoy the sunset
Okay.
because
Awesome.
because
Yeah, Carrie,
that's
thanks
what you
so much
want.
for coming up. It's great. It's been great to have you here and get to
have
talk
a
to
good
you.
one.
Oh, well, I'll be back. I'll be back if y'all want to hear about my
Sure.
current only
Yeah, for
current
sure.
event. All right, bye.
All right. Take care. Okay, this next song is by Matt, also known as Echoes of the Guitar, and this is Carved in Stone, an original. Here we go.
They come with badges, suits and ties, 3 letters stitched like alibis, knocking on doors where the strong hearts stay, trying to take what the good Lord gave away. They say it's for safety, for peace of mind, but freedom's a lie, they're trying to blind. We built this land with calloused hands, not for 3 letters or their demands. Hold the line, don't let it break. Our rights, our blood, not theirs to take. With the flag in hand, we'll make it known. Freedom ain't theirs, it's carved in stone. Mama's prayers and a farmer's plow, they built this country we're fighting now. Ain't no law they can write or amend that'll make a free man up and bend. They spy our calls and watch the roads, turn our homes into moral codes. But a man's word and a rifle steel will show them how an outlaw feels. Hold the line, don't let it break. Our rights, our blood, not theirs to take. With the flag in hand, we'll make it known. Freedom ain't theirs, it's carved in stone. Mama's prayers and a farmer's plow, they built this country we're fighting now. Ain't no law they can write or amend that'll make a free man up and bend. They spy our calls and watch the roads, turn our homes into moral codes. But a man's word and a rifle steel will show them how an outlaw feels. Hold the line, don't let it break. Our rights, our blood, not theirs to take. With the flag in hand, we'll make it known. Freedom ain't theirs, it's carved in stone.
Love, love, love that, Matt. I'm so proud of Matt for putting his music out there. You guys, please make sure you're subbed up. He just started his channel, Echoes of the Guitar. And I really love the messages of his songs and his voice and, of course, his guitar playing. Beautiful. Okay. And Growl says, I love country. Don't tell anyone. That's funny, Growl. That's how I used to be too. I used to not like country music. Now I love it. I really do. But I don't know why. Growing up, I didn't really like it. And which isn't even true because I think John Denver counts as country, right? And kind of folk, I guess, more than country. But anyway, yeah, I always loved John Denver. But one of my roommates in college, who was a good friend that I grew up with, too, she listened to country, and so she kind of got me started on liking it. There were like a couple songs, the what is it, Brad Paisley, the Barbecue Stain song, that one. That was my the beginning of my segue into liking country. No, that's fantastic. Well done, Matt. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, that is not AI, right? Absolutely not.
So this was not AI?
No. That's Matt. That's Matt's voice. His guitar playing, his own song, all his original.
That was Matt's voice?
Yeah. Yep. Hey, Jane. Good to see you. Yeah.
Nice.
Fantastic. All right. Just catching up here a little bit in the chat. Right? I know. Al says as if I could play like that, right? Beautiful. Okay. Whole mood. Yep. I agree. Amazing. D-Dog coming in with the wise words per usual. All right. Let me go ahead and pull up one more video here, and then we'll go back to you, Forrest. And I haven't been in the private chat, so I don't know. But 15th, if there's another of your songs you want to pick, otherwise I will pick one.
Okay, I'll think of something.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Okay, this next one is by Cardinal Black, and this is a song I actually heard over on 15th Stream. I said earlier, I always have to limit how many I can snag from your roller coasters because there's so much great music. And this is Need More Time. Here we go.
Telling you what you wanna hear. I can't help it if you only hear. And if you need more time, I'll be waiting right here. And if you need more time, I'll be here. Man, this house feels old. Spaces where your pictures used to hang. Dancing heels don't mark this floor. And if you want to go, I will tell you no. Let's stay and rewrite this score. And if you need more time,
All right. Love that song by Cardinal Black. Great lyrics, great song, great music. And I agree, the harmonica in it. I love harmonica.
Yeah, Cardinal Black is like the real deal, man. Like they're
Mm-hmm.
like that song, "Holding My Breath." Like anyone who hears that the first time, they're like hooked.
Right? Yeah, I know. They have a lot of great songs for sure.
Yeah, they're
Yeah, you
really
guys
good.
make sure you sub up and check them out. Bonnie, good to see you. Thank you for being here. All right. Okay. Thank you, Garrett, for letting us know about Caleb. Okay, let's see. All right, okay, catching up here. I agree, Dayline. Really love that song. Yeah, and good point, Growl. Also a great music video. Yeah, and music videos are like a whole nother art,
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
100%.
I love it. Okay, 101, glad to see you back. Yeah, of course she has her flip-flops, Rabbit. Always. Always prepare.
I gotta go like this.
Yeah, I start dodging like Matrix style.
Yeah. If I try that on my chair, I might
Right?
fucking end up on the floor.
Yeah, I agree, Jane. A cool song. Harmonica and tacos. I love them. Right? Yeah, if you had to pick one, which would it be, 101? Harmonica or tacos? All right. Love it. Okay. All right. I think we're back to you, Forrest.
That was fast.
I know.
All right. So many buttons to click to share everything.
All right, let me pull that up.
Lionel Richie.
Tacos, 101 says. There you go. I bet
Tacos
Imir's
and
in agreement.
Lionel Richie. All right. Stuck on you. Got this feeling down deep in my soul, and I just can't lose. Guess I'm on my way. Needed a friend, and the way I feel now, I guess I'll be with you till the end. Guess I'm on my way. Mighty glad you stayed. Stuck on you, been a fool too long. I guess it's time for me to come home. Guess I'm on my way. So hard to see that a woman like you could wait around for a man like me. Guess I'm on my way. Mighty glad you stayed. Oh, I'm leaving on that midnight train tomorrow, and I know just where I'm going. I've packed all my troubles and I've thrown them all away. 'Cause this time, little darling, I'm coming home to stay. I'm stuck on you. I've got this feeling down deep in my soul, and I just can't lose. Guess I'm on my way. Needed a friend, and the way I feel now, I'll be with you till the end. Guess I'm on my way. Mighty glad you stayed. Down, 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 bow. There's always a bow.
I love that you sing it. That was great, Forrest.
There is on every song. There's always a bow or a tweedly-ling at the end. It's like, how are we going to end this? I know we'll do a bow or
Just sing the twang.
Yeah, you got to do the bang-a-ling-a-ling.
Right? Oh, we may never know. Yeah, I love the 2-day line.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll? A one, a two.
Hey, Happy Tiger, good to see you. Happy says, love this song. Yeah, agreed. It's a good one. There we go. Jerry said, I get to, or Girl says, I get to eat 2 tacos while 101 plays harmonica. There we go. We'll have to have both, I guess.
Somebody write a song. Tacos and harmonicas don't mean a thing. Nice. I'm gonna go and sit out on my swing.
That was pretty good impromptu there, Forrest.
Mm-hmm.
Forrest, have you done any original songwriting at all?
I've got one I just wrote the other night, but Sippin doesn't want
Sippin says no.
I think it's pretty good, and I've sang it to 2 other people, and they're like, yeah, and she was singing it at work today, and somebody stopped her and goes, what are you singing? I like it. And I was like, somebody likes what I did. Whoa. So
nice. Well, maybe we'll get to hear it sometime.
Well, I got no music to it. So I can't write music. I don't know anything about music. So
right. I know. See, this is where the people turn to AI, because then, people who don't have the skills to create the music otherwise are able to and put it with their lyrics. And I get it.
I mean, I can play a mean kazoo. I'm good on a kazoo. You better watch out.
Right, Mary? Nice. I agree, Jam. Well done, Forrest.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Rue. Okay. All right. 15th. Oh, okay. All right. There we go. We'll grab it. Okay. So, I guess, Bran, are you able to grab that, or do you want me to get the link?
I'll just drop I'll drop the link. 1 second.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. Do you want to tell us anything about this while we're pulling it up here? Love this song.
This one is it's close to my heart. It was I think the last song of 2023, and I remember when I was working on it, I sent whatever I had ready by then. I sent it to a few friends, including someone on this panel. And we were just stuck in the loop for I don't know how long.
I know. I remember. We would just put it on repeat and just listen. It's amazing.
I don't know, because I had never played like that before this.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then it was just like
the
last song of the year. And then I was just like, let's do this one last time, one last premiere. So, yeah. I
know, always teasing, but now you know to tease responsibly.
I've learned my lesson.
Right. All right, here we go. 15th Ben, one last time. Beautiful. Love that one, 15th. Love all of your songs. Always take us on an adventure and kind of like just help us space out a little bit, just chill. Take us to another zone. I love it.
Thank you, Indy. Yeah, the
Yeah, thank you.
reactions to this one were really funny because whenever they're just listening, they're like, "Oh, it's all mellow and everything in the
Right.
beginning," and then it just like kicks in.
It's almost like that false ending where you think it might be done and then just
Yeah.
boom, That's part of the roller coaster effect that you have. It's like the drop.
Yeah. Yeah.
Moonchild, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, love that 15. Thank you. And thanks for all the music that you put out for everybody. We were talking earlier, it's hard to put out what you create, and have it critiqued and reviewed by others. And whether that's, streaming other content or music that you make or other art that people create or, whatever it is that is yours that you do, there's plenty of keyboard warrior critics
Oh yeah.
on YouTube, that's for
There's
sure.
tons of yeah, but I think like
Right,
if you
right.
always just stay in that fear and you never put it out, then you'll never meet the people who actually enjoy it. And then
Right.
once you find enough people who enjoy it, then those keyboard warriors, whatever, they don't really matter. Like if they're giving
Same,
feedback
Jane.
that's like that makes sense, always
Yeah.
take it. Always take it. Don't
Right. Yeah,
argue
of course, there's
before.
constructive criticism,
100%, 100%,
for
because
sure.
yeah. But if it's
Well
just
said,
like
Jan.
stupid shit, then you can just ignore it and just make music for people who enjoy it. Yeah,
Well,
like this
plenty
year.
of people enjoy your music and are glad you're putting it out there and continue
Thank you.
creating,
Yeah, like this year I wasn't planning on making any new music, and then it's just like it just starts building in, and then you just have to get it out. So
Yeah. Well, good. I hope that
yeah,
keeps happening.
I hope so too.
Al
Thank
says
you.
cheaper than a girlfriend as far as roller coasters go. Right?
Thank you, everyone in the chat, for the kind words.
His
Really
guitar
appreciate it.
speaks. Absolutely, Bonnie. And I think it was JM. Somebody said, who needs lyrics?
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Always with us. I like that. Anti-lurkers matter. That's right. Okay. I know, right, Sekta? Yeah, Sekta, you make great music too. I'm appreciative of all you artists that put music out there for us to enjoy, right? Keep it coming.
Sekta,
Right? Always going to be a Karen. Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Fact.
always going to be.
So true.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
Yes, like-
Okay, we're gonna keep the music going for just a little bit, then we'll shift into music. I know we're at a little bit after 11 p.m. Eastern, so you know how we roll. It's an if or an ish. So we've got a few more songs I want to make sure that we play, and then Forrest will come back to you if you want to do one more live song before we switch gears into conversation. Okay, this is one that I absolutely love by Holly Ann. It's her cover of one of my favorite songs, Both Sides Now. And she has such a beautiful voice. You guys go and check out her channel. Here we go.
Muted?
Is it not working, Bran? Oops, stand by. Not sure what's going on.
I think we lost Indy. What happened?
Oh, can you guys not hear me?
I can hear Indy.
Okay, Bran, I think it's on your. I'll write it in the chat. Or can you say something, 15th, and see if Bran can hear you?
Bran, can you hear me? Hello, Bran.
I'll write to him in the chat. I think he lost sound.
You want me to play it, Indy?
Let me see if he press. Yeah, there we go. He's got it.
Roll ice cream castles in the air and feather canyons everywhere. I've looked at clouds that way, but now they only block the sun. They rain and snow on everyone. So many things I would have done, but clouds got in my way. I've looked at clouds from both sides now, from up and down, and still somehow it's clouds illusions I recall. I really don't know clouds at all. Moons and Junes and Ferris wheels, the dizzy dancing way you feel, and every fairy tale comes real. I've looked at love that way, but now it's just another show. You leave a laughing when you go, and if you care, don't let them know. Don't give yourself away. I've looked at love from both sides now, from give and take, and still somehow it's love's illusions I recall. I really don't know love at all. Tears and fears and feeling proud to say I love you right out loud, and dreams and schemes and circus crowds. I've looked at life this way, but now old friends are acting strange. Shake their heads, they say I've changed. Well, something's lost, but something's gained in living every day. I've looked at life from both sides now, from win or lose, and still somehow it's life's illusions I recall. I really don't know life at all.
So beautiful, right, you guys? I mean, that song I love anyway, but her voice and guitar with it, I mean, just
Yeah,
absolutely stunning. Yep, you guys go
100%.
check out Holly Ann for sure. Okay, right? Just wow. And life is an illusion. Yeah, great lyrics in that. Okay. Al says, now I feel like I was being mocked as a kid. They made us listen to this a couple times a year in public school. Lucky you. Yeah, very well done. I agreed, Barry. Okay.
Indy, I'm gonna go lie down on the recliner for a bit.
Yeah, go get some rest.
And then,
15th, busy, I know. Thank you for taking some
yeah,
time to come up and join us. It's always good to
no,
have you here.
of course, always good to be here. When I can't be here, it's because I absolutely can't. Otherwise,
I
I would
know.
love to. You know how it is.
I appreciate you, 15th, and I know you're a
Always,
rock star dad juggling a lot, and I'm glad for the time you put in and give to so many.
well, of course. Thank you so much
Much
for
love
having
to
me.
you.
Thank you to everyone
Mhm.
in the chat, and much love. Have a great night and great stream.
All
Take
right.
care.
15.
Bye.
Later,
Thanks
bud.
for coming up, JM.
Good evening.
Perfect timing. Oh yeah, Brand still can't hear us. Yeah, he could hear the song, but not hear us. So he's going to jump back on, I think. But we'll share another song here in just a moment then. And actually, Forrest, would you like to go ahead and go then? That would work out just perfectly.
All righty.
All right. Oops. I didn't mean to do that, JM. There we go.
Okay. Okay, we're good.
Now you can hear us. All right.
Yep.
Glad you're back.
All right. Leave y'all with a love song. There's a little moonlight dancing on the sand. There's a warm breeze blowing by the ocean as you're taking my hand. You need to know where I'm standing now, that I'm right on the edge of giving in to you. Baby, it's a long way down. If I fall, could you let me down easy? If I leave my heart with you tonight, would you promise me that you're gonna treat it right? I'm barely hanging on. If I fall, could you let me down easy? The scent of your perfume floating in the air, looking like an angel laying on a blanket with a halo of hair. And those lips look too good to be true. Once I taste that kiss, I know what'll happen. I'll be at the mercy of you. If I fall, can you let me down easy? If I leave my heart with you tonight, will you promise me that you're gonna treat it right? I'm barely hanging on. If I fall, could you let me down easy? If I fall, could you let me down easy? If I leave my heart with you tonight, will you promise me that you're gonna treat it right? I'm barely hanging on. If I fall, could you let me down easy? If I fall, could you let me down easy? Let me down easy. Bling. That was a twangy.
Bling. I like that. I love how you sing the sound effects.
I'm like a
Appreciate you too, Brand.
video game or something.
Yeah, that was great, Forrest. I did not sing tonight. I didn't. The person who won last time, I had to figure out who it was because they had their real name on the donation that they gave. So I did figure it out, and I will sing probably 2 songs next week. We'll spin the wheel here and see who gets to pick a song for me for next week.
Is it the wheel of morality? Turn, turn, turn. Tell us the lesson that we have learned.
I don't think it's about morality.
That was from Animaniacs. Come on, you got to help me out.
I like that show. Cynthia, right? Beautifully done, Forrest.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, I agree. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and do that now. I'll go ahead and pull this up. Yeah, let's go ahead and pull this up, and then Bran, I'll double check the back chat. Okay, yeah, good. All right. We'll go into it. We just have about, I think, 3 more songs before we go into conversation. But let's see. All right. Thank you so much for everybody who was able to donate. Appreciate you all. Like I said, we have a move coming up, and you guys know that moves get expensive. So I appreciate all of your support and help. All right. Let's see who gets to pick a song for me for next week, along with the winner from last week. Oh. All right. Sweet. Okay, sweet. You have to let me know what song you want me to sing. You can message that to me later. Thank you very much, and thanks for all your support. Appreciate you. Okay. Right, I agree. Spectacular, Forrest. Yes, absolutely well done.
Well, thank y'all. And with that, I'm going to bid y'all adieu.
I'd like to buy a vowel. Right, growl. It even has the sound effects. All right, Forrest, thank you so much for coming up and sipping. Good to hear you in the background.
She helped me sing on a couple of them. She's like, she's like my backup singer.
Right.
Well, y'all guys have a great night.
Yeah, thanks for joining, Forrest. Always appreciate when you do.
No problem.
All right, have a good night.
All right, good night, everybody.
Close one, right? What? I know. I wasn't sure which way that one was going to land. All right, yep, congratulations, Tate. Let me know what song you want me to sing. Be kind. Hopefully pick one I think I'll do a good job on. All right, we have a couple more songs. I think I said 3 more songs. This is one by Sail. I first heard Sail. Oh, okay. In a collaboration with 15th Bend. This is an original song of hers. This is Goodbye. Here we go.
Call me when you're done with all the lying. I've been looking for truth, but I'm done trying. You say what you want to say, so I'll be on my way. I hope you figure out it all comes back around. I hope you figure out I won't come back around. Maybe one day you'll see it's not what's wrong with me. And maybe one day you'll try instead of just scrape by. But I won't be around for the ride this time. And nothing you can say is gonna change my mind.
Such a beautiful voice that she has. Yeah, I'm glad you went to, Tate. Right? Never stop looking for truth. Well said, Jerry. Yeah, really beautiful. Good night, Mo. Thank you for being here. Have a great night, and I'll see you around somewhere soon. All right. I know you got to think of a good one. Pick a good one there. Okay, the link is pinned at the top for anybody who wants to come up to join for conversation. We have 2 more songs before we're going to kind of shift gears. Thank you, Anti, for dropping Imir's link. You guys sub up. He hasn't been doing very many lives, nudge, nudge, Imir, but hopefully he'll be doing some more. He does really great music streams with mashups. So they fly under the YouTube radar, and it's a great place to go and hang out, listen to great music, and hang out with great people. Dank! Good to see you. Always glad when you're here. Okay. All right. This next song is by Sal Caruso, otherwise known as Unshackled Spirit, and this is his original, Lost and Forgotten. Here you go.
You're out on the streets, in the sun and the cold. Never had anyone you could ever trust. Always looking for a way out, with nothing to hold. Destitution runs down when you're lost but not found. Doesn't anybody ever give a hand up anymore? Anyhow, anyway, it's just a crying shame. Lost and forgotten, will you never, ever, ever know? Still searching for that road, holding on to that one thing called hope, trying to find your way back home. Lost and forgotten, will you never, ever, ever know? Will the world ever look, stop, listen and say a little prayer? Anybody out there, does anybody care? Some are lost and forgotten and some are left behind, eating out a trash can that's full of tears and pain.
All right, wonderful song by Sal Caruso, also known as Unshackled Spirit and Jaded Spirit. Is that right as well? Wonder he is so talented. He does so many different genres. Oh, hold on. Yeah, there we go. He has so many different genres that he covers, and he plays the instruments as well. Amazing. He's done some great collaborations too. Please make sure that you go and sub him up and check out his channel. All right, much love to you, Sal. Okay, thanks to everybody coming in for conversation, and thanks to everybody who's joined the panel. Welcome back, Carrie. Thanks for coming up, Bonnie and Watt.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
All right. We have one more song we're going to play here, and this is the latest from Tom McDonald, and I thought it was a good kind of transition into the conversation side of things. It's Proud to Be a Problem. Here we go.
We've all been hooked on something. Coffee, cocaine, or cigarettes. And we've all been asked to sell our souls for a nicer office and a bigger check. And we've all been at the bottom, had the lights cut off, barely paying rent. And we've all been in love with someone who said they'd stay, but they up and left. And we don't ask for help, we don't cry no tears. We know walking through hell, it can take some years. But we don't blame no one, cause it may be our fault. We may be all the names that we've been called. And maybe we're losers, maybe we're wrong. Maybe we're bad guys and they knew it all along. Or maybe we're perfect, but probably not. Either way, babe, I'm just proud to be a problem they can't solve. And we've all been hooked on something. Pills or beer, mobile phones. And we've all done things that we regret to avoid laying alone. And Lord, we've had some bad days, depressed and anxious or drunk and stoned. And we've all had nights when we go to sleep and don't want to live no more. But we don't ask for help, we don't cry no tears. We know walking through hell, it can take some years. But we don't blame no one, cause it may be our fault. We may be all the names that we've been called. And maybe we're losers, maybe we're wrong. Maybe we're bad guys and they knew it all along. Or maybe we're perfect, but probably not. Either way, babe, I'm just proud to be a problem they can't solve. And we ain't afraid of hard times pass. And there will be dark nights, but they don't ever last. We ain't waiting for sunlight, we're pouring out gas. We're proud to be the problems light a match. And maybe we're losers, maybe we're wrong. Maybe we're bad guys and they knew it all along. Or maybe we're perfect, but probably not. Either way, babe, I'm just proud to be a problem they can't solve. And maybe we're losers, maybe we're wrong. Maybe we're bad guys and they knew it all along. Or maybe we're perfect, but probably not. Either way, babe, I'm just proud to be a problem they can't solve.
Great song. Yeah, I usually like Tom McDonald's. There's a few that are kind of hit and miss, but I really like the message of most of his songs.
Yeah. Some of them go a
Yeah.
little too hard for me. You know, I like to try and see all sides of things, all
Yes,
sides
yeah.
of things, and try not to be
Right.
inflammatory and try to cut. It's so easy to get stuck in the flames and
Welcome,
not really
Believe.
look at what started the fire or the conversations people aren't having in order to fight.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I think sometimes he can go a little bit too far to like the kind of cult of personality of the right, rather, you know, and that happens to both sides, you know.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
but there's a
For
lot
sure.
of truth that he does share, and I appreciate that he's stayed independent. You know,
Yeah.
I have a lot of respect for him for that and the success that he's had, which is great. Yeah. Believe, welcome in. Thanks for being here. Okay. All right, you guys. Well, does anybody have something? Hey, Artmanda, do you guys want to jump into our topic that you are, you know, really excited to share about, or something that you want to ask others about? If you guys have something, then we can go from there. If not, then I have a video that kind of covers a few different things by Awaken with JP. and it has a few different kind of current events that he sort of covers. If we need like a conversation starter.
Well, I always like to talk about our court system and our justice system. That's kind of like
Mhm.
if I'm gonna go if I'm in a rabbit hole, that's where I rabbit hole into. And I mean, there's so many things that are that have been really unseen that are coming to light in a lot of different ways. We can curse media, or we can curse, everybody
Pokemon.
everybody being able to say whatever they want on all these different platforms. But the benefit
Mhm.
of that is we're finding out things that we didn't really, on a large scale, I should say, things I kind of knew about our system, but people are finding out on a large
That's my husband too,
scale
dog.
how, just kind of bias our justice
Mhm.
system in so many ways. I mean,
Right. Yeah,
I've got
for sure.
I've got a friend who is taking on family court, just
Yeah, good point, Nana.
full tilt boogie, and how
Mhm.
family court is run, and how it's all a economic machine.
Right. Yeah, like so many of the, different government run organizations, whether it's education or um, health or, there's so many, and they're all, and even things like, okay, sorry, even things I was going to say like the police, service like police and fire and things like
Mhm.
that. There's a lot of money laundering that happens, I think. I mean, let's just call it what it is.
Mm.
And some, we used to say, well, it's just part of the it gets swallowed up by the bureaucracy of it, but that's just inefficiency.
Well, and
And
I think a lot of it's bringing to light too, like we can't train biases out of people. We can't teach
Mhm.
it out of our judges. We can't teach it out of our police forces. We can't teach it out of our lawyers. Like people be people in. People
People
be
be
people,
people.
and
Right.
we can't sit by with a blind eye and be like, well,
Agreed.
these people are educated and trained to view things from an unbiased standpoint, because it's literally how humans survive, is making these snap judgments, these heuristics, these shortcuts in our mind.
Oh, anti.
And we have to actually we actually have to actively practice pushing against our own minds.
Yeah,
And I
I agree
think
with that.
any job where somebody's like, "Oh, I've got this. I just think this, and this, and I've been trained not to have an opinion," that's like a warning light, because it's not something
Well,
we can easily do. It's
especially
just not something we can easily do. So we have to acknowledge it.
right, especially if you're looking at the judicial system, they're supposed to be nonpartisan and non-biased, and we're finding, like you said, that bias exists, and so it's really complicated because how do you expect anybody to be completely unbiased? But then they're so extreme, it seems, in who appointed them. You can tell which way they're going to go on a decision when it really should come down to the law and the Constitution.
Well, and even then, you can tell which way they're going to go by how they get along with the peers that they interact with, whether they're
Right.
opposing side, whether it's a judge towards a defense attorney, they enjoy that person, or, the prosecuting, or whatever. And then, but let's back up a little bit
Well,
because
hold that
we
thought,
can't
Carrie.
fault
Hold that
them.
thought. Hold that thought 1 second. Bran, thank you so much for being here and for sharing out the videos. I really appreciate that. As always, much love to you.
Oh, is Bran taking off? I missed that. Sorry.
Yep. No, that's okay.
Nice to meet you, Bran.
And
Yeah, I'm
thank you
taking off. Nice to meet you too.
Yeah.
Have a
Thanks,
good
Bran.
Brad.
Thanks, Sam, for being up here to help share videos for the second half. Appreciate you. Okay. All right, Carrie, go ahead.
Well,
Continue.
I think before we can, so we've gotten money, which is an issue, but I am a little bit of a capitalist. I do believe that people should be able to excel at something they're good at, and a lot of signals of being good at something is your quality of life.
Right.
Okay,
So,
I
good
think that
call.
you should be able to. So money in and of itself, I don't think is a bad thing, but I do think it's a bad thing when it's becomes the wheels that turn a judicial system, for example. And then you add in this innate human nature of having biases. And the
Mhm.
fact that our brain won't voluntarily think about things unbiased because it consumes too much energy. And then you put people in charge who are like, well, I've been trained to not have bias, so therefore I'm always right.
Right.
So you kind of put that into a melting pot, mix it all together, and then you add in all these other social layers, underprivileged people,
Mhm.
people
Good to see you,
who are
Deadpool.
struggling with mental illnesses, people who are not being heard or understood or cared about.
Or people who are just in their own echo chambers.
Right. So you have all these, and that's exactly what happens in the court and the judicial system is they're in their own echo chambers of, and then the court makes it worse, because in order to like get an appeal, it has to go through the original judge, who's not gonna.
Mhm.
They're out of self-preservation. Humans don't love admitting when they've done something wrong, and we literally can't see things differently unless we like force ourselves. And when you're in a job, I don't know what you do for work, Indy, but I know as like a cook, there's ways that I do things, and it really takes somebody going, no, wait, stop, look, you could do it like this. And then I'm like, oh, I can, but you
Right.
get in the habit of things, of doing your job.
Well, and like you
right?
were saying too, you also have to be open, to seeing that there could be a better way in that example,
And willing to experiment with doing something that feels kind of uncomfortable at first. I remember the first time I learned to hold a knife the way that you're supposed to, not like back on the handle, but with your thumb and your forefinger against the blade, and you're just using your 3 fingers on the handle, and it gives you more knife control, but it felt really uncomfortable at first. And now I can't imagine holding it any other way, and if I
Mhm.
do try to hold it further back, it really feels like I don't have control, but it was really uncomfortable at first. So trying new things, even if it improves, it makes it uncomfortable. So asking our judicial system to think outside of their day-to-day routine, and then they make snap judgments, so they see something come up, they see charges or whatever, they go through their little like rigmarole, their pomp and circumstance, their process, and it really takes an act of God
I'll
for
check
them to
that
be
link out,
like,
Ellen. Thank you.
oh, maybe I'm not seeing this from
Well,
all
and John
sides.
John just posted a link about psyops, and John, he always finds great information. So thank you, John, for sharing that. I'll look forward to checking out that link. But thinking of psyops, that's another thing to consider. We also have these systems that are actually and realistically at work against us.
Right.
Even now with AI and the algorithms, we'll be watching this in a backstage speakeasy soon. But there's the social dilemma, and it's a documentary, and it's a lot of different creators of different parts of big tech, former employees from like Facebook and Google and Twitter and things like that, and they are sharing how some of the things they created, like the like button or the thumbs up, got out of control of them. You know what I mean? Like it got outside their control, rather, where they didn't realize, they thought they were doing something that would be positive, but they didn't foresee all of the effects that it would have, and how addicted people would become, and how it would affect youth and their development, and how that dopamine would hit, and it would become an addiction for so many people, and so there's all of that. There's the research and data that's being gathered and then being used to steer us in different directions. That's what I'm talking about, that kind of psyop and that sort of
For sure.
mobilization that's being used against us, and a lot of times that we're funding with our tax dollars.
Absolutely. But I think though, this would be a good point to say. First of all, I've read a lot of Nir Eyal, his work.
Say that again. Who is it?
I've read a lot of Nir Eyal. He is featured very shortly. He's one of these consultants that came in and helped with a lot of that. And afterwards, he wrote a few books, and even though it's very catchy how those things are designed, I think what we really need to remember is in so many ways, we do have if we don't let it take control of us, it doesn't have to.
Right.
And it's so sticky. It makes it seem so appealing to kind of succumb to these things, especially as things become easier and easier, and there are a lot of problems with how to unsubscribe to things, how to turn off our notifications. There's so much we still can control even in this sort of environment. Now, it doesn't make it easy. They don't make it easy for us.
Right.
They don't make it easy for us. But in so many ways, we can control our algorithms based on all of 2020. I didn't have a single political thing in my feeds. Not one, because I was studying how to do life coaching and studying how to think my brain and just like recovering a lot from my dad's suicide. And everything was about what I have control of between my ears. And so everything I clicked on was, had to do with that. And so we do have some control. We just have to remember that we have a little bit. Now, our data, that is spiraling out of control. My boyfriend would be the best to speak on that because he's followed all sorts of stuff. Our information is not sacred. There's no such thing
not
as
at all.
privacy. No such thing as privacy
even
anymore.
if you want, no, I agree. And even if you just want to, there's ways I think that we can try to still protect our privacy. This came up in a live stream I was watching the other day, and they were saying, it's kind of like paranoid to want to still not be tracked. And I don't agree with that. I don't think it's paranoid, but I do think, I think it's good to be intentional to try to limit the ways that you're being tracked. But, it is almost inevitable because now there's the network of cell phones. You can be pinged by somebody else's phone. There's, even like 23andMe, if enough of your family members took it, then they already have all your information anyway. It doesn't even matter what level you're looking at. The Ring camera networks, on top of all the security cameras that they're putting out everywhere now. We're being our cell phones, of course, and then people pay for like the devices like Alexa, and those are tracking all the time too. Even Roombas are mapping out your home.
Right.
It's pretty wild. We are living in a very dystopian reality, even though some don't realize it. And I agree. Be the resistance.
But there's lots of benefits. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for some technology, right? So I really try to think about the control that I do have and the good that I can do. I do, like I said, we wouldn't know some of the discrepancies and echo chamber that the court system was if they weren't streaming some of these cases, live all the time for us to see it happen in real time. I told you a little bit about the Karen Reed case, and it's just fascinating to me. You could go conspiracy against, that the Commonwealth has a big conspiracy against her. But I think at the end of the day, like, somebody died and a bunch of other people didn't do their job to investigate.
Right, like in banks too. There's a law that you can't wear masks in banks, but that just went out the window. Right? Yeah, of course. Yeah, we're all on lists. If you're here, you're on a list, I'm sure. Our data is being collected. And then also think about, this one gets me, all of the kids who their data is being gathered in schools. They're on screens much more than they used to be because of remote teaching and COVID. Then every student had to have the one-on-one computer ratio. So that became much more available in places where it hadn't previously been. And then when they went back into the schools, a lot of the curriculum had been shifted to be more online. And I think all of that was totally by design. I think it had been planned out for a very long time. And you can go down rabbit holes to find out, who gets those big government contracts. But it's usually people, not necessarily the best, the people with the best product as far as the curriculum is concerned. It's more the buddies of the big tech gurus that we know, like the Melinda Gates Foundation, for example. And they're influencing
Amazon now, or
right,
all the
and they're influencing what curriculum is now being included and taught to our kids, but also what data is being gathered by all of them by the students, on the students that are in schools on these screens all the time. And most of the classrooms now have smart boards, and those have cameras on them. So the whole room is being surveilled at all times.
And if there's a school shooting, we'll be able to find out who it is right away. So many double-edged swords.
Yeah, but when is it? You never see the technology being used for that. You know what I mean? I've never seen
rarely, because
smart board images of a school shooting.
Right? But maybe it's discouraging it. I don't know. I don't know about that.
You know what? Avoid says, I don't think I'm special enough to concern myself with being tracked, but that still doesn't mean they have the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that
exactly.
makes me think of the Patriot Act, because that was my thought when I heard about the Patriot Act. It was like, well, yeah, they could be gathering my data, they could be tracking me, but that's not the purpose of it, and I'm not doing anything wrong, so it doesn't really matter. Well, it does matter, because
it does matter, because it gets even more personal than that. It gets even more personal. So there is this company called Kochava, who they have a home base in a little town not far from where I live and kind of where I grew up, and they package and sell data. So and they sell it to anybody, and you don't have to pay a lot of money for it. So your local police department can just buy the data net around a certain area, and they can just look at all the cell phones, and they don't have to have necessarily a warrant to do that, because they could just buy it with their personal funds. Like a police officer who wants to have a better quota can just go buy a little, like where they think people are hanging out, and they can just clean up on, I live in Idaho, so that's like a no pot state. They can just clean up just busting people with weed,
You just use shadow. Yeah.
They can, and it's something that they can do to just make money.
Right.
And a lot of people won't fight those charges because they don't have the resources.
Yeah, maybe if it says, if you're not on at least a couple of government watch lists at this point, we cannot be friends.
At this point, I would think the government's keeping lists of people not to watch, ironically, because the watch lists are probably so freaking long, right? But that's okay, because they can just query generalized information and get lists of people, right? I think it was Growl who said he was a coder, right? You just query that shit. It's fine.
Yes.
And
Growl was saying, talking about the apps that you shouldn't accept cookies. And I think Anti was also implying you should delete them. And that's true. If you're not using an app, definitely delete it. And don't just delete it from your device, delete the whole history of it, but really be careful, because we know a lot of those apps are getting full access. It's in the fine print that who has the time to read, right? So, yep.
But you can copy and paste it into your chat GPT and have it summarize it for you. I'm just saying. I like to play devil's advocate.
This is a good way to, use AI to our advantage.
Right? People are using the chat GPT all wrong. They're like trying to use it for brainstorming. I'm like, no. Like my dear good friend Jess, she would be she would be great on this panel. But they're using ChatGPT in family court to write their own motions to they're overturning judges who have terrible track records of taking children away from the parent, whichever the parent is, who should be probably getting custody, because in family court, there's a lot of narcissists that will tie up family court just because. And then if one of the parents has some sort of physical disability of some sort, that'll be brought out in court, and the children will be taken away from them and given to the other parent just based on that.
Right.
There's just a lot.
Well, there's a huge overreach too. I mean, I'm in Washington State, as most of you know, which is totally commie state at this point. I feel like I'm behind enemy lines, to be honest. And, a lot of what they're doing in schools right now is ridiculous. It's our superintendent, his name's Chris Reichdel. He's definitely a deep state puppet, along with our former, thank God, Governor Jay Inslee. Our current governor is not much better, or it maybe not better, but anyway, what they're doing in schools is they're basically taking rights from parents. So anyone 9 and up at this point can have medical procedures done during school hours, even as far as going to a Planned Parenthood for gender affirming care or even an abortion. 9 and up, and parents no longer need to be informed. Which I think is absolutely disgusting and a complete overreach of power. And it goes against the federal laws now under the Trump administration, which I agree with what he's doing there, but it doesn't go against our state laws. So until they get a Supreme Court ruling saying that they have to follow the federal law, they're sticking with the state laws. And even, a lot of conservatives, and Trump included, says that he's trying to give the power back to the states. But in states like mine, where our voting systems have been completely overthrown for a very long time, we had mail-in ballots here much longer than most of the country, other than like Oregon. It makes it so that our votes aren't counted accurately. So there's no checks and balances in my state. We have a sanctuary city. King County is where Seattle is located, and King County is our sanctuary city, or Seattle is rather. And that influences the number of votes that we get there. And so it ends up being that it's a complete overthrowing of the system that's supposed to work. It's not working the way that it's intended. And now the government has free range. Wingnut, welcome up.
Hey,
okay, well, really quickly, I haven't heard from anybody else up on panel yet. Did anybody else want to add in your 2 cents about this? Watt or Bonnie or Jam or Wingnut? Carrie, I love your talking. You and I could chit chat forever.
I mean, I could go for days. There's so many different,
I appreciate that.
We barely brushed the surface. I've got some deep dives, but what else we got?
We'll keep going.
It's crazy how you could a joint, just a simple joint, is still illegally on the federal level, but you go to some states and you could smoke a joint wherever you want to smoke a joint, but something like that, is still allowed to happen. It's just insane.
Then you come to Idaho and they say, come to Idaho on vacation, leave on probation, come back on violation.
That's what they say. That was Alabama.
That's Florida.
It's everywhere now.
Yeah. Well, I live relatively close. Whoa.
I think that might be at yours, Wingnut. Sounds like there's a lawnmower or something in the background.
It's a feedback. It's a feedback of some sort.
Okay. Yeah, here, I'm just going to really quickly, I'm going to do your settings here, Bonnie.
Do I need to lower the volume?
Hold on. I'm just seeing if it's for sure you. Yeah, it must be. It's okay right now, but go ahead and say something. When you say something, it seems to cut in again.
That's what they were saying the other night.
Yeah, do you have a fan going in the background, Bonnie?
I turned everything off.
Yeah, it sounds
Okay,
like your
maybe
mic
try
or
going
something.
out and coming back. Yeah, try going out and coming back in, Bonnie. Yeah, there's definitely some kind of feedback that's coming through. We'll see if that helps. Sometimes it does the trick. Thanks, Bonnie. Yeah, okay, Gmail Nana says, so many people are deceived by Musk. He's all for social credit scores here, want surveillance here like China has. I absolutely agree with you on that. We actually have some videos we might pull up a little bit about that later. Yeah, I am amazed at how many people seem to be very supportive of him. I agree with a lot of the things he's doing with Doge. I think that there's huge overspending and just nonsense that's been funded by our tax dollars, which I really think is more a form of money laundering than even doing the things that they say that they're doing with that money, because there's not been audits or checks and balances to see what they're actually accomplishing. So I think that until now. So I think a lot of it has just been money laundering. But overall, I am very hesitant to put any kind of trust in Elon Musk. That's for sure. Probably why I'm still Twitter banned.
It
What were
is
you gonna
kind of
say,
nice that
Movement?
I was saying it's like it is kind of nice that they're making it public, but I personally want to see a perp walk. I want to see people arrested and put in prison.
Right. Yeah, I agree. And I have not seen that kind of accountability,
Mm-mm.
Think about like Trump ran in, what was it, 2015 on Lock Her Up. And so many of us are aware of like the Hillary Clinton emails and a lot of the things she was involved in with Benghazi and with SEAL Team 6 and frazzled things. If you know, you know.
She's still walking around.
She's still walking around. And he's actually said since, before he was recently elected, he said that he doesn't believe that the wives of presidents should ever be locked up. So then what was he running on that for? I mean, it's possible his views have changed, but that's a big one to me. Thank you, Lisa, for letting us know. We'll pray for Ridge Runner's dog.
The thing is like she was Secretary of State or something like that when she was doing all that crap. You know.
Right, Al, we're working on it. Yeah, we're working on moving. That's for sure. And I hope, it's a catch-22 though. You know, so many people say, hold your ground and you're going to fight for where you're at. But then there's people who say, let the whole West Coast fall into the ocean, So it's, it's tricky. It's tricky because
it's not going to happen. It's not going to fall into the ocean.
No, I know, but I'm talking about, well, I mean, if there's a big enough earthquake, it might, but I'm talking about the mindset behind that, hey, Growl, welcome up. Thanks for coming up here. But, like that mindset of, well, it's not happening here, and I've heard others say, Wingnut, you say this, you don't think people are going to do anything until it shows up at their door, or the drones are coming down their street. Well, it's kind of already happening here, not the drones.
Everywhere. But the only problem with that is it's already too late. You know what I mean? If it's at your door, it's already too late. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of how it does feel in this state. That's for sure. It feels overwhelming. Like it is too late because our checks, like I said, our checks and balances are no longer in working order. So there's not a lot that we can do.
I came to give you guys hope. Like, we definitely out here in the Four Corners, we rag on California, Nevada, like get your shit together, but we got your backs at the end of the day. We're not going to let you fall into the ocean. I'm telling you. It's the biggest thing out here is we have all the farming and the draw on the Colorado River, like water law. You want to get rich? Come to Colorado and do water law.
Right. I live in Idaho. They're piping it from Idaho too. It's
Oh yeah, the Rockies.
Yeah,
right?
the potato farmers weren't being allowed to use the
everything
water.
that goes on the west slope goes to the Pacific Ocean. Any snow that falls on the east slope goes to the Gulf or the Atlantic, right? Like
right.
Yeah, so you're in Idaho, So that's it. Like,
yeah,
I love California, Oregon, all that stuff. But like, what are you guys doing?
In Idaho, we call it the cows. The cows are moving in California, Oregon, Washington.
We got you guys. We got you guys back. We love the West Coast, but come on.
Yeah.
Just came up to you were like, oh, it's bad. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to go to Vegas for my brother's bachelor party. He's that kind of person. Love him to death. He's my brother. But I don't think
he's my brother.
I don't think they should be allowed to have fountains or golf courses in the desert. I'm sorry. Like, you don't get water. You chose to live in a desert. It's a desert. Enjoy. I don't know. Get
Amen.
a bonsai tree. I don't know.
Plant some rocks. I'm all about plant some rocks. It'll be fine.
Like, quit sticking straws in Lake Mead in the Colorado River. Knock it off.
Right.
Did you see this comment, Carrie, from Anti?
Which one? Oh, welcome. Thanks for spending your money now. But there's so many. Now. But so many people don't leave. Like Oprah Winfrey has a condo here. We've got.
She's also got a lot of property in Hawaii too.
Yeah, I mean, people don't necessarily leave. We've got people pay really high. Like, you can't afford to live here because people have so many second homes here. Like, my rent, I have 800 square feet and it's $13.50 a month. And I work as a cook. I top out at about $25 an hour, and I am barely making 19 right now. So, like, do the math. Do the math.
And in our area, you can't even find anything for that price at all. I mean, you wouldn't even be able to find a studio. You could maybe rent a room in a shared living for less than that. You know what I mean? But to have a place on your own, there's nothing in that range. It's probably about 1,800 or so for this lowest. And what
our service jobs?
Colorado. during
Colorado's
COVID,
like
all
that
the
too.
second homes, everyone goes, "Oh, I can't jog on my beach. Well, I'll just go to my home in Vail." And they kicked out all the renters, and all these renters needed places to live, right? Everybody moved into their second home. And oh yeah.
And then those are the same people that complain about not having high quality service. Why? Because people who are cooks, servers, cashiers, housekeepers, what people are willing to pay them does not cover the cost of living. Hardworking people.
It's trying to phase that out. I mean, hell, the dollar store over here where I live, they're trying to phase out the cashier position, and it's everything going to self checkout. It's like these are like beginning starter jobs, and they're eliminating them.
Yeah. Well, that's okay because child labor laws changed, so you can now work younger with less restrictions. So I'm sure it'll be
little
fine.
hands for little jobs. We need it. We need it.
Yeah, you get your kids to work, pull them out of school at 13, and it'll be fine. You'll be able to
I
survive
went to
just
school,
fine.
and my dad wanted a pond and a patio, and I wanted allowance, and he was like, "Well, dig me a hole, get that."
Now put that dirt back on boss man's land. What are you doing?
No, but again, you know what I mean. It's
Yeah.
My parents made us work. Like we mowed the lawn at young. You know what I
That's what
mean.
we were
But that's
saying,
not
exactly.
child labor either. I'm joking.
No, I know.
We always made that joke. Like, oh,
So
okay,
Growl,
yeah.
are you in Colorado? Did you say?
Yeah, born and raised. I left
Yeah.
for college and came back, and I love it. And I was like, I'm not gonna be a townie, and I'm a townie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I worked as a lifty for a little while.
So you've seen the
That was
shift
fun.
over the last few years, especially,
Yeah. It's wild. It was ever since we legalized pot. To be honest,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not knocking
Right.
it, but we did it. California was always same kind of like they were always in, out. They were like, hot and cold on it. So it was never a problem. But as soon as we just legalize it, I kind of regret voting for it. And I'll give you the wildest reasons. It's like it used to be a bunch of old hippies, who were like save the earth, and you know how much plastic the industry has generated.
Right. Well, and even recycling is kind of a hoax.
And I'm like, can you just refill this? And they're like, no, we have to give you a new one. And it's like, it's not medicine. It's damn tomatoes that grow in the dirt, bro. Give me some tomatoes.
Right.
Yeah, they ruined it.
Exactly.
I
I appreciate everybody
bizarre.
putting the different prices in chat for rent near you. That's kind of interesting to see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
but
is. Well,
even
I feel better with some of those prices. I'm not gonna lie.
But even on top of that, like what you were saying, Growl, about the plastics, even the recycling is not really true. Most plastics can't
don't
actually
even
be
get me
recycled.
started on recycling and what a joke that is. I was born in the the reduce, reuse, recycle 90s era,
Right.
and
Exactly.
I am so despondent about the lie that is recycling.
Well, and so that's the worst. I grew up in Boulder, Colorado, the hippiest crap ever. Same thing. I'm behind enemy lines, right? Like, it's like, so was it all just a joke? Let's save
Yeah,
the
I hear the
environment.
behind enemy lines. I know what you mean.
I'm
I
being
wish-
facetious, but it is funny. You know what I mean? It is truly like that crap. Like you go to Boulder, Colorado, and they're like, oh my, never pearl clutching.
I wish it was decriminalized here in Florida, man. I'd become a farmer, man. That's the honest living right there.
Cash crop, baby.
Cash crop. That's the other thing that just confuses me. I'm like, how are we not? Why aren't we trying to funnel all of that cash in the pot industry into some sort of non-cash thing? I don't understand. Other than that, it's not legalized federally, I guess, and so the banks won't let you. But I don't that's so much cash, and
$420 million the first 5 years, which is hysterical. It's like 421 or whatever, but we all joke. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Because it was supposed to be. It was a levied tax against it. It was higher than gambling, cigarettes, and booze. Think about that.
Listen.
And where'd the money go? Where'd the money go? What do we have to show for it?
That's what I'm saying. If it wasn't cash strictly, we'd probably. Well, no, I'm gonna take. You know what? I'm not even gonna finish that sentence. Not even gonna finish it. We'd know where it was going. No, we probably wouldn't. We probably wouldn't.
Right.
Where I live here in Canada near Toronto, there's dispensaries at every single strip mall. Probably at least one every 10 square miles if you live anywhere near a city. They're like all over the place, and there's tax on everything you buy from them.
And Bonnie was saying cannabis legal anywhere it's legal, you lose your 2A right. That's why I say don't legalize it, decriminalize it altogether.
Decriminalize it. Thank you. Yeah. And I think there should be a lot more why won't we decriminalize it? Well, because in the places that it's still criminalized, we've got all these privately ran jails, and that makes a lot of money.
Yeah, legalization leaves loopholes, and that's the loophole that they're,
Right.
where you can't.
And in
go out
places
and buy a
where
gun.
we've had it legalized, we've seen what that's done. It's made it so that the taxes on it are through the roof. The taxes are supposed to be going towards all these really great things that they never actually go to because of money laundering.
It was for school infrastructure in Colorado, Indy.
Right. Yeah. And how's that worked out?
In the first 5 years for it. And
everyone has smart boards now.
They bought metal detectors, and the books are still old, and
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Well, actually, ironically, I was talking with somebody else who's in Colorado, and they had gone onto a high school property with a pocket knife on them, and they hadn't even thought about it. And they walked in, and they got scanned and caught right away, and were told they had to hand over their pocket knife until they could, came back out or whatever. But I would say, well, at least the money there was used for that. Here, I haven't heard of any kind of scanning or security, which I don't know if I even agree with that or want that.
Metal detector cost $200 million.
Right, but those, what I'm saying is at least they're right. Yeah, with the government, it's like that $75 screw, right?
Yeah.
But my point is, at least they're using the money towards something like that. Here, we're not seeing any of the results of those fundings. You know what I mean? Or even like the COVID money. Like, where did that all go? Nobody knows.
No, but yeah, the guy decriminalized.
But because we have no checks and balances in our voting, all the tax hikes are always passed through.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Really quickly, I'm going to pull up. It's not a very long video. It's just under 6 minutes, and it's about the rescheduling of cannabis. So very, on topic. Here we go.
Hey everyone, welcome into our latest Traded Black podcast. I'm your host, Shad Dales, and today we're diving into a major development that took place this week, and that's the momentum behind marijuana rescheduling under the Trump administration. And it's not just heating up, it's institutionalizing. But what's most surprising is the DEA under Trump's hand-picked nominee is now signaling that science, not ideology, is finally taking center stage. And it's about time. So with that, let's explain why. Let's start at the top. President Trump has made it increasingly clear he wants cannabis rescheduled. Quietly, he backed efforts to insert the Safer Banking Act into spending bills back in late 2024, and now we're seeing the next step in that policy trajectory, rescheduling marijuana from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. So this change would finally acknowledge what most Americans already accept. Cannabis has medical use and should not be classified alongside heroin. You don't say. Now, Trump's vision is extending to his cabinet. So with that, enter Terry Cole, Trump's nominee to head the DEA. Now, let's not sugarcoat this. Cole's history is rooted in old school drug enforcement. He built his career at the DEA in an era where cannabis was framed as a societal threat, not a therapeutic tool. He's historically been skeptical about reform. He's never been an advocate for cannabis. And as recently as a few years ago, he supported enforcement first strategies. But during his recent confirmation hearing, Cole made a bold pivot. He said, quote, "Reviewing marijuana rescheduling will be one of my first priorities," end quote. That's a seismic shift. Think about it. He didn't commit to supporting the specific Schedule 3 proposal, but he didn't dismiss it either. Instead, Cole emphasized a major turning point, quote, "We must look at the science. The process must be data-driven. This isn't about ideology anymore." So let that sink in. A DEA nominee handpicked by Trump is now publicly stating that cannabis policy must be guided by evidence and not fear. That's new, and it matters. Now, this isn't just about coal. In a Trump administration, cabinet officials are expected to follow the president's lead. There's no freelancing. If Trump says cannabis should be rescheduled, Cole's job isn't to debate it, it's to execute the policy. That's the dynamic we're watching unfold here. Whether Cole personally believes in rescheduling or not, Trump's agenda is setting the tone, and those around him, including the DEA, will be expected to deliver. This gives the cannabis industry real reason to pay attention. But let's be honest, we've heard momentum talk before, but this time it feels a little bit different for one reason. The conversation has shifted from cultural politics to clinical science. Past DEA administrators have largely resisted rescheduling on moral or bureaucratic grounds. They saw cannabis reform as a political liability or regulatory chaos. But now we're seeing a reframing. Rescheduling is being treated like a public health issue. Like any FDA-regulated topic, it's about pharmacology, therapeutic benefit, risk profiles, and most importantly, data. The Department of Health and Human Services has already issued its recommendation to reschedule cannabis to a Schedule 3. The FDA has reviewed the scientific literature as well. And now the DEA, under Terry Cole, is being asked to finish the job. That's why his line about, quote, prioritizing science over ideology, it matters. It's not just lip service. It's a sign that Washington may finally be treating cannabis like medicine and not a threat. So really, what's next? If rescheduling happens, it could be a game changer. Cannabis businesses could finally take standard tax deductions under Section 280E, which many of you know. Research barriers would fall, opening the door for clinical trials. And the stigma attached to cannabis at the federal level would fundamentally be disrupted. And it's about time. But make no mistake, this isn't legalization. Schedule 3 still comes with some strict oversight. Still, the symbolism is huge. The DEA, long the biggest barrier to progress, may now be the key that unlocks the next phase of reform. And that's a good thing. So really, here's where we're at. A veteran DEA official, once skeptical of reform, is now being positioned to carry out one of the most significant federal cannabis policy changes in history. And under Trump, this isn't about winning hearts and minds. It's about executing orders. The order? Reschedule marijuana and do it based on science. So again, I'll say, let that sink in. So that's a wrap here in our latest Trade to Black podcast. A lot to unpack as cannabis rescheduling finally starts getting treated like a science-based decision and not political football. If you found this episode valuable, do us a favor. Hit that like button and help more people find this content. Subscribe to our channel so you don't miss any updates on cannabis policy, stocks, and market shifts. And drop a comment below. Do you believe Trump's DEA will actually follow through on rescheduling? We're about to find out. And we've got more big interviews and insider insights coming up. So stay locked in. I'm your host, Shad Dales. Thanks for watching. And like I always say, stay open-minded, stay connected, and I'll see you next time on our latest Trade to Black podcast. Thanks for watching, everyone.
The thing is like there's so much more to marijuana than just medical. You can make
CBD
paper.
19 now. Love that.
That was an interesting take, though. I actually like it. Like, again, like, let's not go back to prohibition style marijuana, but like, I get what that guy's position was. It's like it needs to be studied. If you guys want, I don't want to, Indy, it's your show, but an interesting thing, we have 15 healing center licenses for psilocybin. How do you guys feel about that? Marijuana is a gateway drug.
Well, psilocybin is from mushrooms, right?
But
Like to me,
Colorado's doing that.
that's
what
all
I'm saying. We're not
natural
going
still.
Portland.
So
We've never been like Portland, like legalize it all, but there have been 15 granted licenses for healing centers. I kind of chuckle again. Like,
Well,
it's
the
all
wellness
good.
industry
I
is a
love
whole
it, but
nother.
psilocybin treatment.
I
center,
thought it
but-
was legal to grow. Isn't it legal to grow mushrooms though?
So we
in
decriminalized
Oregon?
it, right? So if you're not manufacturing and dealing, you can
Yes.
grow shrooms. You can grow six plants
Yeah.
a week per adult.
I personally don't think that any plants should be illegal.
I
And
don't
think
either.
that there should be
I'm there
repercussions
with
for
you.
the uses of them.
It's a
And with
garden,
that
bro.
time-
You're mad about a garden? Yeah.
And
Right.
with our healthcare system, people got to be allowed to self-medicate. Now, people
Right.
don't always do it right, but like, shouldn't the criminal thing be about their behavior as like a wake-up call? Like, if you're doing dangerous, stupid, or violent things, yeah.
Totally.
But
We
most
still have
people,
that in Colorado, so that's what I'm saying. It's interesting. I think we're doing. If I had to choose, it's like I think we're doing the actual like
Good to see you,
retail.
Mike.
right?
Then
So I think the healing centers will be fine.
the
It's just
pharmaceutical
crazy
companies
that,
don't want
yeah,
they
people are
don't
just
want
tripping on the
competition.
street, just tripping balls. You never know who's just out of their mind.
Right.
Well, but I mean, even the pharmaceuticals, it's like, I don't know about where you guys live, but my daughter's on Medicaid. I mean, we just finally got her into a primary care provider. It took us a year and a half to find somebody who would take state funding for her to be able to see a doctor.
I didn't go on. I didn't want to mean it like that, but like that's what
No,
I'm
no,
saying.
no. I'm
totally
just
believe
saying,
in the
like,
medicine
she
side
smokes
of it,
pot
but
and
you
it
have to
helps her a
realize
lot.
that people are just going to be tripping shrooms outside, like smoking weed everywhere. You know what I mean? Like that was
Right.
Like,
Yeah, but that it'd
we
be
legalized
better
weed to
that
smoke
than
weed, not
better.
to
Hold
have
on, better
like
hold
everywhere
on,
just hot
Growl.
box. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Growl, I
Yeah.
think you're not hearing people when they're talking because I know Watt was trying to say, or Wingnut was trying to say something too. But Wingnut, I want to go to you next. But I would much rather people be, smoking weed or on shrooms than on fentanyl or what is it called? Oh, I can never remember the name of it. But any of the other harder stuff, you're seeing that's way worse to me. But
Well,
what were you gonna? Or sorry, not Watt, Wingnut. What were you going to say?
Well,
Do you remember?
okay, I was going to say a couple of things actually. I was like, for one, pharmaceutical companies don't want competition, so homeopathic remedies and stuff like that is a competition to pharmaceuticals. All right, and then on top of that, marijuana has many more uses other than just medical. You can
Yeah.
make paper, you can make
Right. Well,
ropes,
that's the hemp.
textiles,
Yes. Yeah.
textiles. You can make oil, you can make fuel. I mean, there's so many
Right.
different
Exactly.
uses for that plant in particular. So I mean, it's just, it's stopping a whole lot of industries from starting up and creating jobs and stuff like that,
Mhm.
by keeping this criminalized. And then on top of that, and I blame Harry Anslinger, who
I don't think it
put
should
all
be.
this crap into the play in the first place. When it comes down to like the prohibition of marijuana altogether, Harry Anslinger put his whole freaking career to make it illegal. So I mean,
Probably
it's a
was
big
maybe
deal.
that.
I mean, back when they were making that movie, was it oh gosh, I can't remember where they were. You saw in the movie, they were sitting there smoking weed in the closet like they like fucking, like heroin addicts. You know what I mean? So that's why they kept, classified it like a Schedule 2 or
Good to
something like
see.
that because they want to classify this as dangerous as heroin. I mean, I got busted for having a joint one time, and I had to go through like this like whole drug program or whatever. The
Uh-huh.
the guy, he literally
Right,
said,
Trix, that's what I wanted to know.
you're gonna die, you're gonna kill yourself if you keep smoking that stuff, man. And I'm like, man, you're freaking crazy. And the only reason I'm here is because I'm forced here by courts. I have no interest. I'm going to continue smoking pot. It doesn't matter what, all that kind of stuff. But the thing, is it needs to be decriminalized
And
altogether nationwide. I mean, nationally, when it comes down to federal and all that sort of stuff too. Because I mean, there's a lot of
carpet
industry that
growing for sure, Deadpool.
can be created through it. But
Oh, I agree.
and then on the medical part of it, like I said,
Absolutely
the
anti.
pharmaceutical companies have government in their pockets. You know what I
Exhibit.
mean?
I give you
They,
exhibit. I build websites. We did Charlotte's Web. It's CBD for seizures, right? So there's the medical side, CBD, but it's owned by Bear Aspirin.
right.
Shut the front door. Of course it is. Of course it is.
Of course it is.
Right.
Of course
Yeah.
it is.
Well, I
Yep.
mean, there's even Marlboro created a strand and patented it. So when it becomes, they can then market that under Marlboro brand. You know what I mean?
As a good company should.
Right, there's some
I don't know.
propaganda for you, Navy Vet. Reefer Madness. If you guys haven't seen that, that kind of
That's
merges
the movie
Yes,
I was
that's
talking
the
about.
movie.
conversations.
That was
Reefer
the
Madness.
movie
Oh yeah,
I couldn't remember.
oh
it,
yeah, that's a great one. The
Yeah,
remake
they-
of it is really good too. The musical.
Oh my
The,
God.
the
Reefer
DVD case smells like chocolate. Yeah, that would be a fun one to do backstage. You might have to do Reefer Madness. That'd be a good one.
Well, and
Which
my
one,
point
the
with
old
my
one?
yeah.
Both. Yeah, we could do both.
Both.
The new one kind of refers to the old one, but yeah.
Well, and my daughter, she's been struggling with anxiety and depression since she was young. She had a ruptured appendix and an extended hospital stay and a lot of trauma from that. And she's really struggled. And she's been through a cacophony of pharmaceuticals, and smoking pot like helps her manage her anxiety. She is taking a paragabin for her fibromyalgia that we found out that she has, which is probably actually trauma based, and it probably has to do with wacky hormones. But we have to jump through all these hoops to kind of get there. But my point is, smoking pot is a felony for her if she gets caught in Idaho, but it's also the most accessible thing for her because we can just pop right across the border. She can self-regulate, self-medicate. There's no ramping up or coming down off
Allegedly, Minecraft. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one of the drugs that she was taking, she's like, it makes my brain shake, and then she found out like brain shakes is like a thing that happens,
as a side effect from big pharma meds. Yes. I absolutely agree. And Rogent says it here too. Most medicines are poisonous, prescription medicines. Marijuana is not poisonous, yet has great effect. It could lead to many new non-poisonous medicines. Right.
Yeah.
Agreed.
If you look at like just do a simple Google search and look up J&J and Pfizer, man, they're federal criminals. Why would anybody trust anything that they create? You know?
What's interesting as far as web though, like they bought it, so it's an interesting legal way to go about it. You know what I mean? That's why.
But would we have Nickelback still avoid? This is the real question.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just like, that's why they decriminalize it first, so they can actually get some people who are cultivating, right? And then they can hand out, it's like a liquor license, right? Like 15 places can buy like shrooms now and like sell shrooms and offer treatment. And it's like, I'm not laughing because of that. It's just funny because like you could grow them in your own basement and treat yourself. You know?
Right. Exactly. I mean, and it's not just marijuana or mushrooms. I mean, there's a lot of herbal remedies and things like that have all been lost over time too, or not lost, but like the knowledge has been.
We just don't cultivate them. We don't.
Restricted or it's not something that's as common in places as it used to be. You know, I remember my grandma used to have a garden and she grew a lot of medicinal herbs and things, and she knew everything about how to use them. But over time, as big pharma pushed more and more, and now the ads, you know, we're the only country, I think, if I remember correctly, we're the only country where pharmaceutical companies are allowed to promote their products directly to us. They advertise directly to us. And that's been a huge jump in an increase in prescription medications. And then all the kickbacks for doctors and for hospitals for the different prescriptions that they give. And it's crazy. It all goes back to the money.
Yeah. Why would you want to take an antidepressant that makes you depressed? You know what I mean? I mean, that's one of the side effects. You know what I mean?
You know, it's like sources for anything like that.
They have the ads now that if your antidepressant isn't working, here's another drug. When does it end?
Right.
I think what's really sad is there's good doctors. Sorry.
Hold on just 1 second. Growl in chat. That's you as well, right? Do you have a content page?
I don't. Okay. I'm not. I just hang out. A code.
Yeah.
I
thought I'd remembered that too.
No, I don't. I'm not a content.
Yeah, I just want to make sure if you did have a site somewhere that we were, sharing the link out so people could sub if they wanted to.
Unilever.com.
Yeah.
No. Oh yeah, no. I did Marines.com as well. Marines is funny. My client, like my company I worked for, is in Chicago, and they're all woke and stuff. And my boss asked me, he was like, do you mind working on Marines? Because some people here don't want to work on websites with like guns and war. I'm like, hell yeah, bring it on. Hooah. Yeah, it's just so funny. Like I've seen it.
They were funded by tax dollars,
Well, no, like we worked for client, like it's
Oh, I was talking about something that Navy Vet, the comment, because I'm interacting with the chat too.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Okay. Navy Vet said Monsanto was one of the companies involved in the production of Agent Orange during the Vietnam War, and that means that everything, Monsanto came about because of tax funding. So we're paying for all of that crap and poison.
We're also still paying damages to Cambodia for what we did to them with Agent Orange.
Right. Yeah. Right. Got to cover our bases here in YouTube land, Mike.
Right. Yeah, I think it's sad too, because good doctors who don't work for big medical groups who are trying to do the right thing, and there is, I mean, like doctrine, there is some things like I've seen a huge turnaround in my daughter with a very low dose of a pharmaceutical drug, but it's really hard to find good doctors that don't work for big medical groups because only the big medical groups will deal with the state insurance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like access is for people who need it is ridiculous. I can't
that's
even.
one of the big things here in Florida too. For instance, like the insurance thing, like for instance, if you have a weed card, if you have a card, you can legally go to a dispensary and get weed. There's a lot of jobs
I've
out
heard that
there
for others too,
that
Derek.
require like a drug test and stuff like that. And depending on their insurance that they have, it doesn't matter if you come up dirty or not. If you come up dirty and you have a weed card, you still cannot keep that job, because of their insurance, but it depends, so there's some that their insurance is not that bad. If you come up dirty and you have a weed card, you still keep your job. You know what I mean?
All the good old boys I know won't go into the pot shops because they can't own, you can't get concealed carry if you,
right.
Yeah. Hunter Biden can, you can't though.
What's good for thee is not good for me, I guess.
Right. Yeah, some people are saying that they've experienced anxiety when they have smoked weed. And I've heard that from others too. I mean, body chemistry is different for everyone. And of course, there's different strains. And nowadays you have to also wonder what kind of fertilizers and chemicals are in most weed, unless you've grown it yourself. And, so there's a lot of factors in play there too.
Well, and I think that goes for everything. I mean, that you hear people talking about like colloidal silver or this or that or the other. And it's like, I mean, these things are... Humans tend to go so extreme though. They're like, if a little bit works, a lot works. And they don't think about the balance and the cycle of your body with nature. A lot of people aren't even really tuned into their bodies anymore. There's a lot to be said about our food supply system.
Yes.
And why we're out of tune with what actually is working in our bodies or not. Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, Shadow Work brought up Ozempic. Yeah, talk about advertising right to the people. That was like the number one item being purchased at Costco. I don't know if it still is, but it was. And if you look into Ozempic, if you're not in the know, there are a ton of really severe side effects for people who are taking it. So
anal leakage is one of them.
Like those chips, remember those like Olestra or Olean or whatever it was called, that was like some kind of new kind of chip that was supposed to be better for you, and it used some oil that was supposed to be better and it was healthier, but it caused anal leakage was like the side effect of the chips. Do you guys remember that?
Jeez. I do.
I'm gonna go right now and go buy some of that stuff.
See, even the dog knows it ain't right.
I mean, people bought them, you know what I mean? Because they were healthy. They were, and I think one point, just to get back to this, this video we watched about marijuana and having it be rescheduled, somebody had put in the chat, trust the science. Well, that is a good point, because what science are they going to use when they're backing up that information, because we went through the last 5 years of trust the science was actually trust the bullshit. You know what I mean? So that's tricky. It depends on, who is the science that they're actually looking at and trusting.
Well, science is also subjective, and also like data. Well, and the data.
Nailed it. You can buy science. Go on, dude.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can buy science for sure, but also you can take the same set of data and look at it differently. I mean, data analytics is about storytelling, right?
Yeah.
And so science and sharing the results of science is about data analytics, which is about storytelling. So you just got to be wary of your storytellers.
But that's the cookies. Like, we make cookies. We want to sell you a couch. We really want to sell you a couch. But we know what you like. We know what you don't like. We're experimenting. Like, it's kind of the same thing. It is weird. Like, I totally disagree about taking people's data. That is what I said in Chaz, how they get away with it. They're like, well, we anonymize it. It's not you, but it's somebody exactly like you.
Right.
oh, someone like Growl would definitely buy this.
My favorite is when they try to sell me stuff I've already bought. I'm like, literally wasting your
Holy
advertising
cow.
dollars.
I've said, because I work with like marketing department. And
John,
I'm like,
go
we
figure.
all the time are like, don't be dumb. Like, everything I see is like trying to sell me stuff I already own. 'Cause that's what I talk about. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up another video here in just a second. But John says Bayer is merged with Monsanto. Go figure. Medicine and poison together, right?
I
There you go.
absolutely despise commercials. I hate them.
Well, that means
Yeah.
that this CBD strain, they own the genetics, and there you go. There's your Monsanto. That Charlotte's Web I was talking about. They own the genetics on CBD weed.
So that
The
means
things
the
you can
key
learn
now-
under the
the key now
surface.
is you want to have heirloom seeds, and they're very, very rare. It's
Yeah.
tough to get them.
Yes.
But that's
You can find them in online communities. I mean, you have to have some trust, obviously, that they're being accurate. But a lot of, especially the places where you can do seed exchanges, I would think would be probably more trustworthy than the places that are selling them even.
true.
Same goes for your food, y'all.
Well, and the people that were growing to begin with, like we went through all this in Canada like 5 years ago, where it was
Good to
going
see you,
through
Mr. Bill.
the decriminalization, and then certain provinces opened it up, and I think Canada was used as a test market for it.
Yeah.
So now, like, if you want the heirloom seeds, you need to know the people that were growing it, in advance and were licensed for medical marijuana to begin with. And those people, as far as I know, they're
Or
your
have a
best.
good mountain mama. A good mountain mama.
That's true.
Yeah, I
like,
like that, right?
I don't really like going to the pot shops. He's right. I'm like, I just want regular, good old grown in the dirt. Yep.
Yeah, Pringles too, Snooks. I think it was like a lot of the Lay's products, I remember. Or Ruffles, maybe it was all of those. But yeah, it was like a phase. I don't think it lasted very long. I think the people voted with their dollars on that one.
You're right. Well, you know what? I have to work early in the morning. It was fun chatting. I've
Good to
never
see you,
really
Paula.
joined one of your chats before, so I
Yeah, thank
appreciate
you.
it. I appreciate the insight from everybody.
Right? Yeah,
Growl,
thank you so much for coming up. I
I
appreciate
wish
you
I
being
could
here for
pick
both
your brain,
parts.
Growl, about some more coding
I know.
stuff because I am fascinated by coding. I wish I had the brain to be able to do it. I've played around with it a little
You
bit.
and before you leave private chat, I'll send you my email in
Agreed,
private
Nana.
chat.
Okay, sounds good.
But yeah, no, whatever.
Pleasure meeting you.
Just came to shoot the breeze too. So
Shoot the shit. All right. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
I'll
awesome.
shoot you an email.
All right. Thanks so much, Carrie, for coming up. Make sure you're
Thanks.
subbed up to Carrie, you guys. Anti, would you drop her link? I'm kind of multitasking here. I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Just another chance to make sure you're subbed up and connected.
Yeah, join us 6:30. We moved to 6:30 on Mondays doing our live thing, but catch the replays.
Right, exactly.
My goal is to try and get to a certain amount of watch hours so that I can have some members only things going on and we can
Awesome.
be even more, I don't know, exploratory with our brains. Our brains are crazy. So I could talk about brains all day long, but
Well, I hope you'll come up again. This was great to have you. I appreciate we had you.
I will.
You.
All
Thanks,
right.
Carrie.
Talk to you later, guys. Bye.
Yeah, I'll see you around soon.
care.
Rojan says, not to mention you will need to take more drugs for life to counteract the undesirable effects of the first drug. Absolutely. And that's something that I saw with my parents, especially my dad. He was diagnosed at 12 with diabetes at a time, he was born in 1944. So it was kind of when they were first starting to diagnose that. And he was on all sorts of different prescription medications for life. And there were so many, issues of the different prescriptions conflicting with each other that caused a lot of his major health problems. And that hasn't ended, And, another thing too, for those who do take prescription medications, if you're going to different specialists or different doctors, or even like at your dentist, make sure that you're letting them know what medications you take, because a lot of times I think people have trust that they have those records and they'll know. But when I was nursing my daughter, I found out how little they pay attention to those things, because I'd always make sure to ask to make sure that I wasn't taking something that I couldn't take when I was nursing her. And there were some huge side effects and some things that that dentists and doctors were going to prescribe to me that if I hadn't asked, I would have been taking, that would have been poisoning her through my breast milk. So I'm just saying, if you're not aware of it, it's something to be aware of. You know, if you're taking prescription medications or you're going to more than one doctor, you know, make sure you're asking the questions, not assuming that they have your best interests at heart.
A really small, just to laugh, right? We all gotta laugh a little bit. I hope you laugh about this. What do you guys think RFK Jr.'s reaction is when Donald Trump buys a Big Mac and a Diet Coke in front of
Right?
him?
I know. Well, what is that? You know what I mean? Like, what is that propaganda? I was surprised when he went to the McDonald's. I mean, I got the dig at Kamala, you know, because she said that she'd worked at, you know, trying to be one of the regular people, had said that she'd worked at a McDonald's, and I got that that was kind of a troll on her for that. But yeah, I thought the same thing. You know, they were just like promoting Maha at that point.
I
And
just love it. I mean, I'm sure it'll
yeah.
be fine, but it is funny. I'm sure, like, RFK's over here going like, "I drink this methylene
Well said, Avoid.
blue," you know what I mean? And
Right?
Donald Trump's
Yes.
over here like, "Bring me my Diet Coke, my Big
Right, my Big Mac
Mac."
and my fries. Yeah, exactly. I've got my red button for my Coke that I'm probably too white for anyway. If you know, you know. Avoid says, trust the science, not the scientists. Right. And it should, but I mean, actually, I think they're pushing it the other way. You know, when they say trust the science, I feel like they're really saying trust the psyop, trust the propaganda. But, you know, or the people that are backing them financially. But a lot of the scientists, like if you look back over COVID and everything, a lot of the scientists were speaking out. They were being heavily censored, but their messages still got through, you know?
And they were saying, beware, beware of the weird science.
Right, exactly.
That's right.
Yeah. And Tate says science is and always has been best guess. And yeah, science, you know, should be continually asking the question. So I think it was Carrie who said that earlier. If someone's saying that they already have all the answers or they already know and they're not going to be flexible, then it's not real science, you know? If you can't question it, it's not actual science.
It's propaganda.
Science is questioning. Right.
They do have all the answers. Northrop Grumman is going to build a train on the moon. $160 million
It can depend on the
to build a
kind too, if
train
it's
on the moon.
indica or sativa.
Can't build a train in California. Nope, but we can build one on the moon.
Right.
Isn't that ridiculous?
It's a real thing, like paying
They
for
can't
it.
even
Yeah,
get
we
rid
already
of
paid for it. They're doing it, doing a study to see if we can build a
probably
train on
good.
the moon.
They get rid
Linda
of the
Jean, so good to see you. Thanks for coming by and
Are,
being
are we
here.
going to send Katy Perry up there to be a train conductor or something?
That's the
Yeah, I
big
turned him up next. Hope he's better now. Let me know.
Wait for the album to drop. You'll love it.
I actually did a video on that.
Oh, nice.
I'm an astronaut, the Katy Perry thing.
Right. Yeah.
Did you-
John pointed this out in case people don't know. They can't patent something organic, but if they
Right.
could alter it, they can, which
Yep.
is why all medications, prescription medications, are synthetic versions of natural remedies.
Yep.
It gets way worse than that. My grandpa told us stories. He like grew wheat and corn and stuff, and Monsanto is so vicious that like if the wind blows and pollen goes across the road and pollinates your field, if they find a trace of their genetics in it, they go, "It's our crop."
Right. Which is
Yeah,
by
they
design
they
too,
were
in my
vicious.
opinion.
My
That
grandpa
that
never
started
did
with the
it.
soy industry. That's why there are almost I don't think there's any organic soy in the United States anymore. If I remember correctly, there is no longer anything that can be certified organic for soy. Everything is GMO.
I think
So
the
if you
same.
see a product that includes soy, it's a GMO product, even if it's not labeled as such. What were you going to say?
I heard the same is true for corn. And that a
I
lot
don't
of
know. I haven't heard that for corn. But...
corn from Mexico now because Mexico does have the original.
Yeah. Thank you, Anti, for dropping that link. Yeah. All right. I don't know. Avoid some heirloom seeds, maybe. Thanks, Anti.
Do any of y'all do any gardening?
I was just about to ask. I got some heirloom seeds. I have them sprouted already. Yep. Mother's Day's coming.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, we're, most of you know, we moved about 7 months ago, and we're moving again in 2 months. So we have stuff ready to start planting right away. We're doing some indoor gardening and some container gardening, but we can't do much, and it's a bummer. I wish we could do a lot more than we're doing, but we're trying to do what we can. Rain, it's good to see you.
What are you growing, Indy?
We'll be doing potatoes and then a lot of herbs, different kinds of lettuce, tomatoes, some of the basics.
Nice.
The
basics are the best or the easiest, right? Like,
yeah.
At the end of the day, you can make a meal out of the basics still.
Zucchini. I'm a big zucchini fan.
Oh yeah, same here.
Mm-hmm.
Got a bunch of those going.
Freedom fries, right? Endorsed by Trump.
You guys shouldn't grow garlic because it never ends.
Oh yeah,
man.
I love garlic.
I love garlic too.
I love growing it, but it's that, right? Every bulb is another 16 garlic plants.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with that though. I mean, garlic is
I'm
very
totally
good.
okay with that. I'm just saying it never people
Right,
are just, I'm
Linda?
like giving it away. I'm throwing garlic at people like, here, you want some? Take some.
So Linda Jean says, I say trust your own instincts and research and go with your gut feel, or whatever you were told, go with the opposite. Right. I do think it's wise to try to, first of all, trust your instincts. But I also think that part of the fluoride in the water and the chemtrails that are being sprayed overhead in the air and the toxins in our foods, part of that is to kind of interfere with the natural working of your body and mind. And that can interfere with your instincts too. So it's tricky. It is tricky. For those of you who are Christians, I'd say go with your discernment more. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's a Holy Spirit that guides us. But I know not everybody believes that. But whichever way you look at it, we all have that intuition that I think we need to try to tap into as much as possible.
Well, that's actually an interesting subject too, because I've heard people say, ask your heart, go with your heart, and ask your gut, go with your gut. And I think there's a difference between the two sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Your head, your heart, and your junk will lie to you. Your gut will never lie to you.
I don't know, Al, but it does seem like there's a lot of flip-flopping going around right now, I think people get burned out. That's a quick answer.
We're up against the wall. That's like the burnout's real. Like, I totally hear what you're saying, but yeah, people, I don't want to be that guy, but I heard if no one gets arrested, what the hell?
Right. Right.
That's
because we just haven't seen. Maybe we'll play a video here in a minute too. It kind of ties in with this about the Epstein list and everything going on with that. But, where is that information? How has there not been a single arrest of one John, if you want to call it that, in something that's such a huge ring that involves pedophilia? I mean, how is this not
that's the burnout? You know what I mean? Like, it's like,
well, and I'm thinking it's not even that they're John. I'm thinking that it's actually that they're in on the business of it as well.
Right. And there's also, if you look at it from the intel side, which is something I never would have considered until I learned about it. But if you know that, the Mossad was involved and that Epstein allegedly was involved with the FBI, much like Diddy as an informant, then it's like, allegedly in Minecraft, YouTube overlords. But yeah, but you know what I mean? Like it's a lot.
It's control. How do you control? How do you control someone? You have shit on them that they never want to see the day of light. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's blackmail.
Yeah.
Blackmail 101.
Absolutely. And we've seen that, I think, in other ways too. But when it's done and it involves victims that are children and some of them extremely young, and something that we're seeing is so widespread. I mean, it even hits the royal family. Look at Prince Andrew. I mean, and there's so many huge pieces of it that it's such a global issue, and yet we're not seeing any accountability at all. Even Ghislaine Maxwell, who's in jail.
That was the fall guy. That was the fall guy. They had somebody had to go to jail. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's like, I hate to be more like bad about it. It's one of the oldest trades in the world, right? So it's never gone away is what's fucked up. Sorry.
When I heard what Ghislaine Maxwell is in there is more like the Hilton Hotel than a jail.
Right. Right. And Alan Dershowitz, the first time that any charges were brought up on Epstein, the very first charges were by two sisters. And when that case went through, Alan Dershowitz was his defense attorney and got him off on like a slap on the wrist. It had nothing to do, it was like for procuring a prostitute rather than for child rape. And I mean, that's what it was. And they had him in a jail where he could leave. It was like a work release. I don't even know what that kind of jail is, but it always makes me think of the line from Office Space about the different kinds of prison.
It's a federal. There are no
yeah, exactly.
In blue collar jail with lemonade stands. Yeah,
he got the elite jail, and I'm guessing that's where Ghislaine probably really is too, and that's probably where Diddy will end up.
It's where Martha Stewart went, right? Yeah, like you're gonna have to go sit in the box, but you can play tennis.
Yeah.
You guys want a wild one? Did you guys hear about Virginia Guthrie like last month? Do you guys know who that is?
Yeah. Actually, let's go ahead and pull up that video real quick.
Do that? That's a trip. Like I don't know what to think about that. Indy,
yeah.
I don't. Yeah.
Jam, will you grab the Awaken with JP video? So this one kind of covers a couple different topics, but that's one of them. And yeah, let's go ahead and play this because it's an interesting rabbit hole. Jam, I don't know if you stepped away for a second, if you're still there. If not, I can maybe try to share it and see if it'll work. Let's do that. Okay, so, I think it'll be easier if we watch it and then talk about it, but this guy is a comedian who I have really appreciated. Oh, he's got a warning on this video, which means I'll probably get a warning on the stream that says it has to do with having to do with unaliving, because he uses that word quite a bit in this. But let me see. Here we go. Okay. Hopefully this will share okay on my end. All right.
Here you can see a TikToker racking up millions of views feeding Hillary Clinton. Welcome to We Lie to You News. Tonight we have special reports on an Epstein victim being silenced with suicide. A lot of suicide in this case for some reason. And the media tries to frame Trump, liberal judges getting arrested. Bill Gates will soon be blocking out the sun because apparently we don't need it anymore, and a bombshell report on women's empowerment. But starting with, over the weekend, President Trump went to the definitely not evil Vatican to attend the funeral of the Pope, who passed away after meeting with J.D. Vance. We in the media did an excellent job of reporting Trump's extremism, where after the Vatican asked attendees to wear all black, we showed you Trump as the only person pictured disrespectfully wearing a blue suit. And in the zoomed out picture that shows you more of what happened and therefore less truth, you can see many attendees wearing a blue suit, including blue-suited Biden sitting 4 rows behind Trump. We're proud of our excellent journalism. And now for our It Was Definitely a Suicide segment. Over the weekend, Epstein victim Virginia Guthrie died. A definite suicide. Prior to her death, according to her, she was specifically trafficked to Prince Andrew of Great Britain, which doesn't seem likely, because here you can see him pictured with her and Ghislaine Maxwell. A month ago, Virginia survived being hit by a bus, which isn't suspicious at all because that kind of thing happens all the time. But just a month later, we're reporting that she takes her own life because some people are stupid enough to believe it. And her suicide also doesn't seem suspicious at all, given that Virginia had previously tweeted, "I am making it publicly known that in no way, shape, or form am I suicidal. I have made this known to my therapist and GP. If something happens to me, in the sake of my family, do not let this go away and help me protect them. too many evil people want to see me quieted. If you ask me, one of the most obvious cases of suicide since a Clinton associate was found hanging in a tree, dead from a gunshot blast with a gun 30 feet away. Hey, if you think about it, Virginia may have very well been a Clinton associate too. I love a good coincidence. And this segment of It Was Definitely a Suicide is brought to you by Bowling and sponsored in part by the Clinton Foundation, where they strive for a more silent America. This just in! Canada has a newly elected Prime Minister, Mark Carney, and here you can see him pictured with Ghislaine Maxwell. Moving along, in New Mexico and Wisconsin, a couple liberal judges have been arrested for illegally harboring illegals in their homes, impeding federal deportation efforts. Here you can see the Wisconsin judge Hannah Duggan's mugshot, where she's exuding a sense of what she did was certainly not wrong. Liberals are crying that these arrests are unfair, to which the FBI director has stated that no one is above the law. In response to this, liberals rushed to social media to delete all their "no one is above the law" posts that they put up when Trump was prosecuted, so they can better argue against Kash Patel as he makes the same point they did. And here you can see some libs in the act of deleting their posts. In other news, do we really need the sun? That's a question Bill Gates has been asking and answering for us. No, according to Bill. The UK government will be working with Bill Gates to implement measures to block out the sun, of course, in the name of climate change. Take a look.
Bill Gates is backing the first high-altitude experiment of one radical climate change solution, creating a massive chemical cloud that could cool the Earth. It's called solar geoengineering.
Sounds promising. Let's hear more.
It would look something like this. Thousands of planes would fly very high and use nozzles to inject millions of tons of light-reflecting particles into the stratosphere.
Kind of like chemtrails.
It would create a thin chemical cloud of those particles around the whole planet, blocking some sunlight from reaching the surface. It would mimic a giant volcanic eruption, which we know cools the Earth.
Volcanic eruptions, yes, it would mimic a natural disaster, so of course, nothing could go wrong. Also, endlessly spraying chemicals into the air would mean that, in theory, airborne virus as an easy way of infecting mass populations with viruses. But luckily, this will be implemented by Bill Gates, who has demonstrated no interest in viruses or treatments for viruses whose profitability is dependent on how many people get infected with said virus. And Bill Gates being unelected, he's also accountable to absolutely no one. So there's that checks and balance system in place to ensure everyone will be safe as he blocks out the sun. And it makes perfect sense that global elites who have spent decades scaring everyone into using solar power are now trying to block out the sun. And now to our women's empowerment segment. New information has come to light regarding the female helicopter pilot who crashed into a plane in the DC area back in January, causing the deadliest aviation disaster since 9/11, which isn't an inside job. New information now says that the female pilot ignored her more experienced male co-pilot multiple times about the oncoming plane. She also ignored warnings from air traffic control, knowing she didn't need a man telling her what to do. She then flew right into the plane, killing everyone, which further proves mansplaining is bad. And during the time of the flight, ironically, she was doing her annual piloting evaluation to ensure her piloting skills were up to par. And rumor has it, because she's a woman, she successfully passed the evaluation as she killed 67 people. And on the note of more women's empowerment, after leaving the Earth for 11 minutes where she proved she's an astronaut by holding a flower, Katy Perry went back on tour. And here you can see her demonstrating to young women everywhere how they can make something of themselves and get ahead in life. That's it for today's news. Also, fathers out there, this guy uses the same restroom as your daughters.
I'm a little trans girl, small and cute.
Just thought you should know. Good night.
Well.
Yeah. Right? I know. I really appreciate JM or JM. I appreciate you too, JM. I really appreciate JP and how he presents information. You know, he was able, like a lot of comedians who wanted to, he was able to kind of get past the filters by presenting things in a comedic way, you know, and
Yeah,
you know, his
like I
style
love
is not
JP.
the
You're
same.
not gonna have to twist my arm on that one.
Right. Yeah, his style's not the same as George Carlin and how George put it out there, but he is, I think, a truth teller like George Carlin, you know?
Yeah, Bill Hicks. Yeah, just the
Yes. Yes. Yeah, and oh, what's the guy? I always forget his name. The one who was in The Office, who he was the lead in the British version of The Office.
Ricky Gervais.
Yes, there we go. Thank you.
Ricky
Ricky Gervais
Gervais.
is
Yeah.
another one.
Bill
Who
Hicks,
just
Richard Pryor. I mean, there was like they're the
Richard
ones that.
Pryor was a good one.
Yeah, he didn't hold back at all.
And you couldn't call him
Yeah,
racist.
right,
He was
Jerry. A lot of the time.
Oh, one of my favorite SNL. SNL's terrible, but it's still, it's still funny. I'm not gonna knock the good times, but yeah, Richard
I like the
Pryor
parody
and
where he burned himself on TV, showing that he burned himself smoking crack.
but yeah, Richard Pryor and what's his name? Wrote never mind. Funny Farm. Who am I thinking? Chevy Chase. Richard Pryor and Chevy Chase. It was like, dude, they said the most inappropriate stuff on SNL. Like you couldn't get away with it today.
And it was funny.
Go ahead.
Oh, that's all I had to say is that it was funny back then. I don't know why it's not funny now.
Have you guys heard
Because
about
we've
this?
become too PC.
Have you guys heard about that UK program? You know, where they were trying, want to block out the sun. It's actually called the Satan Project.
Yeah. I thought it had something to do with Lucifer because Lucifer is the god of light. But
yeah, but
what it's all tied in.
Yeah, the Satan Satan is actually an acronym. I can't remember exactly what it stands for, but that's the acronym for the project. Satan.
Yeah. Speaking of comedians, JM, are you? I don't know if you're back. I know you had stepped away for a minute.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Will you pull up that last link there? This is a comedian that he was on Last Comic Standing, but he's someone I actually know. He was a friend way back in high school and college, and grew up here locally. But he's really funny, a great comedian. I appreciate him, and he's also become one of those people that's being a truth teller. This is just a short video, but it's about big pharma and a kind of a bit he's doing. And I have a couple others of his I might share. If not now, then soon.
It's not Andrew Dice Clay, is it?
No, Jeff Dye. But yeah, this ties in with what we've been talking about. So here we go.
When you used to say fake news, you were like a redneck idiot for claiming that there was fake news. And now that's the entire strategy of the left. Even when you just said the reservoirs were empty, they'd be like, that wasn't real. You're spreading misinformation. It's like it was. We have videos of it. Liberals used to be anti-big pharma, and now they're like, hey,
take the vaccines.
Get the vaccines
Yeah, but
and trust Pfizer and trust Johnson and Johnson.
Big pharma is really, really important in this country. They push us way beyond our biology, and they come up with drugs and therapies that save lives all the time, and they spend billions of dollars doing it and lose a lot of money. But this bashing of big pharma is
a big
silly.
deal. Anytime your kids have some learning disability or some sort of thing, I don't think you get to put a big stupid name on it and then say, hey, you better be giving your kid these pills. You better be giving them this. Give them Ritalin. Any kid that can't pay attention, which is just kids, they're hyper.
Yes, but no.
Let's crank them full of big pharma's nonsense. You don't think there's a money movement behind that?
Yeah, we have to know this. Whether it's Rogan, whether it's you, whether it's me, all of us on podcasts, when we start talking this way, scientists are going.
I don't have to be a scientist, Brian, to know that when I watch a baseball game, there's 75 fucking commercials going. Ask your doctor if Blaglacaline is great for you. Ask your doctor if it's a machine, and they are trying to pump us full of pills for money instead of teaching us to meditate, exercise, eat well, treat people nicely. They want us to just be medicated fucking idiots. They're even getting in on marijuana. Like they're teaching your kids to be drug addicts and normalizing
again.
Yep.
right?
I have to take
Short
a
and sweet.
stance against his marijuana thing because they're out now coming out with scientific studies saying it's good for you.
Oh, I think he was just saying how they're trying to get involved with it. He's from Washington State, so we know what that looks like we were talking about earlier. We'd rather have it be decriminalized than legalized. Okay. And then somebody had made a comment, I think it was John. Yeah, did you know they are making an artificial sun? Yes, Bill Gates, I believe, has the patent for that. And that's what we were kind of talking about earlier, which of course, if you look into Bill Gates and his patents, Dr. David Martin rather is a good resource for that. He goes deep into the patents and, kind of makes it more accessible to understand. But, yeah, he also, the same person who's working to block out the sun through the chemtrails that don't exist, right? Supposedly, is also producing buying up all the farmland, running farmers off of that land in most cases, is looking at, and producing lab grown meats and 3D printed foods. I mean,
I'm so sick and tired of this conspiracy theory that chemtrails do not exist. I hate it.
Right.
I mean,
there's states that already have it made it illegal.
There's actual evidence and stuff out there that proves it. It's like it's a conspiracy theory that it does not exist.
I just saw an interview with JFK Jr. and he admitted it's not his department. He goes, I don't know what's going on, but it's not my department. But yeah, there is these things that supposedly in the fuel, and he basically admitted on TV that there are chemtrails.
Well, not only that, I mean, DeSantis is trying to outlaw it or ban it here in Florida. I mean, I don't know if it's going to happen.
You can look back in history too. It was used in the Vietnam War. There was cloud seeding that was used, and that's all on records that are public.
Well, that was to prolong the monsoon season. That's what it was used for. But that's like it's in the cloud seeding and weather modification realm. And that technology has advanced so much since Vietnam.
I think they want us to be consumers of wood. And they want to force us into consuming their products that they have the ability
Someone was saying that. Somebody just goes, who said not my department? That just cracked me up. Somebody said that an official said like cloud seeding isn't my department. Anyways, you guys remember when Bill Clinton said like they won't tell me if aliens exist either. Dude, you're the president.
Well, the president's not divulged all everything.
No. I just when somebody said that, somebody asked about chemtrails, and he was like, "Not my department." I just laughed because Bill Clinton like. I wish they'd tell me too. Right?
Right.
He said it out loud.
Yeah, Steve, welcome. Steve, I don't know if I've seen your name before. If you want to say how you found us, I'd be curious to know, but welcome in. And yeah, I'm in the Seattle area, and you can definitely see the chemtrails all the time. I fully believe in it. And you can see how they spread out too. They don't act like normal clouds. They're not even the color of normal clouds. It's like a kind of beigeish haze.
It makes a haze, The haze of the whole. It's crazy, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it's all the time. It's very rare to see blue skies.
Well, I mean, I think it's still up on. I think it's on the Air Force website or something like that. I can't remember if it's Air Force or not, but they call it. Was it a force multiplier is what they call it when it comes down to weather modification and manipulation, cloud seeding and all that stuff. They call it a force multiplier, and they said they will own the weather in 2025.
It's worse than that, man. They found out with that stupid HARP array that if you blast enough gigahertz at a tectonic plate, you can cause an earthquake. It's way beyond make it rain, dude.
Well, I mean, and that's another thing too. It's like, okay, if they have this, let's just like in Minecraft, they got this ability. I mean, hell, why don't you just make it rain when they have all these freaking forest fires and stuff over there in the West Coast and stuff, or like, and you got droughts, make it rain. You know,
Because they're funding the arsonists who are lighting the fires, and they're
Yeah.
causing it so that the
wanna
land
say it.
management isn't done
Yeah.
properly, so that their fires continue to burn.
I'm
They
so
don't want
happy.
it to
A
be put out.
dude who was like,
A land
I'm
grab.
concerned with global warming. Yeah, I set the fires. Like, dude, what? Right, Indy? They confirmed like most of those fires were
Yeah.
arsonists. Like, and they're
Yep.
like, because I was trying to raise awareness. You were trying
Right.
to raise awareness by setting a forest on fire.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of funny. A lot of these people that were all for electric cars, now they're burning down Tesla. Yeah. It's funny.
Okay, yeah, Lauren, are you talking about the chemtrails that they've been banned in Tennessee? I thought it was Tennessee. I couldn't remember for sure. And it won't be stopped until 2028. Just like the food dyes banned in West Virginia. Yeah. And I think the food dyes are being banned. My understanding is they're being banned throughout the country now through Kennedy and, Make America Healthy Again. But like you said, it won't happen for a couple of years. So that seems pretty crazy to me. It's like, well, yes, they're poisonous, but, keep consuming them for a while.
Yeah, I think 20.
Well, everyone wanted to know
30,
where cancer and everything all of a sudden came from in 1 in 5 people rather than 1 in 500. I've always said, watch
Welcome,
what you stick
Steve.
in your mouth.
Straight, dude.
That's what she said.
Yeah, 2030 it's like, right, they got in, they want this stuff, but of course everything moves so slow. They're like, yeah, by 2030 phase out red number 5, right? Or yellow
Right.
number 5, right? Red 30, I think. Yellow number 5, yeah.
I think it's red 5.
It's both of
Yeah.
them, but yeah, they have, yeah.
Okay. Well, whatever they are, they know, and it just all of them need to go.
Y'all ever seen the movie? Not the Avengers, the superhero movie in that sense, but there was a movie called Avengers. I think the late '90s, early 2000s. Starred Sean Connery, a couple other
Sounds
who's
familiar.
of actors and actresses, but Sean Connery, he was like the villain in the movie. He was like a scientist, and what he could do is he could control weather. Like if you were having a cookout that day and you wanted it to be sunny or whatever, boom, he could make it sunny and whatever in your area. You could buy your own weather modification if you wanted it.
Oh,
I
do you
remember that
remember?
movie as a kid, and I thought it was, it was weird then, but to think about it now, wasn't really that weird,
It's like a Truman Show thing. He's in that dome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Watt, you remember that movie? Was it Back to the Future? I think it was like the second one or
Okay,
whatever.
Bonnie, in Florida
Where
too.
when he goes back into the future or whatever, he could actually go down to the second when it's going to stop or start raining. It's
Yeah.
like he can,
Yeah.
Other dark. I like it.
Do you guys believe in that predictive programming? I don't know what to think about it. I mean, it is interesting that
Yeah, I think,
things in
we
things in
do a
movies do
backstage.
show up in life. Yeah.
Yeah, we do the backstage speakeasy on Sundays, and sometimes we do documentaries, sometimes we do concerts, sometimes we do kind of like deep dives on longer news issues, but usually we do movies, and a lot of them are older movies, and we go back and look at what they were telling us. So yeah, I mean, some say it's predictive programming. It's meant to desensitize us. If you hear something and you watch it in a movie and you think as a child that's so far-fetched and it's fantasy, and then you hear about it as an adult and you try to tell someone and they say, well, that's a plot from a movie. I remember that movie. You know what I mean? It's easier to dismiss. But others believe that it's because if you look at some of the laws the so-called elite have to follow, they say that it's like soft disclosure. It's basically telling us what they're going to do and letting us know their plans, because in us not standing up against them, then we're basically giving them permission. And that's part of from what I understand, that's part of Satanism. It's that they have to give it's
The
part
karmic
of the
debt.
moral
Yeah,
code of it.
karmic
Yeah,
debt,
it's like so they are basically free from the effects of what they're doing, the consequences of what they're doing karmically, because they're telling us ahead of time, and we're not doing anything to stop it. We're accepting it.
Right, but
That's
it's still
why
a
I'm an
trick. They don't
asshole.
come out and say it, but you're right. So it's still a trick. I went to art
Yeah.
school. I studied the occult really weirdly, not in a bad way. I go to church and stuff like that. It was just fascinating. It's like, it is insane. Like some good old paganism and
Yeah, they say that you've given consent.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I was
Even
But
a
is it
vampire
informed
asks for
consent?
permission before he drinks your blood.
It is
Mhm.
not
Well, it's to come
informed
into your
consent.
house. Yeah.
You have
And
to
that's
give
the
permission
real
to a vampire.
Satanism. It's Indy. It's like, well, they also don't apologize that you're too dumb to understand it. I'm not calling you dumb. You see what I'm saying? Like that's
No,
the other
I
thing.
understand what
Like,
you're
well,
saying.
of course it was going to happen to you. You were too dumb to see it coming, right? Like it is,
Right.
yeah.
While they're poisoning us, yeah, exactly, to dumb us down, and the schools or indoctrination camps and all of the rest of it.
So
Right.
knowing this,
Exactly.
we should be able to bypass all their bullshit and see it happen.
Right, Steve.
It's true.
If you dance backwards. Yeah, right.
So those
Everything but the
videos
jazz
on
arm.
the videos on YouTube I love are those never let them guess your next move, right? It's like some lady who goes under a hose on the sidewalk, but yeah, that's what you got to do. Like, never let them see it coming either.
The original plan. Just trust the plan now.
That's so funny too. It's like just trust the plan. Nobody ever just explained what this so-called plan is.
No.
Going
Sounds
along,
like
You have to go
have
to
a
the
lot of
Q
trust in
drops
it.
and look into QAnon and all of that to know the plan. There's, I think, a lot of
going along
ideas.
with that plan thing, I guess everyone forgot California used to get over 3 foot of rain a year when we had redwoods
you,
that
Ante.
they
That's a
cut
good
down
one.
that no one wants to put back up. That would really help global warming, but no one talks about it. It would also take care of all the drought out here in California and a lot of other problems. It would be a simple cure, just replant the redwoods, but not one person's talked about that.
Well, according to Bill Gates, we don't
interesting
need trees, because photosynthesis actually is when you cut trees down and mulch them up into bricks and stuff and put them in tinfoil. That's photosynthesis. And the new guy that took over the WEF after Klaus Schwab went down doesn't even consider water a natural human
Right.
resource, a human
Or a human right.
thing,
Yeah.
a human right. They consider it a commodity. You know what I mean?
Like the
And-
Lorax.
And if you're 90% water, then they own 90% of you.
And then there's Nestle is trying to gather up all the natural water resources and buy it up. I mean, hell, there's a couple of springs right around near me, and Nestle has got a big old freaking pipe dumped right into it. You know what I mean? And because there's a few bottled water that you can buy, and it's made from
Sierra
Nestle.
Nevada, I believe, is owned by Pepsi.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just
Really quickly, avoid said plan is short for plantation, and I had not heard that before, but that made me think of the Jones Plantation. And if you guys haven't seen that, you can Google it and watch or search for it on YouTube and
Yeah,
watch
that's a
it.
good one.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then
Jones,
did you have something
yeah.
you wanted to say? I feel like you haven't gotten to talk much, and I know you're so polite about waiting your turn and not jumping in, but I'd like to hear what you have to say about all this.
I don't know what I was going to say particularly at that moment, but if it was meant to be, it'll come back to me.
All right, well, jump in when you think of it.
All right.
Yeah.
Wait a
And then
minute.
I'll
Hold on.
abruptly
Hold on. Wait a minute.
interrupt
Wait a
you.
minute.
Now
All right,
we'll all talk at once.
Never mind. How you?
As soon as you start talking, I'll abruptly interrupt you.
Right. Navy vet says they believe in hermetic karma. They tell us what they are going to do. Yeah, thank you for the term. I didn't remember.
Yeah, plausible deniability. That's what it is. It's like, oh, that was a movie plot. That's not real.
Yeah.
But we were talking about GMOs, and he just said you're 90% water. And like you just maybe went pale face, or you're like, oh, if they own the water, they own you. And I'm like, don't put those kind of ideas into the ether, man.
Right.
Yeah, Schwab was the evil villain, and this new guy, he must be the final boss. I mean, he's even got the evil villain eye. Looks like the guy from the Last Action Hero.
Do you watch
Yes.
wrestling?
We talked about that last
I
week.
used to, when I was
'cause
younger. I did.
The Rock is calling himself the final boss now.
Yeah, I seen a trailer for some new movies in, but yeah, I remember I watched him as a kid. When he was the Rock.
No, I think he decided before that, Tate. That's how he earned the pie to the face. Yeah, I mean, and actually, he was indoctrinated by his own family. If you look into his parents and what they were involved with, he has a long family history of eugenics. So Yeah. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Especially in the
man.
bloodlines that they keep such hard, control of.
Yeah. Mm.
It's crazy. They don't go to the same schools you guys know that we went to. You know that too. Like,
right.
They're like doing fencing and learning Latin and how to control the world. Yeah.
Yeah. Neil, I don't know why you're just putting these in the private chat, but I hope you're putting them in the regular chat too. But he says the PepsiCo owns and produces the bottled water brands Aquafina, and Life Water is another bottled water brand that is also produced by PepsiCo.
No, I'm putting them just in the back in case you guys don't want them out in the public.
Yeah, go ahead and drop that. I'd
Just
much rather
being
you do that than your
respectful.
spam.
Yeah.
Just saying.
But if it says buy silver, platinum, and crystallized osmium embedded in the text, then,
I'll start putting that at the back of all of my facts.
You are the carbon they want to eliminate.
Right. Yeah,
That's where you just got to
absolutely.
make yourself more valuable than everyone else. That way they don't bother trying to eliminate you.
Okay. Jam, will you pull up the Jason A video?
Sure.
Since we're talking about all that too, let's go ahead and pull up one more video. I think this one, if I remember correctly, this one's a little bit long, so maybe we'll only play part of it. And then maybe we'll talk a little bit about what's going on at the border and with, Tom Holman or Mike Holman. Yeah. Okay. All right, here we go.
Here we go. In Britain this week, I couldn't believe it. They have announced, the British government has announced they're spending £50 million on experiments to dim the sun using chemical trails in the air to combat climate. You couldn't make it up,
What country?
but they're doing it. Britain.
What country? What country? The sun-soaked land of what?
Welcome back. Power is almost fully restored to Spain after a massive blackout that impacted millions. The power outage yesterday affected large parts of both Spain and Portugal. It grounded flights, created chaos for public transportation, left many without phone and internet coverage. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Madrid with the latest. Raf, good morning.
Joe, good morning from the very heart of Madrid, and you can probably see life here very much back to normal. Spanish authorities are saying they have restored power at this point to 99% of customers. Similar picture over in Portugal, but there are major questions about what caused this blackout, which spanned across borders.
Made billions out of creating super clunky corporate software. What you didn't realize is that Bill Gates doesn't think of himself that way. Bill Gates doesn't think of himself as some guy who got super rich making bad software. Bill Gates thinks of himself as God in control of the solar system. And that's why Bill Gates is now backing something called sun-dimming technology that would reflect sunlight out of the Earth's atmosphere, causing global cooling.
British scientists are launching a £40 million government-funded geoengineering experiment to literally test dimming the sun in the name of solving climate change. The government's Advanced Research and Invention Agency, or ARIA, aims to block sunlight reaching the Earth's surface with projects that include spraying aerosols in the atmosphere to make clouds brighter, which will then reflect sunshine. What could go wrong? If successful, ARIA thinks the plan could temporarily reduce surface temperatures, which would then give humans more time to reduce carbon emissions.
Bill Gates thinks he's in charge of the planet. What should we be worried about here?
I mean, basically everything. I mean, when I first heard about this over 2 decades ago, this was a thought experiment, but this is real. They're really trying to do this. They've encountered opposition every step of the way.
In America, British plans to block the sun have even caught the attention of Donald Trump's White House. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the US Secretary of Health and Human Services, tweeted just a few days ago, "We'll soon end this crime against humanity and our planet and bring justice to the plutocrats who are perpetuating this mass uncontrolled experiment."
I've co-authored articles with the Harvard investigator. We've told him personally this is a terrible idea, The vast majority of scientists disagree with this. You have to remember what they're proposing to do is identical to what we feared would occur after nuclear war in the 1980s, which is nuclear winter. The idea is that you cool the planet deliberately. The effects on crops are completely unknown. They call this an experiment, but they know that there is no way to figure out what the large-scale planetary effects of this kind of thing would be. It's grossly irresponsible. They know for a fact that they will never get international agreement on this. So they're basically trying to socialize the idea, normalize the idea, make us comfortable with an idea that should make us extremely uncomfortable.
As authorities in Spain and Portugal work to get the whole of the Iberian Peninsula reconnected to the power grid, questions are being asked what caused the two countries to suddenly go offline. A massive outage hit at around lunchtime on Monday, plunging businesses and transport networks into chaos.
En lo que respecta a las causas, about the cause, what the Red Electrica technicians are telling us is that at 12:33 this afternoon, 15 gigawatts of generation were suddenly lost from the system, and that they were lost in just 5 seconds. This is something that has never happened before.
Que no había ocurrido jamás.
After a power outage impacting tens of millions, cheers as the lights finally came back on. But questions remain. What caused the massive blackout that brought modern life grinding to a halt? An investigation now underway, but authorities say so far there's no evidence a cyber attack was responsible for the outage, which knocked out phone service, ATMs, and traffic lights, leading to snarling jams across Madrid.
It kind of makes you realize how much we depend on just like electricity and just basic connections.
Hundreds of flights were canceled, and the subway plunged into darkness, with families following emergency lights back to the surface. The blackout also halting play at the Madrid Open and cutting Coco Gauff's post-match interview short.
Not get a lot of sleep.
The American star later posting from darkened locker rooms. The outage scrambling the plans of thousands of American tourists, including Drew Toronto and Shelley Charnoff from New York.
Once we found out that it was more widespread, we were concerned that it was some sort of terrorist or cyber attack, but we really had no way of knowing.
One thing you have to always remember is have money. A lot of people don't carry any cash around. And once the power goes out, no credit cards, no internet, no Venmo, nothing. You have to have cash.
Authorities in Portugal blamed it on a rare atmospheric phenomenon, while some in Spain speculated on a rapid rise in temperature of 5 degrees shortly before the outage. Spain's electrical provider Red Electrica said a very strong oscillation in the network had cut off Spain's grid from the rest of continental Europe, leading to the system's collapse. Getting both countries back online was a gradual process because of the risk of overloading the network yet again. Spain was able to call on France and Morocco to supply emergency power to reboot its own networks, but Portugal was forced to do so on its own. The episode underlines deficiencies in Spain's power grid, which is relatively isolated from the rest of Europe, and the country's shift to renewable energy sources, which now supply 56% of its electricity, has not been fully matched by upgrades to system management.
Life very much returning to normal. I'm just hearing stories of what people do in kind of these times of crisis. It really the panic and people kind of going to supermarkets and buying all the food they could, very much a repeat of COVID, but kind of condensed in a few hours. The more problematic aspect of this was actually the breakdown in communications, which happened a few hours after the blackout. And that's what really started to make people nervous. There were people in the streets saying that things were getting quite tense because you just had no outlook on when this was going back to normal. And the problem was people couldn't really hear the news. The only way to do that was good old radio. So people were actually getting in their cars, the only way to charge their phones and to know what was going on. And there was a problem also. The Spanish Prime Minister, Sanchez, took hours to actually talk to the people and explain what was going on. And even when he did, he spoke for 5 minutes and offered no real explanation and no prognosis as to when power would return to normal.
I feel like we need to underscore just how rare these events are. I know we just had the Heathrow outage, but what's the thinking about what caused this?
Yeah, so, I mean, there's 53 million people in the Iberian Peninsula. That's a lot of people. It's the biggest blackout in Portugal's history. Even when we go back to wartime, yes, it is incredibly rare. And the only explanation that we're getting now is a very technical one. It has to do with the surge in tension in the Spanish power grid. And this affects Portugal because Portugal is connected to the Spanish power grid. Now, we don't know what exactly caused that. The Prime Minister is saying that any options on the table. The Portuguese Prime Minister has ruled out any kind of theory that there was anything nefarious behind this. Zelensky has offered his assistance to the investigation. So that kind of shows you where the theories are. And France has offered the other kind of side of this, in that they have a network that is capable of dealing with problems like this, because it is a mixed network that has nuclear power and solar power, something that the Spanish grid doesn't have.
Well, that's, I suppose, one of the key questions from this as well, is that, what does it mean in terms of questions about energy security, or indeed the drive for renewables?
Yeah, exactly. This really exposes the fragilities in infrastructure here. Lizzie mentioned Heathrow. That was a very well followed case here in the UK, and the dependency on kind of one backup generator, which was many people thought incredible that one of Europe's busiest airports had this fragility. Now this is an entire country, so there's a lot of questions, and still many of them unanswered. I think the communication strategy from the Spanish PM has been lacking.
Now, the most detailed explanation we have so far for what actually happened is coming from the Spanish power grid. They're saying yesterday they experienced a sudden drop in power that destabilized their whole system. What we still don't know, though, is what triggered that sudden drop.
Right. Raph, glad things are getting back to normal there. Thank you so much.
All right. Yeah, great conversation in the chat during that video, too. Yeah, I did notice, Growl, the guy complaining about no ATMs and cash, but he was saying how cash is king. That interview got cut off.
It was just funny when people are complaining about someone's interview got cut off, and this guy's like, I couldn't get cash, and it's like, well, dude, an interview though, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for sure, it just goes to show, I think that is a huge wake-up call about, hopefully to some, about the, control system they're trying to put in place, I think, with all of the cryptocurrencies.
I don't want to
whichever one they go with.
Full stuff hits the fan, but dollar bills won't have any value once stuff hits the fan. Like, actual fans will have value.
Right.
It'll be
I don't know. I think the dollar would still have some value for if people agreed to continue to have value. I mean,
there you go.
It's contractually valuable, and it'll be contractually valuable for a long time, because countries took debt, and it has to be repaid in U.S. dollars, and that's how we control our money, is by making it a powerful dollar or less powerful dollar, depending on who owes us how much and when.
Oh, I was talking full martial law. Like, I'd rather have a can of beans than $10 bills.
Right. Yeah.
What could I get for a Pokemon card?
I wouldn't mind having that year's
for
bills
a what card? What?
Pokemon card. Could I trade Could I trade something for that?
Right.
Hell yeah, 10 can of beans. I got them for you.
I was thinking abalone shells.
Let's lock that in now.
It still
Have y'all ever heard of the Carrington event?
Yes.
Yes.
Will you give like a brief summary of it, Watt?
Well, it made me, when I heard that story, and then whoever the British Prime Minister, whoever the people, the powers that be, they said it was some type of a weather event, which it could very well be. I don't follow the people that follow like the solar flares and the CMEs and stuff like. I don't follow it like that. So something could have happened, or it could have been a power surge, because that's a lot of power. They said like 5 gigawatts. It's like 5 billion watts. And to put that in equivalency, roughly 1 gigawatt, that would be like 250,000 to 1 million homes, and they had a 5 gigawatt. So yeah, that is a lot of power just to lose instantly, just like that. But
do you guys think that it was done intentionally? Like I thought maybe a test run, they always have to try these things
Oh,
out
it's
somewhere.
definitely not out of the question in my
That's
book.
why I put that stuff down in chat that I put that France gets 68% of its power from its own nuclear, and it actually recycles 98% of its old rods, so it really doesn't have to buy any uranium for like the next 100 years. So
Good
if
to
they have
see you,
any
Sip.
power issues, it's in the transmission lines because they can produce all the power in the world that they need.
Yeah. Do you know what Stuxnet is? I saw Indy and Navy vet said it too in chat.
No, no, thank you. Will you explain? Because I was highlighting it, but then I saw people responding, and I don't know what that is. Will you
And I'm
explain
not
what that
saying
is?
that's what it is, but yeah, you guys sharing all the they have all the power in the world. So Stuxnet is how we took down Iran's. I'm saying we. No one knows who did it, right? It's so black budget, but
Right.
it's a virus that just gets onto a computer system, and it's targeting this very specific old controller board from like the 60s that like opens gates and stuff, and it just sits there dormant. And it like learns the system, and then eventually
I
it
wondered the same of
on,
late.
and it can go completely unnoticed because it will do stuff. So what it did to Iran's centrifuges when they were trying to enrich uranium just sat there for weeks. The whole thing melted down months later when somebody flipped the switch because nobody noticed it. So it started telling all the outputs that it was doing it fine, but it was changing the velocity of the centrifuges like subtly. Like in the background, it was like speed it up, slow it down, speed it up, and it totally melted down their whole enrichment plant. And like it's called Stuxnet. It's a virus. It's a computer virus, but it's not for like your phone or for like my desktop PC. It can be on there, but it's targeting. Nobody knows who made it. It exists.
Still going, right?
It's infected pretty much everything at this point, but it's targeting these very specific old chips that they
I
used
agree,
to make
John.
in the 80s. That's what
I prefer to think one of those scientists was bored and hooked up to a porn site and got a virus.
Exactly, Navy vet. Sip, it's good to see you. I don't know if I said that yet, but much love to you. I saw you come in. Thanks for being here.
So I wasn't saying that as a fact, but like you drop 70% of your energy grid in an hour.
Love it, avoid.
Did somebody like cut something with scissors, or did you get hacked? Right? Like
Thank you, John.
Just remember that the electricity can go out at any time, and sometimes at the worst time. You know, and it's good to have cash on you.
Mm-hmm.
Or even the internet goes down. If a business or restaurant's internet goes down, their POS is down. You know, so all they can do is accept cash.
Yep.
Even if they still have power.
Right, I
you
agree
know?
with that. Lauren says if it goes total digital currency, it's over, one huge prison. And I agree. I think that that's the way that they want it to go. And that's the way it's headed. And then with all of the tracking, you know, one of the things I'm really opposed to that Trump is very much behind is this project Stargate, where he's investing billions into AI mRNA, which has biotracking involved. And he says that's for everyone coming and going. You know, I think we're already taking steps that direction with the Real ID. But
yeah, they're putting all kinds of commercials back up on promoting this Real ID stuff. Here in Florida, it's like mandatory. You can't even get a driver's license unless it doesn't have Real ID.
Yeah, it's like, you know, kind of coming in waves in Washington. You can opt in to get it already, and eventually you'll have to get it.
So you telling me
what
this
do we
whole
do
time
about
y'all
that?
been giving me IDs that weren't real? Y'all just now
I
offering real
love
ones?
it. Why exactly? Like
You know what I mean? So
real
this whole
ID.
time, I wasn't even real. So
Well,
none of
that's
the
why
bad things I did shouldn't even have counted. It wasn't real.
That's why they can't figure out
It's
who's
all
voting.
over
Things
to
that
digital
haven't been fake
economy.
the whole time. It's bad, yeah.
Yeah, we'll edit it out. It's like the Truman Show. Just edit it out.
Congress just passed a bill allowing financial institutions to create a stable coin backed 1-to-1 with the dollar, which is a repeat of the 1836 to 1862 economy, where Congress allowed banks to create their own dollars and compete for customers. And it was actually one of the best times and one of the better times in history for the American consumer because of that action.
Make sure I get you, Sip.
Interesting.
Yeah.
No, very interesting.
Yeah, and it's going to be 1-to-1 back to the dollar,
Yeah.
so that'll eat up all the M2 money supply that's coming back will get eaten up by these companies.
I'm a tech guy. I don't mind it. I'd rather have still physically backed security, but I don't know.
In
Like, I
Minecraft,
don't
John.
care. Like, what do you guys think about stable coin?
They're going to have physical dollars too.
That's it. Yeah, you'd have to have something to hold, but
Yeah, because you can't have
think that's right, Anna.
Before any logical person should be able to say we're going with a full digital dollar and it's all going to be digital, you got to think of how many homeless people
Agenda
are out
2030
there
too,
that
Nina.
don't have access. And any economist will tell you that if you're negating a decent percentage of your population in your economic system, it's going to fail.
Oh, it's bad.
So we got to get those
70%
people off the streets
people.
and in houses before we even think about doing a full digital, and get rid of cash. That's not for
Well,
me.
yeah, but they don't actually care about that.
Well,
Those are the plebs. Those are
we got
the
a longer way to go to get them off the
savages.
streets.
Well, Indy's right. It could create a black market then in that sense. People still use the dollar, right?
Yeah,
Right.
we
Yeah,
would have to start
exactly.
collecting bottle caps and shit and make our own currency.
It'll be real hard to get rid of the dollar.
The eagle doesn't care how much that trout squirms. Once it's in those talons, it know it's got some. It's only a matter of time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Blue, I would resist it as long as possible. But I mean, I don't know. Like, is there a way to end that? Like, why? Everybody just seems to be like accepting. Like, well, yeah, they say we have to have it by 2029, and we already have it here, and yeah, we just all have this real ID that none of us want. So why aren't we doing more to resist that?
There is a pathway around it. It's real easy.
What are you gonna say? The passport?
No, a pathway around all of that. It's easier than changing the government's direction. Become wealthy.
Yeah, then I can buy my freedom. Yeah, I just become wealthy and buy my freedom.
Yeah. So you can be drugged
Well,
and blackmailed by the system yourself.
She did say alternatives to acceptance. Your version is acceptance. Mine isn't. So I just
I don't think they do, Lauren.
My only concern about the blockchain, it's great technology. It's really great technology.
Absolutely, Sip.
But it's the digital ledger, dude. A way more nefarious thing is like now they know there's no more hidden money, no under the table.
And that's why they're still
right. Essentially, every transaction from this to that is 100%.
See, one thing you're forgetting: every economy throughout history, there's supposedly been great that we want to follow, and that we give them 100% control, but they'd never have 100% control because built into every economy is a black market.
Oh, for sure.
Whether it's a 3% or 10%, it's built in. So there's always going to be a way around it. So,
true. Yep. No, I wasn't disagreeing. I was just, as a point, I'm like the privacy aspects of a digital dollar weirds me out more than a digital dollar.
Yes.
And that shit freaked me out because I thought inflation only came with the fiat dollar system. I was doing yeah, exactly. I laugh. I just found out in the 50s when we were in the goldback standard, we had about a 1.5% inflation. So even in the goldback standard, we have inflation. So they stole from us under the goldback system too, just a different way.
Well, it's because they control the gold too.
Maybe that says it's not like the fact that they want to reduce the world population to under 500 million was ever written in stone or anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which it was, of course, if you know about.
But that stone was blown up, so was that saying.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Sure, Neil. Yeah, I think the plans are already in play. I mean, if you look at the excess deaths after the CV jab, and then if you look at fertility rates that have also plummeted in a lot of ways, before the CV jab, but since it too, I think they've already probably accomplished that goal. It's just playing out in slow motion.
There's already been studies done showing that the fertility thing, or at least the pregnancy, not fertility, and they're two different things. The pregnancy thing was affected by the women's rights movement. Women wouldn't have careers over children.
I mean, in a very small way compared to what we're talking about. If those who took the jab or the next generation born to those who took the jab are sterile, that'll be huge compared to what you're talking about.
Oh, totally.
But yeah, I think that was part of the plan too. That was just the beginning of the rollout of it.
I mean, stupid is what stupid does. And as John Wayne said, a good quote that I love from him is, life's hard. It's even harder if you're stupid.
Hell yeah.
Life's hard for a boy named Sue.
The Dunning-Kruger effect. Are you guys familiar with this? It's funny. It's stupid people overestimate their abilities. That's why stupid people fail at simple shit.
Well, it's kind of funny. See, I was just watching another guy I've been watching for a long time, and he was talking about how stupid some of these so-called smart people really are and stuff. It's like, talk about like how things are impossible. It's like,
go black out
but
the sun, idiots. Go there, go do it.
well, the thing is, it's like, it's like people's like, oh, that's impossible. You can't do that, and then they lay out exactly why you can't do it, and it's like, okay, you could just start writing down exactly the template why you can't do it, and then you can do it. You know what I mean? It's like, well, you know how it can be done, so it cannot be impossible. You know what I mean?
No, I totally hear you, but that's when like dim out the sun. Well, then go do it. You know what I mean?
That's a
Yeah.
dark
Well, I mean,
thought
I mean, when they talk about
I mean,
dimming out the
you
sun
know,
and blocking the rays, isn't that what the ozone
not
is
you,
supposed to
Ralph.
do?
I was just going to mention
Oh, and they're
that.
going to do it from that. They're not going to go to the sun and turn it down. They're going to, chemtrail us up. That's what I'm saying. It's like they're not
Yeah, I know,
creative people. Like if you want to black out the
Good
sun,
night,
go
Lisa.
there.
Thank you.
Get in a rocket, go there. Go turn it down, dude.
But I mean, isn't that what the ozone and all that supposed to do when it comes down to reflecting a lot of that stuff that we don't, all the
radiation.
And we already did the opposite of what they want to do because we already destroyed like 30% of ozone and then we rebuilt it back.
Well, they're saying now that the ozone, that was all bullshit. I mean, there's a lot of
Oh,
science
well.
coming out saying that that's not even true. And I actually know someone, well, I don't want to say too specifically, but yes, I know someone who was a top scientist involved in that research way back in the late 80s, early 90s. And she had said then that that was not true. The hole in the ozone was all propaganda.
Oh, so it never was a hole in the ozone?
Sounds about right.
Right.
Yeah, I could believe that. But a byproduct of that financially was they stopped a lot of the chlorophyll type operations that were going on the planet that was being released into the atmosphere. That was stopped due to that lie, and that actually benefited our health.
Always Navy vet.
So that means justifies the end.
Yeah.
But it's like,
well, but it's for them, it's what they want as the outcome. But go ahead. What were you going to say? Sorry.
Oh no, it was just a random thought. Like the news clip you played a few minutes ago of like all the different things happening and stuff like that. It's like all these news stories. It's like one of the movies we used to see where they were watching TV and it would be the craziest news stories. And you'd be like, man, that is wild, man. We won't never see nothing like that. And then now our real life news stories are like the news stories from the insane movies we used to watch.
Right. Yeah.
You know what?
And that's
you know
what we were
what kind-
saying. That's like is that predictive programming or is that I can't remember the term, the hermetic, whatever.
You're watching an old James Bond movie and the villain's trying to block out the sun, and you're like, who is this schmuck? Nobody will block out the sun. That's stupid.
Have you ever noticed
London's trying to do it, or whoever.
Have you noticed why that even some movies get actual news people like Henry, was it Sean Hannity and a few others that are actually in the movie as a newscaster?
Yeah,
like,
they'll do that.
It's getting so close. It's like.
I think it's more the comfort level. You see these faces every night, even if you don't like them or whatever. You know who they are. They're, personality.
I'm still waiting for the Blob to hit New Orleans.
Oh, it's coming.
Godzilla. We're gonna wait for Leviathan to come out of. They say it's down by between Antarctica.
Killer clowns from outer space.
Right.
On that predictive thing, though, so I've worked with AI, but it is weird. But think about this: like, it's just like one of those coworkers, and I talk. It will never know anything more than us. It really can't. Like, how could we teach it something we don't know? How would we do that?
Yeah,
if we teach it to deduce,
so it was trained on Reddit. Like, calm down.
if it learns how to deduce things and put things together, that's when we're fucked.
Yeah.
John makes a good point. He says, so long as the masses are distracted, the thieves can rob the bank. Yeah.
Yep.
That's how Jesse James did it.
I think we've been distracted for such a long time. I think, that's part of what we're doing here, having these conversations. And, over the last few years, I think, I've learned a ton from so many of you. And, that's part of that, not letting ourselves be distracted, but then we have to also make sure we're not being distracted by all the, what do they call it? Doom scrolling, We have to be making sure we're doing things that we can to take control of the things that we can.
Well,
Yeah.
I kind of agree there also, but the only thing is, like, you watch mainstream media, you're being misinformed. But if you don't watch it, you're uninformed. You know.
You're right. Exactly. Yeah. My motto: I may not be everyone's cup of tea, but I'm someone's double whiskey. I
There
love
you
it,
go.
Kate.
Put that on a shirt.
Yep.
I'll buy it.
Okay. AI, algorithmic interactions programmed by flawed man. Garbage in, garbage out. Yeah. I do agree with
Oh,
that,
did
Navy. That
I seen a video today. It made me think of something random again. I think it was somewhere
right.
in
Exactly. That's
one
the
of the
problem, right?
Carolinas. They had this like a robotic dog, but it had like
Yeah, I wasn't sure
a
either, Brandy.
cow
I'm getting
outfit or
the links.
something on. Did y'all see that video?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can pull it up. Yeah, it was just like one of
I
the
think
weirdest things I've
Kawasaki
seen.
has a robotic type dog they've got out. It's like $86,000.
Good
Oh
call,
yeah.
Anthony. Anthony says it's not just that they rob the bank when we're not watching; they rob the bank while we are watching. Yeah, that's a more valid point. We're seeing it happen. We're talking about it, and it's still happening anyway. You know, we don't have
And
any
then
accountability for it.
and then when they go bankrupt, you know, they're taking our tax dollars to bail them out.
And you can't take more than $300 out of your account a day.
Well, because they don't have enough money.
Literally make the worst business decisions in the world and not lose any money.
And it's really their tax dollars to begin with because they're the ones that issued the dollars.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if that doesn't say how much of a Ponzi scheme it is, I don't know.
The Federal Reserve. Yeah,
exactly.
That's where you game the system and start a company. And you know how Elon Musk did it. He used government subsidies to get where his billions.
It's the currency is issued as debt. Every single dollar that's ever been created into existence since it went off the gold standard is issued as debt.
Yep.
And that's why you use debt to buy good assets.
It says it right there on the dollar. Actually, it's a debt. You know, if you read it on the dollar, it actually says it's a debt.
Yeah. Can be used to settle any and all debts. Yeah.
A debt paying for a debt.
Note,
yeah.
Like a bank note, like term deposits, all that sort of things are referred to as notes. Right, so note actually indicates that it's debt when it says bank note on it.
Well, I mean, you can't really pay for anything anymore. I mean, even like if you were even the IRS, they don't even consider, they don't even use the word pay or anything like that. They actually use the term set it off. So if you want to set off a debt, you know what I mean? You know, that's how you would do it.
Well, actually, on top of the dollar, it says Federal Reserve note. So it's not a US dollar bill to begin with.
Agreed, John. They are pretty cool looking.
Sure.
Fancy IOU.
It used to be a silver certificate,
right?
And it looked very, very, very similar to the current banknotes.
Oh yeah.
Big difference. At the bottom, it said, redeemable for $1 worth of silver.
The thing is, it's like, there's so many people that are making a lot of wealth by using debt to create more debt and to create more wealth. So they want this system of debt to stay in play.
Yeah, that's where you use debt to buy assets. The assets go up. You leverage the assets to buy more assets. And by leveraging it, I mean, you get more fiat or debt. That's where, like, Robert Kiyosaki could buy a $15 million Learjet and get millions off of it because of the tax deductions.
What is the cost of the debt? How do you pay a debt like that? What is the cost?
It's rolling a ball downhill. You keep going. As soon as you stop, you're fucked.
Our sweat equity is what it is. Yeah, time. Yeah, our sweat equity.
Kathy Woods, that like tech lady who wants to be the best investor. She wants to be the female, whoever, I'm forgetting that Berkshire Hathaway guy. Anyways, but yeah, she
Neil Hunt?
No, I'm the old guy. Omaha, Nebraska. Why am I blanking on his name? Warren Buffett.
Yeah.
She wants to be the female Warren Buffett, but she even did. She, like, you could see it in her thing. She made a ton of money. She lost a ton of money and then wrote that off as a business expense.
Yep. If you started, if you
How
started
do
off
you
as
make $1 billion?
LLC.
You lose 500 million.
Yeah.
You guys want to make some money? I can tell you right now, a pre-runner, Trump's going to do something with the medical marijuana. He just made his cabinet just made an announcement about it. As soon as he does, this stock called MJNA, it's like one third of a penny right now. As soon as he makes that speech, it's probably going to jump up to 5 cents or maybe like 100x its money. Just a heads up.
All right, you guys. I'm going to go ahead and pull up this video here from JM. JM, want to tell us a little bit about this before we play it?
Okay, I already switched my audio settings. Thanks so much for letting me share this.
Yeah, let's play it and then you can talk about it. Thank you.
Flight attendant hands me juice. I think I need to drop a deuce. Looking through the cabin window helps my delusion that I'm a superhero. People shrinking down below me while I try to hold my peace. Look, Mom, I'm an astronaut, high above the rest of the lot. I paid my dues, I'm special now, soaring through the puffy clouds. Look, everyone, I'm an astronaut now. Seatbelt lights, my launch sequence, straight table locked, it's getting tense. Other passengers don't know yet. We're in a spacecraft, not just a jet. We're all astronauts in a movie set. Look, Mom, I'm an astronaut, high above the rest of the lot. I paid my dues, I'm special now, soaring through the poppy clouds. Look, everyone, I'm an astronaut now. Houston, can you hear me? Can you read my signal? The earth looks so beautiful, so incredibly blue. Wait, is that a snack cart? Yes, essential supplies for a brave crew in space. Oxygen mask deployment drill, my fake life support system still. Cloud cover breaks beneath us, revealing continents and seas. Mission control says 5 minutes to landing, but I know we're headed for the stars. Look, Mom, I'm an astronaut, high above the rest of the lot. I paid my dues, I'm special now, soaring through the poppy clouds. Look, everyone, I'm an astronaut now. I'm an astronaut now. I pay my dues. Don't contradict me despite all the clues.
I love it, Jay. I'm very tongue in cheek. The comments in the chat are cracking me up. Arky, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Man, what a timeline we're in.
Yeah, good call, Watt.
Yeah.
Navy vet.
Katy Perry and Gail King's officially astronauts and blocking the sun out. And man, it's just so much.
Yeah, constantly. Right?
Next, you're going to tell me the Easter Bunny isn't real, man.
Neil, thanks for coming up. I saw you said you had to go. Thank you for coming here and contributing. Appreciate it.
In this timeline, you can identify as the Easter Bunny. It's even better.
Sorry, not
You
sorry,
can-
Nana. We dodging slippers next year.
Honestly, that like the gender, they might as well just make genders like NFTs, because like, can you imagine two Easter bunnies meeting and be like, "Nah, I'm the real one."
Right. Yeah.
Like, prove it.
Right. JM, I hope you're seeing all these responses to your song.
I saw some of them, but I wanted to thank you
Right,
so
Dark?
much for letting me share that, because a lot of people didn't see it. It was actually one of my worst performing videos.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I saw the stream where you did it in like a bunch of different versions, and I really like when you do that with songs. It's just kind of a cool, I don't know, sort of experiment.
But
Glad to
yeah,
hear,
so
Archie.
you'd asked, if I could say a little bit about it, and I just felt so compelled because it was so ridiculous and crazy.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to see what I could do, and I ripped that together as quick as possible.
Antarctica, avoid. He's probably a Nazi alien. Here it goes. All right. Okay, you guys, I do have a song to close this out tonight, but I do need to wrap things up here pretty soon. Any final thoughts from anybody up on panel?
I appreciate you having me up. Good
Sorry.
conversations.
No, I'm good.
And best wishes for your move. I know you're moving soon, so that's always a big thing. I hate having to move.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely best wishes on that.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
kidding.
we'll appreciate that. Yeah, we still have a little bit of time before the move, but we're figuring out where we're going to go. And the good thing is the market's kind of dropping in this area. So as a renter, it's nice because when we moved in here, part of the reason we knew we'd only be here for 9 months, but it was such a great deal for the amount of home and the neighborhood it's in and the things we were looking for. But now there are a lot of things that are comparable that are in the same price range. So that's a really good thing. But yeah, moving's stressful. So we're just entering into that beginning of the, stress of moving zone. But yeah, I'm very much more roll with things than I used to be. And, I feel like God's got us. And yeah, I appreciate all the support from so many of you as well, whether it's through prayer or financially or just as friends, being here and being ears for me to talk to, and appreciate you all. All right. Thank you so much to everybody who's been here throughout the night. A lot of great music that was shared. Appreciate all the musicians who came up on panel, and for everybody who came up and was part of the conversation. Thanks to everybody who's been here throughout the night in chat, and for all my lurkers and the people who replay. Appreciate you all as well. We do have the backstage speakeasy coming up on Sunday, and I haven't put this in there yet. It's listed, but I didn't say what it's going to be. But I think I'm going to make sure I can find them. But I think we're going to do a double feature of the Ewok movies since it's May the 4th. So we're kind of taking a break from some of the other things we had planned. And since it's, since we're all nerds here and it's May the 4th, we're going to go ahead and do the Ewok movies. I thought that'd be fun. A lot of people haven't seen those, and definitely not as many who have seen as have seen the regular Star Wars trilogies. So should be fun. For those who don't know, the backstage speakeasy, it looks like a regular stream. It looks like we're going to go live, but the link is pinned like it is here at the top of the chat, and you just click on the link to come backstage. And then sometimes we go live at the very end if people, you have a choice to stay back there if we're going to do that or not. But most of the time we don't go live at all. So some people have been confused because what I usually do is I move the time of the stream throughout the night. So that it kind of keeps sending out notifications to people, but also so that it keeps the chat going. So there's a chat that's open on YouTube for anybody who wants to come and hang out there in the chat, but really all of the good action is happening backstage. And if you're backstage, you can be up on panel like we are now. You can have your camera on, you can have it off, you can be muted, you can be speaking, you can just be in the chat that's backstage, the private chat. but it's a really good time. And there are a lot of people that come back there that don't really come up on the live streams. So it's a good place to get to know people that you might not get to know otherwise. And we have some really good conversations because we don't have to we know exactly who's watching. And, we're able to say things that we can't just say on YouTube and play things we can't play on YouTube. So hope more of you will come and join us for the backstage speakeasies.
Definitely.
Okay. All right. This last song is by David Joshua. He's been putting out some really great music. I mean, he always does. His voice is amazing, but he's been putting out a lot lately. He's also started doing live streams. He got sick recently, so he hasn't been able to do many since he started. But if you're subbed and you have your notification on, I think he's planning to do them every other Sunday once he's recovered. And those are really good. He sounds amazing live, and I hope that I'll see some of you there. Okay, let me go ahead. Jam, if you can grab that link, I'll grab the link to post in the chat. And thanks again, everybody. Oh, Jam, thank you. He says, thanks to everyone who lit a fire under the button. Nice. Thank you, JM. Appreciate all of your support. Huge thank you to Bran and JM for helping share videos. That just helps a lot with all the kind of multitasking I'm doing during streams. It really helps to have you guys do that and helps with the sound to be as best as possible, not having to jump back and forth between settings all the time. So really appreciate both of you for that. A big thank you to Steve Harloa, who has been letting me use his StreamYard for quite a while. And, that gets pricey. So Steve, much appreciated. I know that I'm not the only one that you help with that. So thank you very much. It's really kind of you. I appreciate all the support of all of you. Thanks for being here. And here is David Joshua's You Carry Me. Have a great week, everybody. Much love.
Stars above our heads are lighting up the dark. It's as if you have left your mark, and you carry me in the depths of your heart, in the depths of your heart. The sense of sense hanging in the air. If I close my eyes, it's as if you're right there, and you carry me in the depths of your heart, in the depths of your your goodness transcends and ascends. And when the stars fall from the sky, don't ever have to wonder what